Her fingertips dug into the slippery moss, the cold seeping deep into her bones. Her body kept sinking. The foul, murky water rose over her head, crushing the last bit of air. The final thing she saw was a face on the riverbank, her so-called best friend, Lin Wei. Just moments ago, Lin Wei had been crying and begging her to find more food. Now, her face was calm and distant, even showing a hint of impatience. Water rushed into her mouth, nose, and ears, and her lungs burned with pain. Guing gasped sharply. Her chest rose and fell, but there was no choking, no icy water. Her fingers touched something soft and dry, a bedsheet. Sunlight slipped through a gap in the curtains, leaving a bright patch on the floor. The air smelled faintly of laundry detergent and, from downstairs, the scent of fried breakfast food drifted up. Quiet, so peaceful it made her heart tremble. She sat up suddenly, her heart pounding hard, her temples throbbing. Looking around, she saw beige walls, a desk piled with design drafts, a half-finished glass of water on the nightstand, and her phone flashing with endless project messages. This was her bedroom. After 10 years in a ruined world, floods, mud, hunger, and constant struggle, this normal scene felt unreal, like a dull knife slowly cutting through her mind. Her hands shook as she grabbed her phone. The screen lit up. The date was clear and sharp, July 12th, Year X, 8:03 a.m. There were still 21 days before the massive tsunami that would drown the world. 10 years since Lin Wei had pushed her into the freezing flood. Or had she come back? Ding dong. The WeChat notification made her jump.
Zenda, Lin Wei.
Inging, are you awake? That necklace we saw yesterday, I keep thinking it would look perfect on you. 3, it's just a bit pricey though. If only someone could help me out a little, a cute sticker followed. Guing stared at the message, her nails digging into her palm. The sharp pain told her clearly, this was not a dream. 10 years ago, she had been swayed by the same soft words and gentle tone, giving away her savings again and again. Even after the world fell into chaos, she had shared most of the food she risked her life to find. In the end, all she got in return was a cold, heartless push from behind. Before the icy hatred could fully spread through her heart, her vision suddenly blurred. The world around her twisted and vanished, replaced by a vast, gray space with no end in sight. Beneath her feet was a strange surface, neither solid nor unreal. There was no clear source of light, yet a soft glow filled the air, carrying an ancient, indescribable feeling. She floated in the center of this space, looking around in confusion. Where was this? Before she could think further, the scene blurred again. In the blink of an eye, she was back in her familiar bedroom, still sitting on the bed. The message on her phone screen glared at her as if nothing had happened. It felt like that strange moment had been just an illusion. But Gu Ying's heart was racing. A strong, instinctive feeling urged her to act. She suddenly reached out her hand, focused her mind, and whispered, "Collect." The half glass of water on her bedside table vanished instantly. At the same time, inside her vision, in that gray space, the same glass of water floated quietly in midair. Guing froze, overwhelmed by shock and joy. A space. It was a real space. The power that countless people had dreamed of in the end times. She had it now, the moment she was reborn. Her hands trembled as she focused again. The glass of water reappeared on the bedside table, perfectly still, not even a ripple on the surface. It was real, truly real. The realization made her dizzy. Years of hardship in the apocalypse helped her suppress the storm of emotions. She threw off the blanket, got out of bed, and paced barefoot across the cold floor. Rebirth. And a space. Lin Wei's message lingered in her mind like a cold, poisonous snake. Guing walked to the window and pulled the curtains open with a sharp sound. The summer sunlight poured in, bright and warm. Down in the garden, elderly people practiced Tai Chi, children laughed and chased each other, and office workers hurried by. Everything looked peaceful and full of life, no sign that in just 21 days, This place would become a flooded wasteland. Her lips curved into a faint smile, one without any warmth. Fine. What's a necklace compared to that? She turned back to the bed, picked up her phone, and quickly typed a reply to Lin Wei. Sure, if you like it, buy it. Once I finish my work, I'll go shopping with you. Her tone sounded even warmer than before. After putting down the phone, the last trace of emotion in her eyes disappeared, leaving only calmness and sharp focus. Time, every second, was more precious than gold. She opened her laptop and picked up another private phone. The screen lit up, showing an unread message from her banking app. Dear customer, your account ending in 0812 received a transfer of 500,000 yuan on July 11th. Current balance, 500,000. It was all her savings from years of work, plus the small inheritance from her parents. Money she had planned to use to build a stable future. In her previous life, most of it had been wasted on Lin Wei and various so-called friends. When the world fell into chaos, it became nothing but meaningless numbers. Without hesitation, Guing logged into her online bank account. Her fingers moved quickly as she redeemed all her fixed investments and combined her savings. Altogether, she had 1,876,325.40 yuan, a fortune that could have given her a comfortable life in peaceful times. But with the end of the world approaching, it was only the starting fund for her survival. She opened a new document, her eyes sharp as blades, and her fingers tapped rapidly on the keyboard, creating a detailed list of supplies. Food, rice, flour, oil, salt, sugar, seasonings, vacuum-packed meat, dried vegetables, instant meals, canned food, self-heating rations. Enough for 10 years, the more the better. Water, bottled water, large purification systems, purification tablets. Water was the source of life. In the later days, a cup of clean water could mean survival. Medicine, antibiotics, painkillers, cold medicine, stomach medicine, first aid kits, gauze, alcohol, iodine. Each category listed carefully, these were the true currency against death. Weapons, machetes, fire axes, compound bows, crossbows. Hard to get in peaceful times, but she had to find a way. Tools, battery, solar charging panel, generator, with fuel, rope, crowbar, waterproof tarp, heating equipment. Clothing, durable outdoor jacket and pants, hiking boots, thermal underwear, raincoat. The list was so long it seemed endless, with each item marked with an estimated quantity and priority level. After finishing the rough outline, Guing picked up her phone and started making calls. Her voice was calm and steady. Hello, manager? Yes, it's me, Guing. I'd like to ask about short-term rentals for large warehouses in the suburbs. Mr. Lee, you mentioned a batch of near-expiry military canned food and compressed biscuits last time? Yes, I'll take them all. The price is fine, but I need them delivered to the designated warehouse today. Aunt Zhang, could you please contact that grain and oil wholesaler in your hometown? Yes, rice and flour, 10 tons to start with. Payment in cash. One call after another, money flowed out like water. Her credit cards maxed out, and several bank loan officers soon received her inquiries. Her tone remained calm and organized. Some of her requests were unusual, like buying large amounts of seeds, farming books, and strange chemical materials, but she paid promptly, so no one questioned her much. At most, they thought she might be eccentric or planning to open a huge general store. Only Guing knew the truth. She was buying herself a chance to survive the next 10 years. After working intensely all morning and finalizing several major orders, Guing suddenly felt a wave of hunger and weakness. She went into the kitchen to make something to eat, but the fridge held only a few bottles of yogurt, some eggs, and a handful of wilted vegetables. Memories of her past life, when she had starved and eaten bark and muddy water, rushed back, making her stomach tighten painfully. Her eyes darkened. Without hesitation, she grabbed her phone and keys, ready to go on a large shopping trip, starting with a nearby supermarket. With a ding, the elevator doors opened. A man and a woman stood at the entrance, speaking in a soft, clingy tone. Oh, Brother Zhou, please help me just this once. I really love that necklace. Guing will definitely lend me the money. It was Lin Wei, holding onto a man's arm playfully. That man, Zhou Yuntian, was someone Guing had once been close to in her previous life, almost becoming her boyfriend. A man who lives off others and is good at manipulating people. Zhou Yuntian looked troubled, but there was a hint of hidden pleasure in his tone. Wei, it's not that I don't want to help, but Ying seems short on money lately. Besides, it's not right to keep asking her for it. What's wrong with that? She's the only one in her family. If she doesn't spend her money, it'll just go to waste. She's not stylish and doesn't know how to dress up anyway. Spending it on us is the best use of it. Brother Zhou, please talk to her for me. Guing stood by the elevator, watching them coldly. Not stylish? Doesn't know how to dress up? In her past life, those words had crushed her confidence. She kept trying to please them with gifts, hoping to prove her worth. Now, hearing it again, it just sounded ridiculous and harsh. She walked toward them, her footsteps catching their attention. Lin Wei turned around, her face instantly covered with a sugary smile.
Ying.
You're here. We were just talking about that necklace. Zhou Yuntian also turned, putting on his usual gentle, caring act. Ying, Wei's still young and a bit spoiled. When she likes something, she just wants it. Don't be to her. His words clearly took Lin Wei's side. In the past, Guing would have forced a smile and agreed, even while feeling hurt inside. Now, she stopped 3 steps away, her calm gaze moving from Lin Wei's greedy face to Zhou Yuntian's fake expression. She suddenly smiled, cutting Lin Wei off. Lin Wei quickly nodded, her eyes shining with expectation. Gu Ying's smile deepened, but her eyes were cold as ice. Don't you have your own parents? What? Lin Wei's smile froze, completely stunned. Zhou Yuntian was also taken aback. Gu Ying's tone was calm, with just a touch of mockery. She spoke clearly, word by word. You're asking me for money? Did I give birth to you? Or should you both kneel and call me Mom? Lin Wei's sweet smile shattered completely, as if she had been slapped. Her face twisted in shock and confusion. Zhou Yuntian's usual gentle expression also froze, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Guing. Ying? Lin Wei's voice trembled, almost crying. How can you say that to me? Aren't we best friends? She spoke and instinctively reached out to grab Gu Ying's arm, just like she used to when acting cute or trying to get her way. Guing stepped back half a step, neatly avoiding the hand that was about to touch her. That hand froze awkwardly in midair. Friend? Guing repeated, drawing out the last word with a hint of mocking amusement. A friend who's your personal ATM and emotional trash can? Or do you just misunderstand what friendship means? Her eyes swept over Lin Wei's new designer bag, the one she had borrowed money from Guing to buy last month. Guing. Zhou Yuntian finally found his voice. His brows furrowed as he tried to sound righteous. You've gone too far. Apologize to Wei right now. She's just upset. Do you have to be so harsh? Harsh? Guing laughed softly, as if she had just heard a great joke. She turned her gaze to Zhou Yuntian, looking him up and down with cold, sharp eyes, as if she were examining a pile of useless junk. Zhou Yuntian, that suit you're wearing, I bought it, didn't I? The tie too. And the 30,000 you borrowed last month for some urgent business dinner. When will you pay that back? Zhou Yuntian's face turned bright red. His lips trembled, but no words came out. The noise had already drawn the attention of nearby neighbors, who were peeking curiously from their doors.
You.
He stammered for a long time before finally blurting out weakly, We're talking about Wei right now.
Oh, her.
Guing nodded and looked back at Lin Wei, whose face had gone pale. Her tone was light, almost cheerful, as if she were talking about the weather. If you like the necklace, buy it yourself. If you can't afford it, maybe try working harder, or find someone willing to buy it for you. For example, she glanced meaningfully at Zhou Yuntian. He seems more than happy to spend money, especially when it's mine. She had no interest in watching their embarrassed faces any longer. She walked past them and headed straight out. Guing, you'll regret this. Lin Wei shouted behind her, her voice shrill and furious, her mask completely torn off. "Without us, no one would even look at you." Going didn't stop or turn around. She simply lifted her hand and waved lazily, as if brushing away a buzzing fly. The sunlight was strong, making the asphalt road shimmer with heat. Going took a deep breath. The air carried no smell of decay or blood, only the mix of car exhaust and the aroma of street food. She walked straight toward the largest supermarket outside the neighborhood. A shopping cart? No. She went directly to the duty manager. "Hello, I'd like to buy a large quantity of goods and pick them up directly from the warehouse," she said calmly and professionally. The manager looked at the young woman with hesitation. "Miss, for bulk purchases, we usually need an advance request," and Going opened her mobile banking app and showed the balance on her screen. The numbers made the manager's eyes widen. "I'll pay 5% above the wholesale price for everything, plus the delivery fee to the specified location. The first batch must be sent out before 3 this afternoon."
"Here's the list."
She showed part of the list she had prepared on her phone, mainly vacuum-packed rice and flour, canned food, cooking oil, seasonings, and bottled water, all measured in hundreds of pounds or boxes. The manager swallowed hard, his hesitation quickly replaced by enthusiasm. "No problem. Absolutely no problem. Please come this way, Mississippi. Let's check the list together. The warehouse is in the back. I'll have the staff start preparing right away." For the next few hours, Going moved between the supermarket's warehouse and several large wholesale markets. She worked like a precise, tireless machine, checking goods, bargaining, paying, and arranging a rented, secluded warehouse as a transfer point. Tons of grain, oil, and food supplies, boxes of canned and instant food, piles of bottled water and drinks, compressed biscuits in every flavor. Whenever a warehouse was nearly full, she would ask the workers to leave under the excuse of checking inventory, then lock the door. Then she reached out her hand. In an instant, the mountain of supplies vanished, swallowed by a vast gray space where everything floated neatly in order. The space seemed endless. No matter how much she stored, it never showed a ripple. Each time she did this, a faint warmth spread through her otherwise cold heart. This was her strength, her fortress against a world on the edge of collapse. At a large outdoor gear store, she nearly emptied their entire stock. Top-grade insulated tents, waterproof sleeping bags, heavy-duty climbing ropes, multi-purpose shovels, water purifiers, large batteries, and portable solar panels. And, placed in the innermost section, compound bows and crossbows that could only be bought through special channels, along with a large number of arrows. The total cost was astonishing, and the store manager's smile nearly reached his ears. "Would you like me to arrange delivery for you?" the manager asked eagerly. "No need. My friend's car is right behind the store," Going replied calmly, directing the staff to move everything to a corner of the warehouse. The moment the warehouse door closed, all the supplies vanished. She moved on to the next location. Buying medicine was a bit more complicated, but by claiming it was for a company project supporting medical aid in remote areas, she managed to purchase large quantities of antibiotics, painkillers, first aid kits, gauze, alcohol, iodine, and even some prescription drugs from different pharmacies and medical suppliers. By the time she left the last pharmacy, the sky was already turning dark. Her phone buzzed. Caller ID, Lin Wei. Going raised an eyebrow and hung up. The other person called again and again. Going simply blocked the number. Almost at the same time, Zhou Yintian's call came in. She hung up and blocked him too. Finally, peace. She stood by the street, the evening breeze brushing her slightly damp hair. The sunset cast a golden glow over the city. Beautiful but false. The streets were still busy, cars honking, people laughing and chatting, unaware of the disaster drawing near. Her gaze swept past the bright shop windows and the smiling faces inside. Her heart remained calm and cold. She hailed a taxi and gave the driver an address, a large wholesale market for fresh meat on the other side of the city. The taxi joined the heavy evening traffic. Neon lights flickered outside, their reflections shifting across her expressionless face. Stockpiling had only just begun. Time was running out. The taxi crawled through the thick evening traffic. Outside, neon lights and lively voices created the illusion of a celebration before the end. Guing leaned back in the car seat with her eyes closed. She looked as if she were resting, but her mind had already sunk into that gray, misty space. Supplies were piling up at a reassuring pace. Bags of rice, flour, and oil formed a solid base. Nearby stood stacks of bottled water, while all kinds of canned food, compressed rations, and vacuum-packed meat lined up like soldiers waiting for inspection. The medicine area, tool area, and outdoor gear section were all neatly organized. The space seemed endless, quietly swallowing everything and giving back a cold sense of fullness. But it still wasn't enough. The fear carved into her bones after 10 years of surviving the apocalypse screamed inside her. Food, water, medicine, weapons, these were the basics for staying alive. But to live well, to live long, she needed more. Better equipment, stronger protection, and even some non-essentials that could make life easier. She opened her eyes, tapped on her phone's map, and slid her finger across the screen until it stopped at a small, unnoticed area on the edge of the city, the old industrial zone, full of abandoned factories and warehouses. It was a messy place, hiding many secret trades. "Driver, change the address," she said, giving the name of a logistics park on the edge of that area. The driver glanced at her in the rearview mirror, surprised that a young woman would go to such a place after dark. But he didn't ask questions. He turned the wheel and took another road. The closer they got to the industrial zone, the emptier it became. The streetlights were dim, few people were around, and the roar of heavy trucks filled the air. Guing got out at the gate of the logistics park and paid the high fare. When the taxi's taillights disappeared, she didn't go inside. Instead, she turned into a narrower, darker alley nearby. Her steps were quick and steady. In her previous life, during the early days of the apocalypse, she had struggled to survive in this area while searching for supplies. She knew some hidden corners here. Her memory stopped at a rusty iron door. There was no sign, only a faded spray-painted mark in the corner that looked like a twisted eagle. She raised her hand and knocked 7 times, 3 long for short. A small window on the door slid open silently, and a pair of cautious eyes studied her from the darkness. "Eagle," Guing said calmly, using a code name she remembered from her past life. "I'm here to buy tools." The small window closed. A moment later, the iron door creaked open, leaving a narrow gap just wide enough for one person to pass through. Inside was a spacious warehouse that had been converted for other use. The lights were dim, and the air carried a mix of oil, metal, and tobacco smells. Several strong men in work vests sat or stood around, their eyes fixed on her, the unexpected visitor, with a mix of curiosity and faint disdain. A man with a scar on his face, clearly the leader, walked over with a cigarette in his mouth. "Miss, you sure you're in the right place?" 3 compound bows with 300 matching arrows. 2 military crossbows with 500 steel pellets. 5 mountain knives, all sharpened. Guing skipped any small talk and stated her request directly. Her calm, clear voice echoed through the warehouse. "If you have them in stock, I'll take them now. Price is negotiable." The scarred man's casual attitude faded a little. He squinted at her. "That's quite a list. What do you need all that for?" "Outdoor exploration. Self-defense." Guing gave a simple excuse and pulled a thick stack of cash from her backpack. The crisp bills gave off a fainting smell. "Deposit. The rest when the goods arrive." At the sight of the money, the men's eyes changed instantly, greed spreading like wildfire. The scarred man stared at the cash, then at her, before grinning and showing his yellowed teeth.
"All right."
"But these things don't come cheap." He named a price far above the market rate. Guing didn't even frown.
"Fine.
"But I want to check the goods now." Her decisiveness caught him off guard for a moment, then his eyes flickered. "Wait here." He waved, and one of his men disappeared through a small door at the back. The air grew tense while they waited. The men's gazes lingered on her, but Guing seemed unaffected. She stood quietly, her eyes calmly studying the warehouse layout and the scattered equipment in the corners. Soon, The man returned carrying several long wooden boxes and thick cloth bags. They opened them. The compound bows had sleek, sharp lines. The crossbows gleamed with cold metal. The knives looked heavy and well-maintained. Guing stepped forward, picked up a bow, and drew the string slightly, her movements smooth and practiced, nothing like a beginner's. She checked the crossbow triggers and the sharpness of the blades. The last trace of doubt in the scarred man's eyes disappeared, replaced by a calculating look. "No problem with the goods, right?" he asked. He gave a fake smile that didn't reach his eyes. "All right." Guing lowered her bow and nodded. "Help me move it to the road outside. The car I called will be here soon." As she spoke, she reached for her phone. "Hey, no rush." The man with the scar raised a hand to stop her, his smile turning darker. "Miss, this stuff is risky. Our rule here is to charge a little risk deposit. Not much, just this amount." He held up. It was open extortion. Guing looked at his and suddenly gave a light smile. "A deposit?" she repeated, lifting her eyes. In the dim light, her gaze was so dark it seemed bottomless. "How about I help you save some medical expenses instead?" Before her words faded, the man closest to her, who had been staring at her rudely, let out a sharp scream. "My eye!" He clutched his left eye, and blood quickly streamed through his fingers. A small, rusty piece of metal, from who knows where, was stuck deep in his eye. Almost at the same time, bang. Crash. A high-powered light on the warehouse ceiling suddenly exploded, showering glass shards like rain. A pile of metal pipes nearby lost balance and came crashing down toward the scarred man and his companions. Everything happened so fast that no one could react. The warehouse was instantly in chaos. Screams, shouts, and the clanging of metal filled the air. The scarred man stumbled out of the way, but a pipe still scraped his arm, burning with pain. He looked up in shock and saw the girl still standing exactly where she had been, not even moving an inch. In the dim light, half her face was shadowed, and the faint curve of her lips looked cold and distant. Strange, too strange. Was all that just a coincidence? The metal piece, the shattered light, the falling pipes. Why did it all happen at that exact moment? A chill ran down the scarred man's spine. He had been in this line of work for years, used to danger and blood, but this was something else. He muttered under his breath, looking at his injured men and the mess around him, then at the eerily calm girl. Any thought of extortion vanished completely. This woman was trouble. "Take the goods. The money. The money's as we agreed." He almost blurted it out, just wanted to get rid of this troublesome person as quickly as possible. Guing said nothing. She stepped forward and threw him the backpack full of cash. Then, alone, she easily lifted several wooden boxes and cloth bags that were far heavier than anyone could imagine and walked steadily out of the warehouse. No one dared to stop her. Everyone still standing stared in shock and disbelief at her back, watching her slender arms lift those heavy objects as if they were bags of cotton. Only when the iron door closed behind her did the warehouse erupt with the scar-faced man's furious shout. "What are you all standing there for? Call a car. Get him to the hospital." Guing walked out of the dark alley and, in a spot hidden from the cameras, stored everything she carried into her special space. In the distance, faint police sirens could be heard. Someone at the warehouse must have called the police. Expressionless, she pulled up her hood and melted into the deeper shadows of the night, heading toward her next destination, the outdoor gear store she had chosen earlier, known for its good reputation. It was time to clear out the rest of the high-end equipment. The night wind brushed past, carrying the noise of the distant city and the sour smell of nearby garbage. Her shadows stretched long under the streetlights, each step steady and firm. The small accident in the warehouse had only been a test of her mental power. The rusty piece of metal she had seen while checking the goods was what she had secretly wrapped and controlled with her mind. The lamp and steel pipe had been moved by more precise mental force. Although this body had not yet been strengthened, the combat instincts and mental power she had gained through 10 years of surviving the apocalypse seemed to have returned with her rebirth. Because of that strange space, They were now even sharper and easier to control than before. In the apocalypse, kindness and hesitation only lead to one's own downfall. Whether it was the greed of a former friend, the deceit of a selfish man, or the threats of these underground thugs, anyone who reached out to harm her would lose their hand. The night grew darker, but her steps toward her goal never slowed. Time passed, minute by minute. Police sirens wailed a few blocks away, like a mournful song for the city at dusk. Guing pulled her hood lower and moved quickly through the shadows of the abandoned factory buildings, silent as a ghost. The small disturbance at the warehouse was already far behind her. 10 years after the apocalypse, she had seen scenes far more brutal than this, 10 times worse. The screams of a few thugs couldn't even make her heartbeat quicken. What she needed now was efficiency. The outdoor gear store with a good reputation was located on the edge of an old commercial district. At this hour, most shops had already pulled down their shutters. The lights in the Explorer Outdoor Supplies store were still on. The owner, a slightly balding middle-aged man, was polishing an old compass under the counter light. When he heard the wind chime ring, he looked up. "Welcome. What can I help you with?" His gaze paused briefly on Guing, showing a hint of surprise. A young woman coming alone to such a store at this hour was unusual. Guing didn't waste words. She opened a detailed list on her phone and turned the screen toward him. 3 high-altitude tents, ones that can withstand -40 degrees and strong winds. 10 sets of Gore-Tex jackets and pants for both men and women, sizes within this range. Top-grade waterproof, non-slip hiking boots, 10 pairs for each size. And these. Her finger moved quickly across the screen, showing a long list of items, from professional ice axes, pitons, gaiters, and crampons to large insulated flasks, sleeping pads, headlamps, and even small wind generators. The quantities were astonishing. The owner stopped polishing the compass. The casual look on his face disappeared completely. He took the phone and studied the list carefully, his expression growing more serious with each line. "Miss, are you planning to climb Everest? Or spend the winter in Antarctica?" he asked half-jokingly, though his eyes were full of curiosity. These items, especially the large equipment, weren't things ordinary hobbyists would buy. The amount she wanted could outfit a small expedition team. Company team building. "The project is confidential," Guing said calmly, her tone steady. "Do you have these in stock? Or how soon can you get them?" The owner hesitated, his eyes scanning her overly calm face. He had met many strange customers in his line of work, but never someone this young with such a cold, steady gaze. "Most of it's in stock in the warehouse. But the extreme weather tents and wind generators need to be transferred from the main storage. The soonest they can arrive is tomorrow afternoon." He paused for a moment and gave a total price, a number high enough to make an average family gasp. Guing didn't even blink.
All right.
"I'll take the items in stock now. The rest, deliver them tomorrow to this address." She gave him the location of another warehouse she had just rented, one farther away. "How much is the deposit?" Her decisiveness made the shop owner glance at her in surprise. Without asking more, he quickly wrote up the order and calculated the cost. While he turned to the storeroom to check the goods, Guying's eyes fell on a photo under the glass counter. It showed the owner and a teenage boy smiling brightly on top of a snowy mountain, sunlight shining on the snow so strongly it almost hurt to look at. Dreams and passion in peaceful times. Expressionless, she looked away toward the window. Outside, a mother was walking with her cheerful child, who was holding a colorful pinwheel. 20 days left. "Miss, the items are ready. They're all in the small storeroom at the back. Would you like to check them?" The owner's voice interrupted her thoughts. Guing nodded and followed him into the crowded storeroom. It was filled with all kinds of gear, the air carrying the smell of rubber and canvas. The goods she had ordered were neatly stacked together like a small mountain. She stepped forward and began checking the tent seams, pressing the fabric of the jackets, and testing the brightness of the headlamps. Her movements were quick and professional. She seemed to know even more than the owner himself. He watched her, his surprise growing. "No problem," Guing said after finishing. She straightened up. Please step out for a moment. My company's people will be here in 10 minutes to load the truck. I need to double-check the list. The owner hesitated but nodded, calling the only clerk to leave with him and closing the door behind them. As soon as the door shut, Guing raised her hand. In an instant, the piles of professional equipment vanished, leaving the storeroom half empty. She showed no change in expression, opened the door, and walked out. All checked? The owner asked. Yes. Guing paid the remaining balance and took the receipt. Please make sure tomorrow's delivery is on time. When she stepped out of the Explorer, the night air felt colder. She glanced at her phone. The date had quietly changed. July 13th. 20 days until the tsunami arrived. Time slipped away like sand through her fingers, faster and faster. The next stop was the largest hardware and building materials market in the west of the city. Although it was already closed, she had arranged to meet a warehouse manager who took private jobs. Thick waterproof cloth, steel pipes of all sizes, angle irons, steel plates, wire mesh, and a large number of tools, electric saws, cutters, drills, screws, nails, and even a few diesel generators and barrels of fuel. These were the real framework for her survival shelter. The deal went smoothly. Money could solve almost anything, especially now. Watching the manager leave happily with his generous overtime pay, Guing emptied the small rented warehouse once again. By the time she returned to her apartment building, tired but unusually alert, the sky was already turning pale gray. At the entrance, a figure was curled up on the steps. She looked like she had been waiting for a long time. Her hair was damp with dew, strands sticking to her forehead, her makeup smudged, eyes swollen, arms wrapped around herself, looking pitiful in the chilly morning air. When she saw Guing, she immediately stood up, her voice hoarse and trembling.
Ying.
You're finally back. I waited for you all night. She rushed forward to grab Gu Ying's hand, but Guing easily avoided her. Ying, are you still mad at me? Lin Wei's tears fell again. I'm sorry, it was my fault yesterday.
I shouldn't have spoken like that.
I just really liked that necklace, and Joe kept saying it looked nice. I was wrong, please forgive me, okay? We're best friends, aren't we? The same act again, playing weak, crying, and trying to make her feel guilty. Guing watched her performance, her heart cold and numb. In her past life, it was these tears and the words best friend that had led her to ruin. Are you done? Guing interrupted, not even bothering to hide her impatience. If you're done, move.
I'm Buse.
Lin Wei's sobs stopped instantly, as if someone had cut off her voice. She stared at Guing in disbelief, as though seeing her for the first time.
Ying.
You. Why are you like this now? She murmured, her eyes full of hurt and confusion. Did Joe say something to you? Did he lie to you? Don't believe him. Yesterday, he even told me. What he said doesn't matter. Guing replied coldly. Guing looked at her as if she were something lifeless. Whatever happened between you and him doesn't matter. Lin Wei, can't you understand plain words? We're finished. The last 4 words were spoken softly and slowly, yet they struck like ice. Lin Wei's face turned completely pale. Her lips trembled, and the pitiful act she had been putting on finally collapsed. A flash of resentment appeared in her eyes. Guing, do you have to be so heartless? She shouted. It's just some money. Do you think I care that much? I can live just fine without you. You'll see, one day you'll come begging me. Guing suddenly smiled. She took a step forward, closing the distance between them. In the faint morning light, her smile made Lin Wei feel a chill rise from her feet. She instinctively stepped back. Beg you? Gu Ying's voice was soft, almost a whisper, but carried a deadly calm. When the water rises to your neck, remember not to come to me. Lin Wei's eyes widened, as if she couldn't understand, or as if what she heard was too absurd to believe. She looked into Gu Ying's deep, unreadable eyes. There was no trace of humor there, only a cold, unshakable certainty that made her heart race with fear. She's crazy. Completely crazy. Lin Wei's throat went dry. All the angry words she wanted to say stuck in her throat, leaving only a strange, suffocating fear. Guing no longer looked at her. She stepped aside and entered the door code. The door opened, then closed again. It shut out the stiff, fearful, and resentful figure completely. The soft morning light fell on Gu Ying's calm, unwavering face. She took out her phone. The screen lit up, and the marked date on the calendar stood out sharply. 20 days left. Instead of going home, she walked toward the basement. There, she had already stored a batch of special supplies, high-energy rations, and a seed collection. Her preparations were not yet complete. Time waits for no one. The door closed behind her, cutting off Lin Wei's frightened and resentful face. Outside, there was a faint sound of a frustrated stomp, then silence. Gu Ying's face remained expressionless. She walked straight to the elevator and pressed the down button. The basement was several degrees cooler than above ground. The air smelled of dust and old cardboard. One by one, the motion sensor lights flickered on, illuminating the cluttered hallway. Her steps stopped in front of a heavy iron door. It was a small storage room she had rented years ago, once used to keep her parents' old belongings and off-season clothes. She rarely came here, maybe once every few months. She inserted the key into the lock and turned it. The hinges made a faint scraping sound. Inside, it wasn't as dusty as she had imagined. Dozens of sturdy cardboard boxes with foreign letters printed on them were neatly stacked, taking up most of the space. Beside them were several smaller temperature-controlled containers. Military rations, high-energy compressed food from different countries, each with a long shelf life. She had bought them in batches through special channels under the name of outdoor testing. The last shipment had arrived early this morning. In another container were seeds she had spent a lot of money to get: cold and drought-resistant grains, fast-growing vegetables, and even some medicinal plants. Each type was carefully packed in small bags, labeled with names and planting instructions. In the late days of the apocalypse, a bite of fresh vegetables was worth more than gold, and seeds meant lasting hope. She locked the storage room again. Her fingertips brushed over the cold surface of a box. In an instant, the entire roomful of supplies disappeared, safely stored in that gray, misty space she controlled. After finishing, she let out a long breath she had been holding. The intense use of her spatial ability made her temples throb, and a wave of exhaustion spread through her mind. But deep inside, the heavy stone pressing on her heart seemed to settle a little more firmly. When she returned to the surface, daylight had already filled the sky. The neighborhood was lively, people heading to work and school, cars passing by, full of the noise and warmth of everyday life. Gu Ying stood downstairs, squinting at the bright morning sun, then took out her phone. On the screen were more than a dozen missed calls from Zhou Yuntian, along with several messages. "Ying, why did you block all of us?" Wei Wei cried all night. She knows she was wrong. If there's a misunderstanding, we can sit down and talk. There's no need to make things so tense. Answer the phone. What do you really want? The last message had been sent an hour ago, the tone already showing impatience. Gu Ying gave a faint, cold smile and cleared the notifications. Just as she was about to call her next supply contact, a local number appeared on the screen. She hesitated for half a second, then answered. "Is this Miss Gu Ying?" The voice on the other end was polite, even a little cautious. "I'm Xiao Zhang from Unju Agency. You once asked about the villa by the east suburb lake." Gu Ying remembered. That was one of the tasks on her list from the second day after her rebirth, a perfect safe house candidate, high above the flood line, easy to defend, and with a solid basement. But the owner's asking price had been too high, and it was for sale only, not for rent. With her limited funds, she had to put it aside. This is she. What about the house? Well, Miss Gu, Xiao Zhang's tone sounded a bit strange. The owner suddenly needs money. The price has dropped by about 1/3, and he's now willing to rent it out short-term. The only condition is that the 2-year rent must be paid in full today, and the contract signed immediately. What do you think? A 1/3 price drop? A sudden switch from sale to short-term rent? And it had to be decided today? A series of unusual conditions hit her at once. Gu Ying's first thought was that it might be a trap. Her instincts, sharpened by the end of the world, made her tense instantly. Why the rush? Her voice turned cold.
Well,
It's the owner's private matter. We didn't ask much, Xiao Zhang stammered. But the property rights are completely clear. We can go check the house right now, and all the paperwork can be done today. It's a rare chance. Several buyers have been watching it. Something so strange couldn't be simple. Either the house had a serious problem, maybe it was about to be seized, or someone was targeting her. Gu Ying's eyes darkened as she quickly went through a list of possible suspects. Lin Wei? Zhou Yuntian? No, they didn't have the brains or the power. The warehouse group? Unlikely, they were more direct. Or maybe her large-scale stockpiling had drawn someone's attention?
send me the address.
I'll check the area myself first, Gu Ying said calmly.
Ah, Miss Gu, that.
If it's inconvenient, forget it. No, it's fine. I'll send it right away. Xiao Zhang replied quickly. After hanging up, the address arrived on her phone. East Suburb, Lakeside Peninsula, a detached villa, quiet surroundings, excellent privacy. From the photos and location, it looked like the perfect refuge. Gu Ying didn't leave immediately. She stood still, closed her eyes, and tried to extend a faint thread of mental energy outward, like an invisible touch, gently reaching toward the idea of that address. There were no clear signs of danger, but a faint feeling of being watched quietly returned, lingering at the edge of her senses. It didn't come from the agent, nor from the house itself. It felt more like a cold, distant gaze from something higher. An illusion?
Or.
She suddenly opened her eyes and looked around. An old man walking his dog, office workers rushing for the bus. Everything seemed normal. The feeling of being watched disappeared. Was it just a hallucination caused by mental exhaustion? She wasn't sure. In the later days of the apocalypse, some people with psychic abilities could sense danger in advance, but her current level was far from that. After a moment of thought, she decided to check it out. If it was a trap, she would deal with it. If it was an opportunity, she couldn't afford to miss it. She called a car and set the destination to a shopping street about a kilometer away from the villa area. The ride took nearly an hour. The farther they went toward the eastern suburbs, the quieter it became. The villa district had strict security, and taxis weren't allowed inside. Gu Ying got out and walked closer. From a distance, she could see the gray-roofed, white-walled villa standing on a small peninsula, surrounded by water on three sides and slightly higher than the surrounding land. She didn't go through the main gate. Instead, she used the greenery as cover and moved to the back of the villa near the lake, stopping outside the iron fence. Through the fence and thick trees, she could see that the villa looked quite nice, even with a separate entrance leading to the basement. But she sharply noticed that a curtain on the second floor moved, just a little. Not the kind of movement from normal living, but a deliberate act of watching. Something was definitely wrong. Gu Ying's heart tightened slightly, and she was about to quietly retreat, when suddenly, ding! A faint but crystal-clear electronic sound rang out, not from outside, but directly inside her mind. Detected suitable host with strong survival will. Spatial anchor stable. Binding conditions met. Apocalypse delivery system. Forced activation in progress. Activation complete. What kind of thing is this? The cold mechanical voice echoed in her mind, as if it had been welded into her nerves. Mission failed. One random physical ability will be taken away, losing a physical ability. Sight? Hearing? Or maybe a leg? After 10 years in the apocalypse, she knew too well what losing any ability meant. It was worse than death. There was no option to refuse. Leaning against a cold fence, Gu Ying forced her racing heartbeat to calm down. Her eyes turned again toward the quiet villa. The curtain on the second floor no longer moved. A trap. No doubt about it. But the system, or whatever was controlling it, was forcing her to step right into it. The strange energy source was in the basement. She quickly scanned her surroundings. The villa stood by a lake, with tall trees in the backyard providing good cover. The security system looked standard, and there were no signs of high-voltage wires on the fence. At the more hidden northwest corner, a thick holly bush grew close to the fence. That was the spot. She took a deep breath, ran, stepped up, grabbed the top of the fence, and flipped over lightly, landing without a sound. Every move was clean and practiced, showing traces of long training. Crouching in the shadows, she listened carefully. Only the rustling of leaves in the wind and the soft sound of water on the lake could be heard. Like a shadow gliding close to the ground, she moved quickly across the lawn toward the villa. The basement had a separate entrance outside, a heavy iron door with a small window. Gooing took out a thin metal wire and a small tension wrench from her storage space, skills she had learned from an old thief in her past life, now unexpectedly useful again. Her fingers moved slightly, her hearing sharpened to the limit, catching every tiny sound inside the lock. A soft click. The lock released. She slowly pushed open the iron door, and a cool breeze carrying the smell of dust and dampness brushed against her face. The door hinge, long unoiled, gave a faint, grating creak that made her teeth ache. Behind the door, a set of concrete steps led downward into dim light. She slipped inside sideways and quietly closed the door. The basement was filled with dusty old furniture and clutter, the air heavy and still. But her attention was instantly drawn to a corner. There stood a low metal table, and on it lay something. Its shape was unclear, but she could faintly see a soft blue glow, like liquid gently flowing. A strange, indescribable energy pulsed from it. Weak, yet enough to make her senses sharpen. She held her breath, moving lightly and quickly toward it. Just as her fingertips were about to touch the blue light, the overhead lamp suddenly blazed to life. The harsh brightness swept away all the shadows. "Don't move. Hands up." A sharp command exploded from the stairway. Two men in black tactical gear rushed down, guns aimed straight at her. Their movements were fast and precise, clearly not ordinary guards. At the same time, the inner door behind her burst open, and two more men in the same uniform appeared, cutting off her escape. Gu Ying's heart sank, her body freezing mid-motion. Footsteps sounded above, slow, deliberate. A man in a tailored suit and gold-rimmed glasses descended, holding a tablet that showed the basement's surveillance feed. He looked at Gu Ying with a smile that carried the cold amusement of a cat toying with its prey. "Miss Gu Ying, is it?" he said, adjusting his glasses. His voice was calm, but edged with chill. "Impressive initiative. We only set this house as bait, and yet you took it so quickly. Quite the restless little fish." His gaze flicked to her hand, still hovering near the glowing object, then to the empty space behind her, as if wondering how she had slipped past the outer security.
Who are you?
Gu Ying slowly straightened, raising her hands. Her voice trembled slightly, but her eyes, sharp as blades, swept across every person, every weapon, every stance. "Us." The man with glasses smiled faintly. "You could say we're the ones who keep order. Miss Gu, your recent large-scale purchases have drawn quite a lot of attention. Can you explain what you're trying to do? And how did you find out about this node?" "Node?" He called that thing a node. Gu Ying's mind raced. These people weren't just after her supplies, at least not entirely. They seemed more interested in this so-called node, and they thought she knew something about it. 00:47:12. The red countdown numbers in her mind flickered coldly. I don't know anything about a node." She kept up her act as a frightened prey, her body trembling slightly. Her steps shifted back half a step, moving closer to the metal platform. "I just heard this house was cheap and wanted to take a look. I don't know what you're talking about. It seems you're not being very cooperative." The man with glasses lost his patience and tilted his chin slightly. The man in black closest to her stepped forward at once, a gun in one hand, reaching for her arm with the other, trying to restrain her. Gooing moved suddenly. The backward step turned into a powerful push. Instead of retreating, she lunged forward like a hunting leopard, slamming into the man's arm where he held the gun. At the same time, her raised hand struck down like lightning, one hand gripping his wrist and forcing it upward, the other driving her elbow hard into his throat. The man's eyes bulged as he let out a short, choking sound, his grip instantly weakening. It all happened so fast that the others didn't even have time to react. Gu Ying's movement to seize the gun was smooth, as if she had practiced it countless times. Her fingers slipped into the trigger guard, twisted and pulled. The gun was hers in less than a second. Without hesitation, she turned the weapon and fired at another man's leg nearby. The deafening gunshot exploded in the enclosed basement. A scream echoed. The smell of gunpowder filled the air. The other two men immediately fired back.
Bang! Bang!
Bullets tore into the old furniture where Gu Ying had just been, splinters flying everywhere. But she had already rolled aside, using the recoil to dive behind an old boiler. Her heart pounded wildly, her blood burned as it rushed through her veins, and every sense sharpened to its limit. Catch her. No matter what, the man with glasses lost his composure and shouted angrily, while quickly retreating toward the stairs. More footsteps came from upstairs. Reinforcements were arriving. Gu Ying gritted her teeth, peeked out from behind the boiler, and fired several shots.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
She wasn't aiming at people, but at the surveillance cameras and lights in the ceiling corners. Sparks flew, and the bulb shattered. The basement was instantly plunged into darkness, with only a faint blue glow from the metal platform providing light. Be careful. She shot out the lights. Don't shoot randomly. She's near the energy node. Use flashlights. Shouts echoed in the dark, and several beams of light swept around in panic. Using the brief confusion and cover of darkness, Gu Ying darted out from behind the boiler like a shadow and lunged toward the metal platform. Her fingertips finally touched the cold, faintly pulsing energy source. The texture was strange, neither metal nor stone. 00:38:49, mission item acquired. Reward granted, space access upgrade, basic. As the message sounded in her mind, Gu Ying didn't have time to check the reward. She grabbed the object and threw it into her storage space. At the same time, she felt the gray, misty space tremble slightly. Its boundaries seemed to expand for a moment, and something inside it subtly changed. She's at the node. Beams of light and bullets rained down at once. Gu Ying dove to the side, bullets grazing her back and hitting the floor, scattering bits of concrete. She rolled behind another pile of debris, breathing hard. Her back burned with pain, probably a scrape. The basement was filled with gunfire, shouting, and running footsteps. Flashlight beams swung wildly. She couldn't let herself be trapped here. She suddenly leaned out from behind the debris and emptied her magazine toward the staircase, leading deeper inside.
Bang! 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 Bang!
Cries and groans followed. Those trying to flank her were forced back. Out of bullets, she threw the empty pistol like a brick toward another direction to draw attention. Seizing the chance, she sprinted toward the only exit, the iron gate leading out of the yard. Don't let her escape. Bullets whizzed past from behind. She ran in a zigzag, feeling the air split beside her. The gate was right ahead. She slammed it open and burst into the sunlight of the backyard. Without looking back, she pulled a smoke bomb from her storage space, a black market item she had planned to save for later, bit off the ring, and threw it behind her. Thick gray-white smoke quickly spread at the basement entrance.
Cough.
It's a smoke bomb. Surround from outside. Gu Ying didn't look back. She climbed over the fence at full speed, landed, and ran straight toward her planned escape route. Behind her, alarms wailed through the villa district. But she had already melted into the crowd and traffic like a drop of water, disappearing without a trace. Her lungs burned, her back was damp, and adrenaline still surged wildly through her veins. In her mind, the cold voice of the system sounded again. Beginner mission complete. Apocalypse delivery service officially activated. First delivery mission will arrive in 1 hour. Please be ready to receive it. Leaning against the cold wall of a narrow alley, Guing gasped for breath, wiping sweat and traces of blood from her forehead. The system, the mission, the pursuit, the energy node, and the mysterious delivery that would appear in an hour. This world was far more complex and dangerous than she had imagined. She opened her palm. The faint blue glow still lingered in her vision. Survival had suddenly become a much greater challenge. The damp wall of the alley pressed against her back, bringing a chill that felt almost real. Guing breathed heavily, her lungs burning, the taste of metal in her throat. The rush of adrenaline was slowly fading, leaving behind trembling muscles and the sting of a bullet graze on her back. She quickly checked herself. Aside from the scrape and a few bruises, there were no serious injuries. The faint blue energy source in her storage space floated quietly, showing no other changes. Space access upgraded, basic, comma. She focused her mind and entered the space. It was still gray and endless. But somehow, everything seemed a bit clearer. What used to be a passive space for storing items now allowed her to faintly sense the detailed state of everything inside. She could even sort and move them with her mind more precisely. Before, she had to touch or get very close to an object to store it.
Now.
Her eyes fell on a discarded soda can 3 meters away. The can vanished instantly and appeared in the corner of her storage space. The range had expanded, and her control had greatly improved. This upgrade came at the perfect time. First delivery mission. Estimated arrival in 1 hour. Please prepare to receive it, the cold system voice echoed again, leaving no room for doubt. A delivery mission?
How? To where?
What was she supposed to deliver? She had no idea. The system's dominance was suffocating. She couldn't stay here any longer. The faint sound of alarms came from the Villa district. Those people would never give up. Quickly, she took out a dark coat from her space, put it on to cover the torn, blood-stained clothes beneath, pulled up the hood, and walked briskly out of the alley, blending into the busy crowd on the street. Her phone vibrated, several missed calls and messages from her previous supply partners, asking about the last delivery and the next shipment. Guing took a deep breath, forcing down her confusion and exhaustion, and began returning the calls. Her voice sounded calm as usual, even carrying a touch of urgency. Using the excuse of a temporary change in warehouse location, she redirected several important shipments to a more remote and hidden backup site. While talking, her sharp eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for a safe temporary spot to wait for the upcoming delivery mission. Finally, she turned into a large shopping mall. The crowd and heavy surveillance made it relatively safe. She went up to a quiet cafe on the top floor, chose a corner seat by the window where she could also watch the entrance, and ordered the strongest black coffee. The bitter liquid slid down her throat, sharpening her senses. Outside, the sunlight was bright, the city still busy and loud, full of life and movement, a picture of prosperity. Only she knew that in 20 days, this picture would be completely torn apart. And now, in this countdown to the end, new variables had appeared: systems, secret organizations, and relentless pursuers. Time ticked by second. Apocalypse delivery is about to arrive. Please proceed to the designated location to receive it. The intersection of Jinsui Road and Manhwa Alley, beside the third green trash bin on the southeast side. Countdown, 4 minutes and 59 seconds. The map location appeared clearly in her mind. Guing put down her coffee cup, stood up, and went downstairs. The intersection of Jinsui Road and Manhwa Alley was not far from the mall, a fairly busy street corner. On the southeast side stood a row of city trash bins. She pulled down the brim of her baseball cap, just bought from the mall, blended into the crowd, and slowly approached. The timer reached 0. Nothing happened. No delivery vehicle, no mysterious person, no package appearing out of thin air. Only hurried pedestrians and streams of traffic. Guing frowned slightly, scanning her surroundings with caution. Suddenly, her gaze stopped beside the third green trash bin. There, at some point, a little girl about 5 or 6 years old had appeared. She wore a faded floral dress, Her hair was dull and yellowish, her small face smudged with dirt. She was crouching, using a twig to poke at ants on the ground. Her presence seemed so natural, as if she had always been there. But Gu Ying's pupils shrank sharply. 10 years of surviving the apocalypse had honed her instincts. Something about this girl was wrong. It wasn't her looks or her actions, but a deeper, indescribable feeling. A cold, unnatural sense that wrapped tightly around the child's small body. People passed by, yet no one seemed to notice the strange little girl. Gu Ying took a deep breath and walked closer. She stopped a few steps away. The girl seemed to sense someone nearby and slowly lifted her head. Her eyes were empty and dull, without any trace of a child's liveliness, like two lifeless glass beads. She stared straight at Gu Ying. Then, she opened her mouth and showed a stiff, eerie smile. Her voice was dry and rough, like sandpaper scraping together, each word clear and deliberate as it reached Gu Ying's ears. Number 0731. Delivery. Please sign. The sound was so harsh it barely seemed human, scraping against her eardrums. The little girl's stiff, eerie smile stayed frozen on her face. Her hollow, glass-like eyes stared straight at Gu Ying, waiting for a response. Number 0731? Was that the girl's number, or the delivery number? Sign for it? How was she supposed to sign for this? A chill ran down Gu Ying's back, not from fear, but from the instinctive alertness that came when facing something completely unknown and not human. Her muscles tensed slightly, and her mental energy spread out like an invisible web, sensing even the smallest changes around her.
No ambush. No trap.
At least, not on a physical level. Was this thing in front of her the delivery itself? She stayed silent, neither moving closer nor answering. Her gaze shifted from the girl's empty eyes to her dirty dress, then to her mud-stained fingers. The girl kept that stiff, wide smile, motionless, like a puppet controlled by invisible strings. Time seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Then, the girl moved again. Very slowly, as if her joints were rusty, she raised a hand and pointed to her own forehead. Information. Transfer. The rough, sandpaper-like voice sounded again. The moment the words fell, Gu Ying felt a cold, chaotic stream of unfamiliar data surge into her mind like a high-pressure wave. A sharp pain exploded in her head. Her vision blurred and twisted, and a piercing sound filled her ears. Fragments of images, broken lines of text, strange symbols, and coordinates crashed into her consciousness. Tsunami Core Impact Range Revision Map, with underground current routes, abnormal weather node forecast, next 3 months, cleaner mutant type, early behavior and weakness analysis, basic mental training method, incomplete, unknown metal refining formula, partial. The amount of information was overwhelming and chaotic, as if countless books had been torn apart and stuffed into her mind. Gu Ying let out a low groan, her face turning pale. Her temples throbbed painfully, and she could barely stay on her feet. She grabbed a nearby lamppost, her knuckles turning white from the strain. The powerful stream of data kept pouring in, showing no sign of stopping, as if trying to burst her mind open. This couldn't go on. She clenched her teeth, acting almost on instinct, and forced her newly strengthened but still unsteady mental power into motion. It was no longer a delicate control, but a solid, invisible barrier that tightly protected the core of her mind. A faint cry of strain echoed deep in her head. The cold stream of foreign information crashed violently against her mental shield. The tearing pain made her vision blur, and a metallic taste rose in her throat. But the barrier did not break. The chaotic flow of information was blocked outside, unable to strike her mind directly. It wandered aimlessly around the shield, then seemed to find another outlet and rushed toward the gray, misty space within her. That space trembled slightly, like a hungry stomach, and began to absorb the chaotic information on its own. The painful pressure quickly faded. Gu Ying gasped for breath, cold sweat soaking her back as waves of weakness washed over her. The little girl was still standing there. The strange smile on her face had vanished, replaced by a blank, lifeless expression. She looked at Guing and spoke in a dry voice, energy depleted. Courier. Returning. When she finished, her small body suddenly went limp, the last trace of light fading from her eyes as she fell forward. Guing instinctively stepped up and caught her. The touch was icy, the body so light it hardly felt real. She checked for breath.
No pulse.
The small body had truly become an empty shell, like a delivery package completely used up. Gu Ying's heart tightened, as if gripped by a cold hand. She quickly looked around. Fortunately, no one had noticed this corner. She gently placed the girl's body behind a trash bin, covering it slightly with some cardboard boxes. After finishing, she turned away, pulled down the brim of her cap, and walked off quickly. Her steps looked steady, but her heartbeat pounded heavily against her ribs. A system, a delivery, using people as carriers, transmitting information at the cost of their lives. This so-called apocalyptic delivery was colder and crueler than she had ever imagined. She reached the next street, turned into a large supermarket, and locked herself in a restroom stall. Her mind sank into the inner space. The gray mist there seemed more alive than before. The chaotic information that had been forcibly injected was now being slowly absorbed, sorted, and organized by the space. Though still incomplete and messy, it was no longer aggressive. She tried to read. Tsunami Core Impact Range Revision Map. The originally predicted flooded area had expanded by nearly 5 kilometers, with several dangerous underground current channels marked. Under water pressure, these channels could form deadly whirlpools. One of the whirlpool centers passed right through the lakeside villa she had planned to buy. A chill ran down Gu Ying's back. If she had signed the contract today, 20 days later, that place would not be a safe house, but a death trap. Abnormal weather node forecast. The tsunami would not be followed by calm. Next would come extreme global weather, torrential rain, hail, freezing cold, and ground cracks. Several violent energy bursts were roughly marked with time and coordinates. Cleaner-type mutant, a fast, water-adapted creature that appeared in the later stages of the flood. It feared strong light and had extremely sharp hearing. The data included its preferred nesting areas and a few simple ways to deal with it. Basic mental power training method, fragment, a method to guide and slowly strengthen mental energy. Though incomplete, it was far more systematic than her own attempts. Unknown metal smelting formula, partial, a recipe for an alloy that required special high temperatures and energy to melt. Its purpose was unclear, and the data was incomplete. Each piece of information was priceless, knowledge that could have cost countless lives to obtain. This forcibly bound system, though harsh and domineering, had indeed delivered packages that were invaluable to her survival in the apocalypse. But what was the price? That little girl, number 0731, what was she? A created tool? A controlled survivor? How many more couriers like her existed? And what was the system's true goal? Countless questions circled in her mind, unanswered. Guing took a deep breath, forcing down her restless thoughts. Whatever the system's purpose, for now, this information was vital. She had to absorb it quickly and adjust her survival plan accordingly. The revised tsunami range meant that the backup safe zones she had chosen earlier needed to be reassessed. Information about extreme weather and the mutated beings made her realize she needed to buy more specific supplies, stronger lighting equipment, soundproof materials, underwater gear, and professional tools for surviving extreme cold. She had to start training her mental strength right away. And energy, she needed a lot of sustainable energy. In freezing weather, power would surely fail. Fuel generators required too much fuel and were easy to spot. Solar and wind power were unreliable in such conditions. She needed more options. Guing stepped out of the cubicle. Cold water splashed on her face, waking her senses. The person in the mirror still looked a little pale, but her eyes were calm and sharp, showing no trace of fear or hesitation. Time was running out. She took out her phone and started making calls as she walked. Her voice was calm and fast. "Hello, is this Polar Outdoor Gear?" "Yes, I'd like to double my previous order of polar cold weather suits and Arctic-grade sleeping bags." Manager about the diesel and gasoline. Yes, I need more. As much as you can get. Price doesn't matter. Engineerly, about the large water tanks and purification systems we discussed. Yes, I'll take them. Also, do you have small underwater oxygen circulation units? One call after another, and the large sum of money she had just received began to flow out again. She walked through the busy mall toward the parking lot, her step steady and purposeful. When she reached her simple car, she opened the door, then froze. On the driver's window, a folded note was stuck with chewing gum. Gu Ying's eyes turned cold as ice. She slowly removed the note and unfolded it. There was only one printed line. The note is not something you should touch. Hand over 0731, or next time, what you receive will be a part of yourself. The cold words felt like a snake's tongue brushing against her eyes. Hand over 0731, or next time, what you receive will be a part of yourself. A threat, clear and direct. They knew about 0731. They knew she had intercepted that package. And they had placed the note precisely on her car. This means that from the moment she left that villa, or rather, from the moment she stepped into that trap, she has never truly been out of the other person's sight. A cold feeling, like being wrapped by a poisonous snake, climbs up her neck. Gu Ying calmly crumples the note into a ball, pinching it with her fingertips. The paper ball silently disappears into her space, leaving no trace. She opens the car door, sits in the driver's seat, and starts the engine. The engine roars softly, and the air conditioning blows cold air, but it cannot dispel the chilling feeling that feels like maggots crawling at her bones. She doesn't drive away immediately. Instead, she grips the steering wheel and looks through the windshield, calmly scanning the parking lot exit, the rearview mirror, and every corner where someone might hide and watch. No suspicious vehicles, no strange figures. The other person just sent the note like a warning or a game of cat and mouse to show control. Hand over 0731? That little girl courier who has already lost her life? Why give her up? To recycle her? Or to destroy evidence? And the node. That strange energy source glowing faint blue. What exactly is it? Why is it worth so much trouble for the other side? Questions swirl, but there are no answers. Now is not the time to investigate. The other side mentioned the next delivery. This suggests they might have some strange delivery system, or maybe it's just a metaphor. Either way, her time feels even more compressed. The car leaves the parking lot and merges into the traffic. Gu Ying doesn't go home. That place is no longer safe. She heads straight to the outskirts of the city, to a new warehouse she just rented over the phone, using a fake identity and a prepaid disposable phone. On the way, she continues making calls, her voice calm and steady, without a hint of the threat she just faced. Yes, a large diesel generator, silent type, 5 units. Industrial storage tanks, the largest size, too. Yes, sealing must be perfect. Medical-grade oxygen machines, 3. Plus matching disinfection and filtration equipment. High-strength soundproofing materials, buy as much as possible. Underwater thrusters? Are they in stock? Her shopping list keeps growing wildly, focusing on energy, concealment, survival in extreme environments, and medical supplies. The numbers in her account are dropping faster than ever before. At the same time, she divided her attention in half, trying to operate the incomplete, mental power refinement method in her mind. The method was rough, more like an instinctive guide, forcing her mental strength to follow a specific path inside her mind. Each cycle caused tiny, needle-like stings, but afterward, she felt a strange sense of clarity and control. This helped her learn to control the upgraded space faster and might also prepare her to resist sudden information overload in the future. The car arrived at the new warehouse she rented. It was a small, standalone storage unit on the edge of the logistics park, with open space around it. She parked the car but didn't go inside immediately. Instead, she circled the warehouse, using her mental power like invisible tentacles to sense the surroundings. There were no cameras, no hidden bombs, and no ambushes. She opened the rolling door and quickly closed it again. Inside, the warehouse was empty, with only the smell of dust floating in the air. Going walked to the center and closed her eyes. Her consciousness sank into the space. That dull, gray area, having absorbed a lot of chaotic information and the faint blue node, seemed to become more solid. Its size also seemed to have subtly expanded. She began to release items outward. Not everything, just the urgently needed items that required sorting or might produce odors and needed ventilation. First, a few diesel generators and a large industrial oil tank filled nearly half the warehouse, filling the air with a strong smell of metal and machine oil. Next, various tightly packed medical equipment, boxes of medicines, and vacuum-sealed seeds. She moved like an tireless worker, carefully sorting the supplies, taking some out, inspecting them, and then reorganizing their storage based on a new plan. Sweat dripped down her forehead, and her back wound throbbed faintly with each movement. The mental effort caused a persistent headache, but she kept going without pause. The string in her mind was pulled tight, as if an invisible countdown and pursuers' footsteps were closing in behind her. After an unknown amount of time, her phone's alarm suddenly rang sharply. The last delivery truck she had scheduled was about to arrive. It carried canned food and bottled water. Going quickly took back the supplies she had just checked and counted, placing most of them into the storage space. Only the generator and oil tank, which were too heavy and had strong smells, she planned to have the delivery workers unload directly here, then she would sort them into the storage later. The rolling door opened. The night breeze blew in, carrying the heat of late summer and the distant noise of the highway. She stood at the door, waiting. A large truck's headlights appeared from afar, slowly approaching and stopping at the warehouse entrance. The driver was a middle-aged man looking tired, holding a delivery list as he got out to check. "Are you Boss Gu? Delivering canned food and water." "Yes, that's me." "Just unload inside." Guing pointed to the empty area inside the warehouse. The driver called over the workers to start unloading. The forklift roared, moving boxes and crates into the warehouse. Guing stood nearby, silently watching. Her mind was highly alert, like a radar scanning everything around her. She listened to the wind, insects, the engine idling of the truck, and the workers' heavy breathing. Until the last piece of cargo was unloaded, the driver came over with the delivery receipt. "Boss Gu, sign here." Guing took the pen, her eyes on the receipt. Just as her pen was about to touch the paper, warning. High-speed kinetic weapon detected approaching. Inside her mind, the cold system alert sounded again without warning. Almost instinctively, Guing reacted before her consciousness did. She suddenly lunged backward. Whoosh! A very faint, yet sharp sound of breaking air brushed past her ear. On the metal wall of the warehouse behind her, a tiny hole appeared instantly, with neat edges and faint smoke rising. Silenced? The worker in the truck froze, still unsure what had just happened. The exhaustion on the driver's face was replaced instantly by a cold, fierce expression. He threw down the list and suddenly reached for his waist. But Guing was faster than him. At the moment she fell, she already had a pistol from her space. Without aiming, she fired instinctively toward the driver. The gunshot was deafening in the open night. The bullet hit the weapon the driver had just drawn, sparks flying. The powerful recoil made him stumble backward.
Ah!
Someone's been hurt. The truck worker finally realized what was happening and let out a terrified scream. He scrambled to hide under the truck chassis. Guing didn't have time to care about him. She pushed the driver back with a quick move, then rolled continuously to find cover.
Whoosh!
Whoosh! 2 more silent bullets shot toward her, hitting the ground where she had just rolled, creating small craters in the concrete. That was still there. And not just one. The enemy had no intention of negotiating. They had come to kill. The driver steadied himself, shook off the numbness in his hand, and drew a pistol from his waist. His eyes were fierce as he fired repeatedly toward the cargo box, where Guing was hiding.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The bullets hit the cargo box, making dull thuds. The canned food inside burst open, spilling juice everywhere. Guing was pinned down behind the cargo box, breathing heavily.
Stay calm.
I must stay calm. The enemy was prepared, disguised as delivery personnel, with snipers supporting from a distance. I can't get trapped here. Suddenly, she grabbed several tear gas grenades from her pocket, stolen from the black market. Without hesitation, she threw them toward the driver's general direction and the possible positions. Hiss, hiss, thick, irritating white smoke instantly filled the warehouse entrance and surrounding area. Cough. It's tear gas, the driver cursed angrily, interrupted by violent coughing. The smoke also temporarily blocked the S-line of sight. Gooing darted out from behind the cargo box, not heading deeper into the warehouse but rushing straight toward the large truck. She opened the door and jumped into the driver's seat. The key was still in the ignition. She started the engine, shifted gears, and pressed the accelerator hard. The massive truck roared to life like a waking beast, charging out of the warehouse into the dense smoke outside. "Stop her!" the driver shouted hoarsely, coughing and firing his gun at the cab.
Bang! Bang!
The bullets hit the bulletproof glass, leaving spiderweb cracks but not breaking through. The truck sped out of the yard, crushing the greenery and rushing onto the side road. In the rearview mirror, smoke billowed, and she faintly saw the driver angrily shouting into a communication device. Farther away, on a high vantage point, a glint of reflective glass flashed briefly. Gooing tightly gripped the steering wheel, stepped on the gas pedal, and the truck jostled wildly along the narrow side road, attracting a chorus of honks and curses. Her heart pounded wildly in her chest. The wound behind her tore open again with the sudden movement, and warm blood soaked her clothes. She glanced in the rearview mirror. No vehicles were immediately chasing her. But she knew this was only the beginning. The other side had fired a gun and set up a. They wouldn't let her go easily. She took out her phone, smashed it, removed the SIM card, snapped it, and threw it out of the window. Then, she made a sharp turn at an intersection into a narrower, darker, unmonitored alley. After a few minutes, she quickly pulled over and turned off the engine. She jumped out of the truck without hesitation and immediately stored the large vehicle and the small amount of supplies inside it into her space. Then, she quickly hid in the dense greenery by the roadside, holding her breath to minimize her presence. Almost immediately after she disappeared, 2 black SUVs sped into the intersection and suddenly braked. Several armed men jumped out, cautiously looking around. The road was empty. Nothing was there.
Report.
The target vehicle has disappeared. The signal was lost right here.
Search.
She can't have gone far. The flashlights swept randomly through the darkness. Gooing curled up deep in the bushes, her body scratched by branches and leaves. Her wound throbbed painfully, and her breathing was strained to the limit. The hunt had begun. Cold sweat slid down Gu Ying's temples, mixing with the warm blood seeping from her wound, creating a sticky, dangerous feeling. She curled up deep in the bushes, which smelled of earth and decayed plants, like a stone statue, almost stopping her breath. The flashlight's beam harshly tore through the night, sweeping over the ground, tree trunks, and abandoned debris near her hiding spot. The light nearly brushed her at the edge of the bushes several times, shadows of leaves flickering on her face. What the? Can a big truck fly or what? A low, irritable male voice sounded nearby, accompanied by the sound of kicking gravel. Shut up. Search carefully. She must have used some method to hide it. Another calmer voice ordered. Check the greenbelt. And that broken house over there. Footsteps grew closer. Gu Ying's heart pounded heavily in her chest, but her eyes remained icy cold. Her mind was highly focused, like invisible threads sensing everything around her. Her awareness was on standby, ready to react. If she was discovered, she would quickly pull in the closest person or weapon, even if it caused more chaos and drew attention. Boss, nothing here. We checked this side too, no signs. The search went on for a tense 3 to 5 minutes. Finally, the calm voice seemed confused and impatient. And the search. Notify all units. The target's last seen near the western suburb logistics park. Very dangerous, with counter-surveillance and hiding skills, possibly armed with heavy weapons. Activate Level 2 tracking plan. The sound of footsteps and engines gradually faded into the night wind. Guing didn't move immediately. She waited quietly for nearly 20 minutes until only the chirping of summer insects and the faint, almost inaudible hum from the distant highway remained. Then she slowly, as quietly as possible, slipped out of the bushes. Her clothes were covered in grass and dirt, and her back wound burned painfully. She leaned against a rough tree trunk, took a shallow breath, and sank into her space. A large van was quietly parked on an empty lot in the gray space, next to a generator, fuel tanks, and all the supplies collected today. The space seemed to subtly expand, likely from absorbing nodes and continuous mental energy use, making her perception and control of objects inside more precise. She took out a bottle of mineral water and a compressed towel, cleaned the dirt and sweat from her face, then used a hemostatic spray and bandages to carefully treat her torn back wound. The cool spray temporarily eased the burning pain. After finishing, she collected all the medical waste back into her space, leaving no trace. Now, she had no vehicle. Her previous hideout was abandoned, her phone destroyed, and her identity might already be exposed. The enemy was powerful, ruthless, with remote snipers and trained teams, possibly even controlling official or underground surveillance resources. But Gu Ying's eyes showed no despair. Instead, they were as sharp as a blade tempered with ice. She checked her direction and did not head toward the main road. Instead, she moved quickly along the shadows of the greenbelt and quiet side paths, heading away from the city center. Her steps were light and fast, a survival instinct honed over 10 years of living in this harsh world. After walking for about an hour, an old, nearly forgotten long-distance bus station appeared. The lights inside were dim, and only a few sleepy passengers waited for the night bus. Outside, on the roadside, a few unmarked cars waited for passengers. Guing did not go inside. She looked over the vehicles and finally approached the oldest one, a Wuling van with dark film on the windows. The driver was a middle-aged man smoking a cigarette, leaning against the car door, and scrolling on his phone. "Need a ride? "Want to go?" Guing asked quietly. The driver looked up, sizing her up. She looked a bit rough, but had a calm look in her eyes. It was late at night, and she was asking for a ride in this place. "Where to?" "It's far, so it's not cheap," he said, exhaling a smoke ring with a cautious look. "Not far, to the neighboring city's economic development zone. Right now, cash only." Guing took out a small stack of money from her pocket, holding it so he could see the thickness, but not the exact amount. Seeing the cash, the driver's doubts eased. He smiled and said, "Deal. Get in, boss." He opened the door, and the inside smelled of smoke and cheap perfume. Guing sat in the back seat, blending into the shadows again. The car started and drove away from the old station onto the highway leading to the expressway. Guing leaned back, closing her eyes. In fact, her mind was working again, using her mental training technique. The slight pain persisted, but it also sharpened her senses. She kept reviewing tonight's attack in her mind. The fact that the enemy could disguise themselves as a delivery driver meant her actions weren't completely secret. At least some channels were monitored by the enemy, or they had strong skills in gathering and tracking information. The S presence showed they were determined and had the resources and courage to use heavy weapons. They wanted the 0731, the girl's body, and the node, but they also wanted her dead. Or, more likely, silencing her was more important than retrieving the items. Was it because she took something from them? Or because she might have learned something from the node or the system? That cold system alert sound saved her again. It seems capable of predicting deadly attacks based on high-tech weapons. The car moves smoothly along the road at night. Gu Ying quietly extends a strand of mental energy, like an invisible tentacle, attaching itself inside the vehicle. She listens to the driver's steady breathing and heartbeat, with no signs of tension or communication. For now, it is safe. After a few hours, the sky begins to lighten. The van arrives near a large logistics center in the neighboring city's economic development zone. This place operates day and night, with frequent vehicle traffic, making it easier to hide. Gu pays the fare, then quickly disappears into the busy morning crowd and traffic after getting out. She finds a small hotel that doesn't require ID registration and rents an hourly room. She locks the door and pulls the curtains. First, she checks the entire room to make sure there are no surveillance devices. Then she takes out simple detection tools from her space to scan for eavesdropping or tracking signals. Finally, she can relax her tense nerves a little. Exhaustion washes over her like a tide, but she forces herself to stay awake. She quickly takes out food and water from her space to restore her energy, while also checking her supplies. Weapons, food, water, energy, medicine, various tools. The quantities are large enough to support a small shelter for a long time. But facing a hidden, powerful organization with unknown energy sources and the potential outbreak of a doomsday disaster, it's still not enough. Especially energy and certain medicines, which will be consumed rapidly. She needs more, and she needs a completely safe place to turn these resources into real survival support. The node floats quietly inside her space, emitting a faint blue glow. Its energy is huge and strange, but she currently cannot activate or understand it. There's also the incomplete mental power refinement method that she must practice as soon as possible. Strong mental power is key to controlling space and possibly dealing with other supernatural threats in the future. She spreads out a recently purchased national map, her eyes fixed on the coastal area. A tsunami. Military alerts will come early. So, the inland, mountainous, and high-altitude areas are relatively safer. Her finger moves across the map, finally stopping at a mountain region in an inland province. It's sparsely populated, with stable geology, and there are rumors of abandoned military facilities or large underground projects. That's the place. She needed the last batch of supplies, mainly fuel, high-level protective gear, and a large amount of building materials, used to build the final safe house. Then, she had to leave immediately and go to the chosen location to finish building the fortress before natural disasters and human conflicts fully erupted. Time was truly running out. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound.
It was soft and rhythmic.
Gu Ying's body instantly froze. All movement stopped, and she held her breath. She had no visitors. The innkeeper wouldn't disturb her at this time. Her hand silently reached for her pistol at her waist, her eyes sharp as a blade, peering through the peephole. Outside the door stood a man in a delivery uniform, holding a flat paper box. "Hello, urgent delivery. Please sign for it." The delivery person's voice came calmly through the door, steady and even. Gu Ying's pupils suddenly contracted. Her gaze fixed on the paper box. The size of the box was exactly the same as the threatening note she found in her car, the one placed on the passenger seat labeled Express. A cold chill ran up her spine.
We're
back again. The voice outside was calm and steady, repeating, "Hello, urgent delivery. Please sign for it." Through the peephole, the man in the standard delivery uniform lowered his head, his hat pulled low, obscuring his face, holding the familiar flat box. Gu Ying's heart seemed to stop beating for a moment, then pounded even more fiercely in her chest. How could they find this place? This temporary hideout was paid for in cash, with no registration, and she hadn't stayed more than an hour. Was it the tracking of that black car?
Impossible.
She had changed direction midway and confirmed she wasn't being followed. Was it a broader surveillance network? Recognition?
Or
some technology or even supernatural means she couldn't understand. Cold fear and intense murderous intent intertwined and rose. Her hand holding the gun was steady as a rock. The other hand silently reached into her space to take out a miniature, high-explosive grenade. If they attacked forcefully, she wouldn't hesitate to send the entire corridor, along with this delivery person, too. But she didn't make a sound or move. She only looked outside through the peephole, staring intently. The delivery person outside waited for a few seconds, seeming confused. Then he knocked again, louder. "Is anyone there? I have an urgent delivery for you." Gu Ying remained silent. Her mind was highly focused, like an invisible radar scanning the scene outside. There was only one person, just their breathing and heartbeat. The rhythm was steady, even a bit Too steady, not like a normal delivery person. She didn't hear any other sounds from hidden attackers, but that didn't mean they weren't there. After waiting another 10 seconds, the delivery person seemed to give up. He bent down, as if to place the package at the door. At that moment, Guing moved. She didn't open the door, but quickly stepped back to the far corner of the room, her consciousness sinking into space, ready to hide her entire body at any moment. Although entering a living creature consumes a lot of mental energy and only lasts a short time, it was enough to avoid the first attack. The expected explosion, didn't happen. A soft click sounded outside, like a cardboard box being placed on the ground. Then footsteps approached slowly, gradually fading away. Guing kept her nerves tight and waited for another 5 minutes. Outside was completely silent. She slowly and quietly moved closer to the door again. Through the peephole, the corridor was empty. The flat cardboard box lay quietly at her door. She didn't open the door immediately. Her mind repeatedly scanned outside, and the box. There was no electronic signal, no heartbeat, no heat response. It seemed to be just an ordinary cardboard box. But that in itself was unusual. She took a long metal hook from her space, carefully slipped it under the door, hooked the box, and slowly dragged it into the room. The box was moved to the center of the room. Guing stepped back a few paces and carefully lifted the lid from a distance using the metal hook. No explosion, no poison gas, no trap. Inside the box, there was only a piece of paper. A printed A4 sheet. There were no threatening words or warnings, only precise latitude and longitude coordinates, and a short time, 72 hours below, was a small line of text. Last chance. Bring the key and exchange your future. Guing stared at the paper, her eyes finally resting on the constantly ticking countdown. 72 hours. This wasn't a delivery. It was an ultimatum. The other side was no longer playing cat and mouse. They directly provided the location and time. Either go and make the so-called exchange, or face their promised future, most likely being dismantled into parts and sent back.
And the key?
Does it refer to that faint blue node? Or 0731? Or something else she isn't even clear about? She expressionlessly folded the paper and stored it away. The fact that the other side could find her so precisely meant her previous routes and hiding spots were probably full of holes in their eyes. She couldn't stay at this hotel anymore. Without hesitation, she quickly cleaned all traces of her presence, even wiping door handles, faucets, and other touch surfaces with a special solvent. Then she moved to the window. It was on the second floor, and below was a narrow alley filled with clutter. She pushed the window open, smoothly climbed out, landed silently, and quickly melted into the shadows of the alley. 10 minutes later, she was in a noisy early market a few streets away. Crowds swarmed, vendors shouted, and the smell of various foods mixed together. She sat at a busy breakfast stall, ordered a bowl of soy milk and a few fried dough sticks. It looked like she was eating, but her mind was racing. She had already checked the map in her mind, located in a remote mountainous area of a neighboring province, far from people, with complex terrain. Like a carefully chosen graveyard, either hers or theirs. Go or not. Going would mean a dangerous trap, as the other side had surely set a net. Not going meant they could keep tracking her, harassing and attacking endlessly until she broke down or was killed. Her plan to build a safe house would be impossible. The apocalypse is less than 3 weeks away. She didn't have time to negotiate endlessly with a mysterious organization. She had to end it. So, there was only one answer. But it wasn't to go and exchange, it was to
fight.
On the other side's chosen battlefield, at the time they specified. She quickly finished her simple breakfast, paid in cash, and left. Over the next 3 days, she moved through the city, like a ghost. Using different fake identities and various black market channels, she emptied large sums from several overseas anonymous accounts to buy the most dangerous supplies she needed. These included high-grade explosives, remote detonation devices, steel balls, poisons, and multiple sets of top-level bulletproof armor and tactical gear. She stopped renting any fixed locations. All transactions were done on the move, and once she received the goods, they were immediately stored away. She kept changing vehicles, from taxis to motorcycles, even stealing a bicycle, making her routes unpredictable. At the same time, she hurriedly practiced the mental power refinement method. The stabbing pain in her mind grew stronger, but so did the effects. Her perception expanded to nearly 50 meters, and her control over space became more precise. She could barely keep a space opening around her body for a very short time, allowing quick access and even defense. She could feel that her mental power was about to undergo a major change. The wound on her back was healing mostly thanks to spiritual spring water and medicine. The 72-hour countdown hung over her like the sword of Damocles. Every second made the air feel more tense with danger. The last 12 hours. Guling appeared in a small town closest to her target location. She rested there one last time, ate a hot meal, checked and maintained all her weapons, and set the explosives to the easiest to trigger state. The final 3 hours. She hiked into the mountains. Following the coordinates, she navigated the rugged, desolate mountain trail. Her mental power acted like a precise radar, scanning everything around her. There were no ambushes or surveillance devices, at least, none within her sensing range. Her opponent seemed extremely confident, or perhaps certain she would come. The last half hour. She reached the target location. It was a flat clearing in a mountain hollow, covered with scattered rocks. In the center stood a huge black stone that looked like it had fallen from the sky, out of place among the debris. Everything was silent. Even the wind seemed cut off. Guling did not approach the black stone. Instead, she hid behind a rocky outcrop at the edge, blending into the shadows like a patient predator, waiting calmly. Time passed second by second.
Countdown midnight.
At the exact moment the numbers hit 0, the space in the center of the open area begins to ripple like water. A strange, oval-shaped door, glowing with a faint blue light, suddenly appears in front of the black rocks. Inside the door is a deep, mysterious blue that seems endless. A figure dressed in a black uniform, wearing a metal mask on their face, slowly steps out from the glowing door. Their gaze sharply focuses on where Guing is hiding. An electronic-sounding voice, emotionless, echoes. Time's up. Ms. Guing, have you brought the key? Hand over the key, and you can choose to join us or find peace. Guing slowly stands up from behind the rocks, holding nothing in her hands. She looks coldly at the other person and at the strange glowing door. Her voice is calm but icy. My peace is always decided by myself. Want the key? Come and get it. Come and get it. Guiying's quiet voice cuts through the strange silence of the mountain valley like an ice pick, full of challenge and determination. The person in the black uniform doesn't seem angry. The electronic voice remains steady. Wrong choice, Ms. Guing. Fighting won't help. Before the words finish, the blue glowing door behind him ripples again.
Swish, swish, swish.
3 figures, also in black uniforms but with more advanced gear and strange streamlined weapons, shoot out like lightning, forming a triangle and silently surrounding Guing. Their speed is faster than normal, their steps almost silent, clearly trained soldiers with special enhancements. Meanwhile, a faint buzzing sound comes from above Guing. 3 tiny drones, about the size of hummingbirds and shining with metallic coldness, suddenly appear and hover low. Their red scanning beams lock onto her instantly. The attack comes from both ground and air, coordinated perfectly, blocking all her escape routes in an instant. But Guing has no intention of dodging. The moment her enemies move, her consciousness has already sunk into the space. She is not drawing her weapon. She is releasing her power. Focusing on her, dozens of explosive devices, flashbangs, smoke grenades, and tear gas bombs suddenly appeared out of nowhere, like a shower of flowers, and exploded fiercely in all directions without discrimination.
Boom. Bang.
Hiss. The deafening explosion instantly swallowed everything. Blinding white light flashed wildly, thick smoke and irritating gases spread rapidly, turning the entire valley into a chaotic, sensory-deprived death zone in an instant. Shield failure. Loss of vision. For the first time, the electronic voice carried a hurried crackle. The three soldiers surrounding her suddenly hesitated, their formations becoming chaotic. They instinctively raised their arms to cover their faces and electronic eyes. Even the small drones flying low seemed drunk, shaking violently in the air, their scanning beams flickering randomly. While throwing the explosive, Guing used the shockwave and smoke cover to quickly lunge backward. Her body was already equipped with a bulletproof vest and helmet. In the moment she fell, she already had a large-caliber anti-material rifle in her hands. The gun was cold and heavy, but she steadied it without needing to aim. Her mental perception was more reliable than her eyes in the smoke. A deep, thunderous explosion erupted. The bullet fired at terrifying speed directly shot toward the most unstable drone hovering in the air. The drone exploded into a fireball. The recoil from the shot made Gu Ying's shoulders sink, but she didn't stop. She rolled again while holding her rifle.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Several hot energy beams nearly grazed her body, hitting the ground where she had just been, melting small pits into the rocks. The enemy's counterattack was coming. Even under the interference of smoke and bright flashes, they still launched attacks based on some kind of sensing. Guing rolled again, raising her gun once more, her mental focus locking onto another faint heat source. The second drone exploded. "Suppress her," the electronic voice commanded sharply, clearly annoyed. The remaining ground soldier and two soldiers who had just regained some vision immediately poured fire toward Gu Ying's approximate direction. Their strange energy weapons fired at a very high rate, the beams merging into a continuous blaze, causing debris and rocks to fly as Gu Ying hid behind the rocks. The third drone tried to ascend higher, escaping the S range. Gu Ying's eyes turned cold. She quickly put away her heavy rifle and switched to a portable rocket launcher. She lifted it, aimed, and fired.
Whoosh boom.
The rocket soared with a fiery trail, accurately destroying the last drone into pieces. But in that brief moment when she fired the rocket launcher, her position was exposed. The masked man who appeared first moved. Ignoring the thick smoke, he sped like a black lightning bolt straight toward Guing. He held a long knife that shimmered with high-frequency vibrations, slashing down. The air tore with a sharp scream. Guing didn't have time to change her weapon again. At a critical moment, her pupils shrank, and she poured all her mental energy out wildly. This wasn't an attack or a defense, but space compression. The target was the vibrating long knife coming at her. An eerie scene happened. That decisive strike vanished into thin air just 10 centimeters from her neck. The masked man's movement suddenly froze. His electronic eyes seemed to flash with disbelief and surprise. It was this tiny pause, just a tenth of a second. Guing already had a military axe in her hand. With all her strength, she swung it fiercely toward his face. The masked man reacted quickly, leaning back to dodge. The axe didn't break through his sturdy mask but struck his shoulder blade. It made a bone-cracking sound that made her teeth ache. Ugh! The masked man groaned in pain. His electronic voice faltered, and he staggered backward. The other two soldiers, seeing this, unleashed even more intense firepower. Guing struck successfully and didn't hesitate. She immediately retreated, using the smoke and terrain to hide her figure. Her back wound tore open again with her sudden movement, blood seeping out, but she seemed unaware of the pain. Her mental energy was draining rapidly, and her temples throbbed painfully. The smoke gradually cleared, and the scene fell into a strange standoff. Guing hid behind a large rock, gasping heavily. She quickly changed her magazine and carefully scanned her surroundings with alert mental focus. There were 3 enemies left. One was badly wounded in the shoulder, losing his main melee weapon. The other 2 held energy weapons, posing a great threat. The deep blue glowing portal still floated silently there, mysterious and unfathomable, with no telling what might come out. She touched the last few high-energy explosives on her waist. These were her gifts prepared for that portal. Suddenly, the electronic synthesized voice sounded again, but this time not facing Guing. Instead, it spoke with a strange, respectful tone toward the light gate, target resisting strongly, requesting use of field suppression. Inside the light gate, there was silence. A few seconds later, a cold, indifferent voice, seemingly devoid of any human emotion, came directly from the light gate, echoing clearly in the minds of all living beings. This single word made Gu Ying's body shiver instantly. A feeling of extreme danger hit her like icy water pouring down. Before she could react, an invisible but powerful force suddenly spread out from the light gate, instantly covering the entire valley. Guing felt her body sink, as if thrown into a deep ocean. A huge pressure pressed from all directions, crushing her not only physically but mentally as well. Her movements became sluggish. Every action of raising her hand or foot felt like fighting against heavy gravity. Breathing became very hard. Even more frightening was that her connection to space became blurry and difficult, as if behind thick frosted glass. Her mental energy slowed almost to a halt. The mental training technique in her mind was forcibly interrupted, and the pain from the backlash made her vision black out in spots. Is this gravity field? Or some kind of mental suppression? Gu Ying's heart sank deeply. This force had completely exceeded the scope of ordinary weapons. The two uninjured soldiers under this field suppression also seemed affected, but their movements were much smoother than Gu Ying's. They raised their energy weapons again, cold guns aimed at her, who could hardly move. The masked man with a shoulder injury also struggled to stand up, his electronic eyes flashing with a cruel light as he stepped closer. Guing clenched her teeth tightly, desperately trying to activate her nearly frozen mental power, hoping to break through this terrifying suppression, even if it meant opening a space for a moment to take out explosives and perish together. But it was too difficult. The pressure was everywhere, almost freezing her thoughts. Just as the enemy's gun was about to fire again, and Guing was on the verge of despair, deep inside her personal space, the quiet, floating, dark blue node suddenly trembled violently without warning. Buzz. A deeper, purer, and older mysterious blue light than a light gate suddenly burst out from Gu Ying's body. This light was very powerful, instantly destroying the invisible pressure field that surrounded her. What? Energy interference. Source energy reaction. It's the source energy itself. The electronic synthetic voice and the soldier's surprised shouts sounded at the same time, filled with disbelief and shock. Guing felt a lightness all over her body, and all the pressure disappeared instantly. Not only that, the glowing blue light wrapped around her like a warm tide. The hot pain from the wound behind her back turned into a cool, tingling sensation, healing rapidly. Her exhausted mental energy was recovering and increasing at an unprecedented speed. Her mind's mental power refinement method automatically and wildly operated, breaking through the thin barrier that hindered her transformation. Her perception increased exponentially. From hundreds of meters to thousands of meters, she could sense every tiny movement in the entire mountain area as if she was in control of everything. Her control over space reached a new level. She could even see the blurry, twisted energy structure inside that glowing gate. At this moment, the cold system prompt sounded again, but with an unprecedented sense of urgency and warning. Warning! High-dimensional energy, source energy, detected as highly active. Warning! Unknown space channel is being forcibly interfered with. Warning! Multiple high-threat life forms are approaching the current coordinates. Not characteristic of signals from this universe. Repeat, not from this universe. Before the system prompt finished, the blue glowing gate suddenly flickered violently and twisted. It emitted a harsh, glass-breaking sound, as if overwhelmed. The cold voice from behind the gate was the first to show obvious shock and a hint of panic. What's going on? The channel stability is rapidly decreasing. Something is interfering. Trying to seize control? No, In Gu Ying's suddenly constricted pupils' reflection, under the terrified gaze of the black-clad men, the blue glowing gate, opened by the other side and symbolizing unknown technology or supernatural power, shattered like a mirror struck hard. Countless blue light spots scattered like broken stars. Where the gate once stood, only a constantly twisting, shrinking, unstable energy vortex remained, crackling with sparks, as if it could vanish completely at any moment. At the same time, directly above the shattered light gate, space was forcibly torn apart by a more violent and darker force. A narrow black, flickering with ominous blood-red arcs along its edges, suddenly appeared out of nowhere. A terrifying pressure, wild, fierce, and full of destruction, burst out from the black. It instantly covered the entire world. Roar, a deafening roar, as if from ancient times, suddenly exploded from deep within the black. That roar was not transmitted through the air but directly crushed the soul, carrying the most primitive violence and hunger. It made Gu Ying's blood surge, his eardrums ache, and even his recently increased mental power tremble violently. In the mountain valley, the remaining faint blue energy vortex flickered uncertainly amid this terrifying roar, like a dying candle in the wind. The black-clad figures were hit hard, their movements completely frozen. Their electronic eyes flashed with frantic red alerts. Even the injured masked man forgot his pain, staring in horror at the torn black in the sky.
Space.
A space? The synthetic voice screamed in shock, full of incomprehensible fear. How is that possible? Why would this low-dimensional node attract? His words suddenly stopped. Because from the expanding black, a giant claw covered in dark scales suddenly reached out. The claw was astonishingly large, just the tip was as big as an adult's body. Its curved nails shimmered with a cold, metallic shine, easily tearing into the space barrier at the edge of producing a grating ripping sound. More black, viscous, sulfurous, and bloody-smelling fog surged out from the roar. Another roar, clearer and closer. That was forcibly widened by the giant claw, and a hideous head slowly emerged, covered with bone spurs and thick armor, with fiery red eyes like burning lava, locking onto the tiny creature below. What is that? Mutant beasts from the end of the world were never this terrifying. This aura, this pressure, completely exceeded Gu Ying's understanding of monsters. A cold system prompt flooded her mind wildly. Warning. High-dimensional threat void hound individual has exceeded critical point. Warning. The stability of the local space structure continues to decline. Warning. Immediate evacuation recommended. Repeat. Evacuate immediately. There is no need for system alerts. Gu Ying's entire body is screaming to escape. The destructive aura emitted by the monster is 100 times more terrifying than the previous, field suppression. This is not a battle, it is a natural disaster. The black-clad people seem to recognize this creature and react even worse.
Void Hound.
It's a scouting class Void Hound. Hurry. Activate emergency escape protocol. Abandon the node. The synthetic electronic voice is completely panicked, shouting frantically at the device on the wrist. The other two soldiers also ignore Gu Ying, desperately trying to retreat and activate something, but their equipment only flickers briefly before fading away. Space instability and the monster's pressure seem to interfere with their technology. Escape failed. Energy interference is too strong. Channel collapse, unable to connect to the main body. In the midst of desperate shouts, the monster called Void Hound has already squeezed most of its body out of its enormous form blocks the sky, casting a shadow of death. Its thick limbs hit the ground, causing the earth to shake violently, and rocks too. It lowers its head, and its crimson compound eyes instantly lock onto the black-clad people trying to escape. They seem to be the most obvious targets, with residual faint blue energy on their bodies. No. One soldier raises his energy weapon and fires wildly. The hot beam hits the monster's scales, only sparking a few tiny flashes, leaving no marks at all. The monster, seemingly angered by this small provocation, opens its huge mouth, not to roar, but to unleash a twisted, gray-black energy breath. Where the breath passes, space seems to wail and corrode. Plants and rocks instantly turn to dust. The first soldier, along with his weapon, is swallowed silently in the gray-black breath before he can even scream, vanishing completely without a trace.
Terrifying.
Absolutely terrifying. Gu Ying's heart is pounding with fear. Without hesitation, she turns and pushes her speed to the maximum, rushing wildly toward the outskirts of the mountain valley. Her mental strength operates at an unprecedented level, not only sensing danger, but also desperately counteracting the terrifying pressure and spatial compression caused by the monster. Behind her, there was a loud roar of monsters rampaging, desperate screams from black-clad people, and the terrifying sound of energy being destroyed. She didn't even dare to look back. "Stop it! Buy me some time," the masked man with a shoulder injury shouted desperately. He seemed to be trying to activate a life-saving device, and a faint blue light appeared on his body. The last surviving soldier charged bravely at the monster, but it was no surprise. He was easily knocked into pieces by the monster's claw. The blue light on the masked man flickered violently and was about to disappear. At that moment, the void hound seemed to sense something. It suddenly turned its head, its glowing red eyes fixed on the masked man who was about to escape, and also on Gu Ying, who was running far away. It appeared more interested in the energy source essence, that had just burst out from Gu Ying and was still faintly flickering. Roar! It abandoned the masked man about to teleport away, took a giant step, causing the ground to shake, and charged straight at Gu Ying. Its speed was so fast that it didn't seem to match its large size. A shadow of death instantly enveloped her. Gu Ying's scalp went numb. She could feel the suffocating heat and the bloody wind behind her. She couldn't escape. The speed gap was too big. In the moment when the monster's giant claw, carrying a fierce wind, struck down, Gu Ying suddenly turned around, a fierce and crazy look flashing in her eyes. She didn't try to defend or dodge. Instead, she poured out all her recently recovered and even amplified mental energy, not to attack the monster, but to focus entirely on the node, source essence, inside her spatial pocket, which was still emitting a faint blue glow. "You want this, right? Here. Trigger it. Explode it.
Or
Whatever." It seemed to sense her desperate will and surging mental power. The blue node suddenly burst out with a blinding, sun-like light. A concentrated beam of deep blue light shot out from in front of Gu Ying, not aimed at the monster, but at the space nearby. The space was forcibly torn open like glass, a jagged, unstable, wildly flickering blue vortex filled with chaotic energy. This sudden, uncontrolled spatial force from the same source made the Void Hound's movements falter. Its glowing red eyes showed a hint of instinctive caution and confusion. It was this moment of hesitation. Gu Ying didn't think much and used her last strength to suddenly lunge to the side. The monster's huge claw brushed past her body and slammed into the ground. The earth cracked open, forming a deep pit, and the shockwave threw Gu Ying forcefully into the air. She hit a large rock hard, her throat tightening as she spat out a mouthful of blood. She ignored the intense pain and stared tightly at the dark blue vortex she had forcibly torn open. The vortex was very unstable, twisting wildly and emitting a terrifying pull. Surrounding rocks and plants were into it, instantly dissolving into nothingness. The space-hunting dog seemed angered by this chaotic space, or perhaps it sensed that the source energy was near the vortex. It let out a furious roar and stretched out its huge claws, trying to tear or grab the dark blue vortex. Just as its claws touched the edge of the vortex, the dark blue vortex suddenly expanded, then sharply contracted inward. An irresistible, terrifying suction force erupted instantly. The space-hunting dog roared in anger, its massive body being pulled off balance. One of its claws was into the vortex and instantly torn apart by the chaotic space forces. And Gu Ying, who was closer, had no strength to resist. She was lifted off the ground and thrown toward the center of the destructive vortex. Was she going to die? A flash of extreme unwillingness crossed Gu Ying's eyes. She desperately tried to activate her space magic to escape, but her mental energy was already exhausted, and the space magic had no effect. Just as she was about to be torn apart by the vortex, the force pulling her suddenly weakened for no reason. It was as if something at the other end of the vortex briefly interfered with it. Was it the heavily injured masked man?
Or
Gu Ying had no time to think. Her survival instinct made her seize this tiny chance. With a sudden twist of her body, almost skimming the destructive edge of the vortex, she was forcefully thrown out. The direction, exactly toward the already shattered, unstable remnants of the dark blue energy gate. She crashed heavily into the flickering energy debris. The impact made her cough up more blood, her vision blurred, and she nearly fainted. Behind her, the dark blue vortex, having lost its target, completely lost balance and exploded. A terrifying shockwave of space energy swept outward. The void hound let out a painful and angry roar. Its body was torn to bloody pieces by the explosion. Its huge form was forcefully thrown into the air, crashing down and collapsing half of a mountain cliff. The shockwave from the explosion also caught Gu Ying. But when it touched the remaining shattered light gates and their residual energy beneath her, two different but related space forces clashed violently and vanished. Suddenly, a brief, bright blue flash lit up beneath Gu Ying. It was like a failed teleportation array that had been forcibly triggered. After the flash, everything was gone. All that remained was a mess in the mountain valley, the angry roars of the monster, and slowly falling ashes filled with a sense of destruction. Gu Ying had disappeared. Intense pain and a strong feeling of space twisting tore Gu Ying's mind into pieces, like two giant hands pulling her apart. Her last memory was of the void hound's destructive roar and the sudden, ominous blue glow beneath her. She thought she was doomed. But after some unknown time, a faint consciousness surfaced like a drowning person struggling to breathe and wake up. The first thing she felt was silence. A deathly quiet, no monster roars, no tearing space sounds, no energy explosions. Then came pain, sharp, all over her body, especially her internal organs, as if they had been shattered. Every breath carried a rusty, bloody smell and a tearing pain. She struggled to open her eyes. Her vision was blurry at first, but gradually cleared. What she saw was no longer the mountain valley filled with chaotic energy and destruction. Instead, it was an unfamiliar forest. Tall trees blocked out the sky. Their crowns were dense, with leaves a deep purple she had never seen before, edged with strange silver veins. The air was damp, mixed with the smell of decayed organic matter and a strange, sweet scent. The gravity here seemed a bit heavier than on Earth, making her injured body even more uncomfortable.
Where
Am I? Gu Ying's voice was hoarse and barely audible. She forced her neck to turn and looked around. It seemed she had crawled out of a low, twisted bush and vine nest. Beneath her, there were some broken, slowly dissipating blue energy fragments, perhaps remnants of the shattered light gate? This was the final burst of energy, combined with the impact of a space vortex, which accidentally threw her into another world? Warning. High-dimensional energy environment detected. Spatial coordinates unknown. Preliminary assessment indicates a low-dimensional attached plane with different rules from the main world. The system's cold alert sounded just in time, confirming her guess. She truly left Earth. Left that apocalyptic world. But before she could feel relieved, a strong sense of danger gripped her again. This strange world also felt dangerous. The strange, sweet smell made her feel dizzy after too much exposure, and the silence around her was too strange, as if countless eyes were watching. She must leave immediately. Find a safe place to heal. She tried to communicate with her portable space. The pain from her exhausted mental energy made her groan, but luckily, she could still open the space. She quickly took out a few drops of spiritual spring water and drank them, then chewed some healing herbs and swallowed them. A faint warm flow temporarily protected her heart and eased some of the pain. But it was not enough. She needed a completely safe place to recover. She struggled to stand up, but found that one of her legs might be broken. Moving even slightly caused sharp pain. Her combat suit was badly torn, covered with cuts and bruises everywhere. Just as she tried to take out a splint from her space, sha-sha.
Sha-sha.
A faint, creepy scraping sound came from the dense forest on her left. Gooing froze completely, holding her breath, her mental energy like a frightened antenna carefully reaching toward that direction. In the next second, her face turned pale. Through the gaps in the bushes, she saw a huge worm, covered in dark green mucus and moss, slowly slithering across the forest floor. It had no obvious eyes, only a large, constantly opening and closing mouth at the front, filled with layers of white, sharp teeth. Wherever it passed, the plants on the ground quickly withered and blackened, being corroded away. The energy fluctuations from that creature were cold and greedy. Although not as strong as a void hound, it could easily kill her now, badly injured as she was. Gooing bit her lip tightly, afraid to make a sound, even wishing her heartbeat would stop. The giant worm seemed unaware of her presence, moving slowly and steadily forward, disappearing behind a dense patch of purple ferns. Until the rustling sound completely faded away, Gooing dared to slowly breathe out a heavy sigh, her back soaked with cold sweat. This world is too dangerous. She must leave immediately. Enduring the severe pain, she quickly made a simple splint for her broken leg, then took out a metal stick to use as a cane, and struggled to stand up. Every step she took pulled at her wounds, and cold sweat dripped down her forehead. She carefully sensed her surroundings, choosing a direction opposite to the worm's movement and slightly higher ground, and moved forward with difficulty. The forest was terrifyingly silent. Apart from the whimpering of the wind through purple leaves, almost no bird or insect sounds could be heard. This strange silence itself signaled great danger. Along the way, she saw more strange things: glowing giant mushrooms, their caps pulsing like breathing, large paw prints on the ground, bigger than her entire body, a skeleton of an unknown creature, completely gnawed clean, with bones that looked like crystal. She even saw a huge shadow with fleshy wings flying across the distant sky. This place is definitely a dangerous alien world. After walking for a while, the effects of the spiritual spring water and herbs began to show. Her internal pain eased a little, and her mental strength slowly recovered. She finally found a relatively safe spot, a hollow beneath a steep cliff, partially blocked by large rocks, forming a small natural shelter. She almost collapsed as she crawled inside, immediately taking out stronger medicine from her space to treat her wounds both internally and externally, then replenished her energy with high-calorie food and clean water. After finishing, she leaned against the cold rock wall, gasping heavily, her whole body feeling like it was falling apart.
For now, she was safe.
But her heart felt heavy. She had left the end-of-world Earth, but fallen into an unknown, equally dangerous alien world. Wounded and alone, with no help. That shattered light gate. Can she go back? Even if she does, she might face that terrifying void hound again.
And
what was that force that suddenly weakened the vortex's pull? Was it an illusion? Or did the masked person do something before dying?
Or
was there some interference inherent to this alien world? Countless questions swirled in her mind. At that moment, she keenly noticed that her portable space seemed to have changed a little. Earlier, she didn't notice this because of the urgent situation. Now, calming her mind, she felt that her space was becoming more lively. The blurry gray mist at the edges was clearing up a bit, and the space was slowly absorbing the strange energy from this other world's air. Although slow, it was definitely happening. At the same time, she sensed that deep inside her space, the dark blue crystal remnants, once embedded in a node and later stripped of the field core by the system, seemed to be faintly resonating with the energy of this world. A bold idea crossed Guying's mind. Could the energy from this world nourish her portable space? Or even help the damaged node recover? If that were true, then this world was not just a danger, but also a huge opportunity for her. Just as her thoughts were racing, a dull sound, like something heavy falling, suddenly came from above the rocky wall where she was hiding. Next came a sharp, grating noise as something scraped against the rocks. Something had landed on top. Gu Ying's heart jumped to her throat. Her nerves, which had just relaxed, tensed up again to the limit. She quickly covered her mouth, kept her breath as quiet as possible, and dared not move. Her mental energy carefully reached upward. Above the rocky wall, a cold, ruthless consciousness, full of pure hunting desire, scanned the area where she was hiding. The scraping sound stopped. That cold, cruel awareness slowly swept over the depression below the rocky wall like a spotlight. Gu Ying held her breath, compressing her presence to the extreme, almost stopping her heartbeat. Her mental energy formed a thin, harmless film, sticking close to herself and the surrounding rocks. She could feel that consciousness pausing slightly at her hiding spot, with a hint of scrutiny and doubt. Was it because of her lingering blood scent? Or the faint fluctuation caused by the energy absorption just now? Time passed second by second, each one feeling like a century. Finally, it seemed the awareness didn't find a clear target and slowly moved away. Suddenly, heavy footsteps sounded from above the cliff wall. The creature seemed to pace a few steps. Then, a loud crashing noise erupted. Accompanied by a sharp screech, the creature appeared to leap up, flapping its wings as it quickly disappeared into the distance. Gu Ying still dared not move. She patiently waited for nearly half an hour until she heard no more strange sounds. After repeatedly confirming with her mental powers that there was no lurking danger above or around, she finally relaxed. She collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily, with cold sweat soaking her torn clothes. That was too dangerous. The pressure from that creature, while not as intense as a void hound, was far greater than most mutated beasts in the apocalypse. The danger level of this world is beyond imagination. I must quickly regain my strength. Without hesitation, she drank more spiritual spring water and healing medicine, even using a bit of the high-efficiency energy liquid she had previously hesitated to use. Powerful energy spread inside her, nourishing her damaged meridians and internal organs. A tingling sensation spread from her fractured bones. At the same time, she sensed more clearly that her portable space was slowly absorbing the strange energy of this world. The gray mist at the edge of the space seemed to thin slightly, and the space itself felt more solid and spacious. The remnants of the azure crystal absorbed energy at a faster rate, and even faintly shimmered with a subtle glow. This is effective. The energy of this world truly benefits the space. This discovery lifted Gu Ying's spirits. Perhaps this is her greatest hope in this desperate situation. She decided to use this rocky crevice as a temporary base and focus on healing. Time passed quietly and cautiously. The daytime in this alien world seemed especially long. The purple sky maintained a dim glow. The sun was nowhere to be seen, only some twisted halos. During this time, she sensed several distant waves of terrifying energy and faint roars, but she safely avoided danger each time. She didn't know how long it had been, perhaps a day, maybe two. With abundant resources, her injuries finally healed mostly, and her fractured bones had mended, though she still couldn't exert herself forcefully. Her mental strength had also recovered most of its energy. It's time to explore the surroundings. I can't stay hidden here forever. She carefully peeked out from the rocky crevice, observing her surroundings. The area was still that strange purple forest, with limited visibility. She chose a direction, heading toward a higher land she had seen before, where the view was usually better. She calmed her breath and moved quietly among the trees, like a ghost. Her mental energy scanned the surroundings constantly, avoiding areas with dangerous energy signals. Along the way, she saw many strange sights: a stream flowing with silver liquid, giant flowers that moved on their own and caught insects, occasional flashes of energy patterns under the ground, like circuit boards. Everything in this world felt unfamiliar and dangerous. Finally, She reached a relatively high rocky. She pushed aside the large, glowing leaves in front of her and looked out. Suddenly, her breath caught in her throat. In the distance, at the edge of the land, it was not the wild forests or mountains she expected. It was an enormous, endless area, ruins. These were the remains of a city, but they did not look like any buildings from Earth. Broken, twisted metal towers pointed crookedly at the purple sky. Even in ruins, they looked advanced and high-tech. Grand arches and bridges connected broken floating platforms. Piles of strange buildings covered in moss and glowing vines. A feeling of deep sadness, silence, and vastness filled the air. This was once a highly developed world, but now it was destroyed. Who destroyed it?
Va?
Natural disasters? Or something terrifying like the Void Hound? Her heart was shaken. At the same time, she noticed that some parts of the ruins emitted faint energy signals. Some signals made her feel uneasy. They were very dangerous. But others were gentle and steady, even resonating faintly with the blue crystal remnants inside her space. Maybe there was something there she needed, something to repair the nodes, or to help her understand this world better. Perhaps even a way to return home. Entering the ruins was very risky, but the opportunity could be just as great. Should she go or not? Her gaze sharpened. Having survived 10 years of the apocalypse and faced life and death, she knew that opportunity often came with danger. She took a deep breath, feeling the strength returning in her body and the faint energy being absorbed by the blue crystal fragments in her space. She made her decision. She needs to start from the edge and carefully explore the ruins. Maybe this unexpected crossing isn't completely hopeless. She gently slides down ready to move toward the edge of the ruins. Suddenly, within her mental perception range, she detects a faint energy fluctuation from a twisted metal cluster not far to the front left. That fluctuation has a strange regularity, not like natural energy. It seems more like some kind of device?
Or
Life signs? Gu-ing immediately stops, silently hides behind a large tree, and concentrates her mental focus on that direction. The faint fluctuation is intermittent, like a candle flickering in the wind. Could it be a surviving native? An ancient device still working?
Or
a trap? That irregular, rhythmic fluctuation feels like an invisible string pulling at Gu-ying's nerves. Is it a trap? Or an opportunity? Her 10 years of survival experience in the end times tell her to be cautious of any abnormal signs, but at the same time, any information could be very important, especially in this completely unfamiliar world. Getting too close directly is too risky. Trying to probe from afar might alert others or trigger unknown defenses. After a moment of thought, Gu-ing makes a decision. She quietly steps back to a safer distance and finds a high point with a clear view, covered by dense, glowing bushes. She takes out a high-powered telescope. This is military-grade equipment she casually picked up earlier, now just right for the task. She crouches low, carefully aims the telescope at the source of the fluctuation, the twisted, moss-covered metal jungle. Through the lens, the scene gradually becomes clearer. It looks like the wreckage of a small flying craft, or some kind of single-person vehicle. Half of it is embedded between the ground and a large metal debris wall. Its surface is covered with thick dirt and parasitic plants, but faintly, its streamlined shape and some non-earthly technological style can be seen. The material isn't ordinary metal. Even in the dim light, a faint, almost imperceptible glow flickers occasionally. That faint, rhythmic energy fluctuation is coming from inside this wreckage's damaged part. Gu-ing adjusts the focus and carefully examines the entrance, a torn gap, as if struck forcefully. Inside the gap, it's pitch dark, making it impossible to see what's inside. The fluctuations continue, weak but persistent. She patiently waits, using both her telescope and mental focus to monitor closely, not missing any detail. Time passes second by second. The only sounds are the wind rustling through purple leaves. The regular energy wave briefly pauses, then flickers twice at a lower frequency before returning to normal. It's like like a malfunctioning device struggling, or perhaps the last gasp of a dying life form. This pattern isn't a trap. It seems more like an unconscious release of energy, or maybe a cry for help. Gu Ying's heartbeat quickens slightly. She carefully observes her surroundings again, making sure there are no obvious ambushes or signs of dangerous creatures nearby. The ground around the wreckage shows no signs of traps. She puts away her telescope, her gaze firm. Opportunity is fleeting. Like a silent predator, she slides down from the high ground, using the terrain and plants for cover. She moves quickly and carefully toward the metal wreckage. Her mental focus is intense, sensing everything at the limit, ready for any sudden danger. The closer she gets, the clearer the energy fluctuations become. Besides the regular core wave, she can feel a scattered, fading energy field. She stops behind a broken metal beam about 10 meters from the wreckage entrance, double-checking safety. Taking a deep breath, she pulls out a bright flashlight and a loaded pistol from her space gear. Her body tenses, and she suddenly shines the light into the wreckage. The beam pierces the darkness, revealing the narrow interior of the cockpit. First, she notices dried, blackened suspicious stains splattered on the walls and control panels. Most of the control panel is damaged, with shattered screens and exposed wiring. Only faint flickers of light remain, coming from the source of the regular energy fluctuations. Inside the pilot seat lies a corpse, a dried, grayish skeleton dressed in torn, unknown fabric. It leans forward, with its skull pressed against the broken console, one hand resting on a damaged device resembling a joystick. The regular energy wave seems to emanate from a broken part beneath the joystick base. It's not a living creature. It's a device running out of energy or malfunctioning. Gu Ying relaxes slightly, but remains alert. She carefully stepped inside the wreckage. The space inside was small, filled with a dull smell of rusted metal and dust. She avoided the skeleton and carefully examined the glowing component. It was a complex crystal structure about the size of a fist, embedded in the control panel. Its surface had many cracks, and faint light shone through them. Although its fluctuations were regular, they were very weak, as if about to fade away. Gu Ying tried to gently touch it with her mind. Suddenly, a burst of broken, chaotic information flooded into her mind. Intense shaking. Alarms blaring. Red warning symbols. Space twisting.
Falling. Darkness.
Was this the remaining data recorded by the device? Or the last mental imprint of the dead pilot? The information was too fragmented to form a complete picture. But one thing was certain. This spacecraft had crashed here under extreme conditions. She noticed a small, seemingly manually openable hidden compartment next to the damaged crystal part. The compartment had a strange symbol, but its structure looked like a storage device. After a moment of thought, Gu Ying carefully pried open the hidden compartment with her dagger. Inside, there was a small, multifaceted, semi-transparent crystal about the size of a fingernail. It had no energy fluctuations, just like a plain stone. What is this? A storage chip? An energy cell? Or something else? The moment Gu Ying's finger touched the multifaceted crystal, deep inside her personal space, the quiet, glowing blue crystal remnant that had been absorbing energy suddenly vibrated violently. It burst out with an unprecedented strong desire. An instinctive impulse from the space itself urged her to absorb it, to merge with it. At the same time, the multifaceted crystal in Gu Ying's hand seemed to be activated by an invisible force. Its surface suddenly lit up with countless tiny, complex blue light paths, resonating strongly with the wreckage inside her space. The crystal grew hot and spontaneously tried to detach from her fingers, flying toward her forehead, the direction of the space entrance. Gu Ying was stunned. This thing. Could it really cause such a strong reaction from the blue remnants? Are they from the same source? Or are they complementary? There was almost no time to hesitate. Based on her trust in the personal space and the many benefits it had previously provided, Gu Ying immediately followed her impulse. She thought quickly and opened the space entrance. The fiery, multifaceted crystal instantly transformed into a streak of light, entered her forehead and appeared inside the space, rushing toward the blue crystal wreckage. At the moment of contact, Gu Ying's mind seemed to explode with a galaxy of stars. A dazzling but not blinding blue light instantly filled her personal space. The broken blue crystal wreckage was like a long-awaited rain after a drought, greedily absorbing the energy and information contained in the multifaceted crystal. Countless clearer, yet still fragmented images and streams of information flooded into Gu Ying's consciousness.
A huge star map.
Blinking coordinates. A fierce monster silhouette. A magnificent city. A war tearing through space. A desperate fall. And a symbol that kept repeating with a strong warning. The intense information shock made Gu Ying's head hurt terribly, but she clenched her teeth and endured. She could feel that her personal space was undergoing a huge change. The space barrier was becoming more solid and reinforced at an unprecedented speed. The space was expanding outward rapidly with a roar. The gray mist was retreating wildly. More importantly, the blue crystal was being quickly repaired. Although it was far from fully restored, a stable and powerful energy source was reigniting at its core. Warning: high-purity same-source space core fragment detected. Merging and absorbing in progress. Space stability greatly increased. Expanding volume. 200%. 300%. 500%. Space energy concentration rising. Environmental rules being completed. Fragment of otherworldly coordinate information detected. Attempting to analyze. Source material node. Damaged. Repair progress. 15%. 20%. 25%. Repair halted. Insufficient energy / missing information. The system prompt sounded like a flood of notifications. When the intense fusion light and information shock finally subsided slowly, Gu Ying gasped for breath, her consciousness sinking into the space, and she was immediately stunned by the scene before her. The space had expanded by more than 5 times. What was originally just simple storage space has now subtly been divided into different areas. The ground and space barriers have become more solid, and even the air is filled with a faint, pure energy scent. The spiritual spring has doubled in size, with clearer water and stronger energy contained within. The fragmented, dark blue crystal has now turned into a roughly fist-sized, irregular but stable blue gemstone, floating in the center of the space. It slowly spins, emitting gentle yet powerful energy waves, like the heart of the entire space. Although still damaged, it is much better than before. Moreover, she has begun to understand some information from that fragment. That multifaceted crystal is indeed a piece of a larger system, possibly from the crashed spaceship or its civilization. It contains partial information about this strange world, a broken map, some creatures and resources. Though incomplete, its value is priceless. Gu Ying suppressed her excitement and shock, then exited the space. Her gaze returned to the skeleton of the pilot. It seems that the owner of the skeleton preserved this important fragment at the very end. "Thank you," Gu Ying softly said, nodding slightly toward the skeleton. Whether or not the other could hear, this gift was very important to her. She quickly searched the wreckage again, but unfortunately found nothing else valuable. The crystal component that emitted regular waves flickered a few times after the fragment was taken, then went out completely. It's not safe to stay here long. Although the fusion just now happened inside the space, some energy might have leaked out. Gu Ying swiftly left the wreckage of the spaceship. Just as she was about to leave immediately and find a safe place to study the new map and information carefully, whoosh,
Whoosh.
whoosh, several sharp sounds of breaking the air came from 3 different directions, aiming straight at her vital points. It's an attack. They really did attract something. Gu Ying's pupils shrank sharply, and her battle instinct instantly kicked in. 3 dark shadows sharply pierced her clothes and forcefully struck the ground where she had just been standing. They were 3 short spears about half a meter long, gleaming with a cold metallic shine, with strange feathered tails at the ends. The spear tips were embedded in the hard ground, and the tail feathers still trembled rapidly, emitting a faint buzzing sound that made her heart race. Such strong force. Such tricky angles. If she hadn't been constantly alert with her mental strength, sensing the killing intent and air vibrations a fraction of a second earlier, she would not have been able to avoid that attack. There was more than one attacker, and they worked together perfectly, blocking her main escape routes. Guing hadn't yet stabilized her stance, but she already had two matte black military pistols in her hands. Without even looking, she relied on her perception of energy signals to aim and pulled the triggers.
Bang! 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 Bang!
The rapid gunfire shattered the silence of the forest. The bullets shot precisely toward the bushes and metal debris where the two attackers on the left and behind might be hiding. A muffled cry of pain came from behind on the right, indicating someone had been hit. But the attacker on the left seemed to block or dodge the bullet somehow. Only the sharp clang of metal could be heard. The attacker directly in front of her was completely silent, as if blending into the environment. Guing took the opportunity to roll quickly behind a large, blackened metal broken wall, gasping heavily, her heart pounding. What is that? An indigenous creature of this world? Or some kind of intelligent being? Judging by the craftsmanship of the short spear, it was definitely not made by wild animals. She carefully peeked over the edge of the broken wall. She saw a small figure about 1.3 or 1.4 meters tall stumble out from the bushes on the right. Its skin was rough and gray-green, wearing simple leather armor, holding a crude but sharp bone knife. It had a noticeable bullet wound on its shoulder, oozing green blood. It had pointed ears and large eyes filled with anger and pain, glaring fiercely at the direction where Guing was hiding, making threatening hissing sounds. A goblin? Or some other humanoid race of this world? Meanwhile, on the left, a similarly small but sturdier figure emerged from behind the metal debris. It held a rough shield that looked like it was made from some kind of shell, with a deformed bullet embedded in it. Its other hand gripped a short spear, cautiously watching Gu Ying's position. There was still no movement directly ahead, but Gu Ying's mental sense detected a more dangerous presence lurking there, like a venomous snake waiting for an opportunity. These creatures seem to have low technology but strong fighting instincts, and they know how to work together in ambush. Did they come here because of the subtle energy fluctuations caused by the recent space fusion? Or were they already nearby hunting? The injured humanoid creature shouted a few words, but the language was completely unintelligible. Its tone was full of anger and urgency. The shield bearer responded with a low growl and slowly moved closer from the left. The killing intent directly ahead grew even more intense. She couldn't be trapped here. She had to fight quickly, or worse, something more terrifying might arrive. Gu Ying's eyes turned cold, and she made a quick decision. Suddenly, she leaned out from behind the broken wall and fired her dual guns again. This time, she didn't shoot at the approaching shield soldier, but aimed broadly at the silent area straight ahead. The bullets shattered stones and kicked up dust. This move definitely worked. A small, dark shadow darted out like a ghost, moving incredibly fast and easily dodging the bullets. It wasn't holding a short spear, but two curved, dark, strangely shaped daggers, and it lunged straight at Guing. At the same time, the shield soldier on the left charged forward, using his shield to protect himself and crashing fiercely. The injured one on the right threw a bone dagger. Guing was waiting for this moment. She appeared to panic and step back, stumbling as if she had been tripped. Just as the three attackers thought they had the upper hand and their attack reached its peak, Guing suddenly stopped her fall, twisting her body at an unbelievable angle. Her twin guns disappeared, replaced by a sci-fi-looking energy pistol glowing with a faint blue arc. This was one of the weapons she had seized from the black-clad men earlier. She hadn't had a chance to use it until now, and it was perfect for testing. Her target was the fastest and most threatening dagger attacker straight ahead. Guing coldly uttered two words and pulled the trigger. A blazing blue beam shot out instantly, moving much faster than a bullet. The dagger attacker clearly didn't expect her to have such a weapon. It tried to dodge in panic, but it was too late. The blue light hit its chest precisely. There was no explosion or penetrating injury. The attacker's body suddenly stiffened, as if all its energy had been drained. Its eyes bulged in disbelief, then a layer of blue ice quickly covered its surface. It stood straight for a moment before falling backward with a cracking sound, shattering into several pieces. The freezing effect was very strong. The other two attackers were stunned by this sudden scene. Their charging movements paused instantly, especially the injured one, whose eyes were filled with fear. Guing didn't give them time to react. Her energy pistol lit up again. This time, she aimed at the shield-bearing soldier rushing from the left. The shield soldier let out a terrified roar and desperately protected himself with his shell shield. Blue light hit the shield. A terrifyingly low temperature spread instantly. The hard shell shield rapidly formed a thick layer of ice, and along with the hand holding it, became fragile and brittle. Guing didn't even look at the result. She quickly turned her gun and shot the injured attacker on the right, who was already scared stiff and trying to run away. After the blue light, a stiff ice sculpture froze in place, still in a running pose. The fight was quick to start and even quicker to end. In just a few seconds, all three ambushers were dead. Guing slowly stood up and walked over to the attacker whose dagger had been frozen and shattered. This one was the fastest, the biggest threat, and had the best equipment, 2 special daggers that emitted faint energy waves. She checked the other 2 bodies to confirm they were dead. Looking at these 3 humanoid creatures, Guing frowned slightly. They seemed to have a low level of civilization like natives. Why were they hiding here? Was it just for hunting?
Or
was this their territory? Or were they also attracted by the wreckage of the flying craft? She quickly cleaned up the battlefield, collecting 3 short spears, the shattered shield, 2 black daggers, and some small valuables on their bodies, like a strange necklace made of teeth and colorful stones. Her energy pistol had used a lot of energy, so she temporarily switched back to a regular pistol. She had to leave immediately. The gunfire and energy waves probably had already attracted attention. She took one last look at the wreckage of the flying craft, then decisively turned around and headed away in a direction opposite the ruin center, but not the way she came. Soon after she left, more quiet, rustling sounds came from deep within the forest, along with sharp whistles and growls. With the help of the newly expanded space, Guing moved faster and became harder to find. As she moved, she also sent part of her awareness into the space to study the broken map and information from the fragment she had absorbed. The map was very abstract, like a diagram of energy lines, marked with many symbols she didn't recognize. But by combining some broken pieces of information, she could roughly tell the directions. Her current location was marked on the map as an edge area labeled Danger and Barren. The large ruins nearby were called the Lost City, Isara, marked as a high-risk, high-reward zone. The map showed different danger levels within it. Only a small part of the city was visible on her side. The deeper areas were blurry. The information also included descriptions of some of the creatures that had attacked her, goblins of the Claw tribe. They were greedy, clever, and cruel creatures that lived in groups, good at traps and ambushes, usually found around city ruins and dangerous zones, scavenging for food. Threat level, low to medium, depending on their numbers. They looked very much like goblins. There were also simple details and images of strange plants and minerals, and the most important to Guing, information about this space core fragment. It showed that the fragment she absorbed was part of an ancient teleportation network, or space beacon. If she could find more fragments or locate certain nodes marked on the map, she might be able to repair or even activate a teleportation system. Hearing this, Guiying's heart raced again. Teleportation. This meant she might really have a chance to return to Earth. Though hope was slim and the road ahead was full of thorns, at least she saw a clear direction. She looked up at the distant, towering, silent ruins, her eyes becoming very determined. The Lost City, Isara, she whispered. No matter what dangers lay inside, she had to go and explore. All for more fragments, and for the way home. She quickened her pace, carefully and steadily moving toward the edge of the ruins, guided by the incomplete map in her mind. Under the purple sky, a small figure resolutely headed toward the massive ruins, as if stepping into a new era full of unknowns and challenges. Behind her, in the distant shadows of the dense forest, a pair of colder, more ruthless, and smarter non-human eyes slowly withdrew their gaze. They emitted a faint, metallic-like chuckle and disappeared into the darkness. Guing moved through the jagged rocks and twisted metal jungle, her movements light like a cat. She used shadows and obstacles to hide as much as possible. The broken map was like a blurry star chart in her mind, guiding her away from areas marked as extremely dangerous, places with strange energy fluctuations or strong creature nests. The attack by the clawed goblin made her more cautious. The dangers of this world came not only from the environment and giant beasts, but also from intelligent native creatures that hunted together. Her energy pistol was a last resort, but its energy was limited, and she didn't know how to recharge it, so she had to use it carefully. As she got closer to the edge of the lost city, Isara, the scenery became more strange. The ruins looked like they had been melted and frozen by an extremely high temperature. Strange, glowing vine-like plants clung to broken walls. The air carried a faint smell of metal and decay. According to the map, she needed to find an entrance called Rusty Gorge, one of the relatively safe paths into the outskirts of the ruins. Suddenly, she stopped, sensing a chaotic energy fluctuation ahead, mixed with sharp screeches and heavy crashing sounds. She silently climbed onto a slanted metal beam, crouched low, and looked down. Below was a relatively open square with broken stone slabs. She saw 3 clawed goblins panicking and fleeing, injured, with green blood splattered all around. They were being chased by 2 creatures as large as cheetahs, but shaped like giant metal beetles. Their shells shimmered with a dull black iron glow, their compound eyes glowed red, and their huge jaws snapped with a loud, moving incredibly fast. Iron-jawed beetle, omnivorous, moderate defense, powerful jaw bite. Weak points, joint connections and compound eyes. The information automatically appears in my mind. Clearly, the goblins are no match for these 2 iron-jawed beetles. One goblin is a step too slow and is instantly knocked down by a beetle. Its huge jaws snap shut with a loud, and the goblin's screams suddenly stop as half of its body is cut off. The bloody scene is disgusting. The other 2 goblins are so frightened they run desperately toward Guing. Guing holds her breath and stays calm inside. The iron-jawed beetles are fully focused on the goblins, which is her chance. They are blocking the way to the Rusty Gorge, so she must eliminate them. The 2 goblins crawl quickly under the beams where she is hiding. Soon after, the 2 iron-jawed beetles chase after them, their heavy limbs stomping loudly on the ground. Guiying's eyes flash with cold light. She pulls out 2 military pistols at the same time. Instead of shooting the hard shell on their backs, she aims at the right side of the front beetle's compound eye.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The bullets hit precisely into the scarlet eye. Juice splashes everywhere. The injured beetle emits a sharp, painful scream, suddenly standing upright and wildly swinging its head, losing control instantly. The other beetle is distracted by its companion's injury, slowing down. This is exactly what Guing wanted. Like a cheetah, she leaps down from the beams. In midair, her energy pistol appears again, aiming at the weaker joint on the second beetle's abdomen, and she pulls the trigger without hesitation. A blue beam flashes. An intense cold spreads instantly. Thick ice crystals cover the second beetle's abdomen and leg joints. Its charging posture suddenly freezes, then it loses balance and topples over. The limbs become brittle from the cold, cracking and breaking during the impact, causing painful howls. The first beetle, with its injured eye, is still struggling wildly. Guing lands and rolls to absorb the impact, then quickly switches back to her regular pistol. She fires repeatedly at the other intact compound eye and open mouth of the first beetle.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The bullets the soft tissue, damaging the internal organs. The beetle's struggle gradually weakens. She carefully shoots a few more rounds into the head of the second beetle, which still has frozen joints and is thrashing and screaming, ending its pain completely. The square fell silent again, leaving only a strong smell of blood and the cold air slowly emanating from the insect shells. Guing quickly looked around to make sure there were no other threats, then began to clean up the battlefield. She used her dagger to pry open the head of the iron-jawed insect, carefully removing 2 cloudy crystals about the size of eggs, which emitted faint energy fluctuations. These were likely the inferior energy cores, mentioned in the information, sources of energy for some creatures in this world, and possibly useful. The goblin was too ragged to be valuable, so she paid it no mind. After this battle, she had a clearer idea of how powerful her energy pistol was, but she was also more worried about its consumption. She could feel the energy inside the pistol decreasing with each shot. She needed to find a replacement weapon or a way to recharge soon. Following the map, she quickly crossed the square and finally found the so-called Rusty Gorge. This was not a naturally formed canyon but a narrow passage created by 2 enormous, twisted, rusted metal walls leaning against each other. The inside was dimly lit, with thick layers of rust dust and debris piled on the ground. The walls on both sides were covered with sharp protrusions and cracks, resembling the skeleton of a giant beast. A cold wind blew from deep within the gorge, carrying a strong smell of rust and a faint, almost imperceptible, energy aura. Gu Ying's spirits lifted. The aura was very weak, but it was similar to the fragment she had absorbed earlier and the feeling from her energy pistol. Could there be a space core fragment or some other energy source inside? Without hesitation, she stepped into the rusty gorge. Inside, the passage was even more complex than it appeared from outside, with frequent forks and obstacles caused by collapses. Guing relied on her mental perception and tracked the faint energy fluctuations, moving carefully forward. After about 10 minutes, she turned a sharp corner and suddenly saw a small depression, like a forgotten workshop. In the corner, scattered mechanical parts were unrecognizable. What caught her eye was in the center of the depression, a human skeleton, half buried in a pile of rust. The clothes on the skeleton had long since decayed, but nearby lay several objects. A strange-looking weapon resembling a pistol but more complex in structure seems damaged. A metal notebook, and most exciting of all, clutched tightly in the skeleton's finger bones, a dark blue fragment. The faint energy fluctuations are actually emitted from it. Another piece of the space core. Guing suppressed her excitement and did not rush forward. She carefully used her mental power to scan the surroundings, making sure there were no traps or lurking dangers before slowly approaching. Who was the owner of the skeleton? Why did they die here? Were they also victims from another world? Guing squatted down and carefully picked up the dark blue fragment. As her fingertips touched it, a familiar warm sensation spread, and the fragment turned into flowing light that merged into her body. Her mental map instantly became clearer, and the area expanded nearly twice as much. More information about the inside of the Lost City, Isara, appeared, including several relatively safe paths and a few marked spots that might hide treasures or dangers. At the same time, her control over space improved again, with the space capacity significantly increasing. She also faintly felt that she had gained a vague new ability. Her perception of energy in the environment had become sharper. After suppressing the brief dizziness caused by absorbing the fragment, Guing turned her gaze to the damaged weapon and the metal notebook. The weapon was silver gray all over, with smooth lines. Even covered in rust, it looked far more advanced than her energy pistol. However, the barrel had obvious cracks and the energy conduction lines seemed broken. She tried to store it in her space, hoping to repair it someday. Then she picked up the metal notebook. Its material was special, cool to the touch, with no markings on the cover. She tried to open it. The pages were not paper but a flexible synthetic material, written on with an unknown blue ink filled with dense symbols. Not the language of this world's humanoids, nor Earth's writing. Strangely, at the moment her eyes touched the symbols, they began to twist and rearrange, eventually transforming into Chinese characters she could understand. This is. Guing was deeply shocked. The first page of the notebook contained a message. To future explorers, no matter where you come from, If you can read these words, it means you, like me, have the gift of truth-seeking, or you have already fused with a keystone fragment. I am Ella Michelle, the chief linguist and symbolologist of the 7th Exploration Team of the Star Ring Alliance. Our spaceship, the Explorer, crashed here while tracking strange space waves in this cursed exile land. Gu Ying's heart suddenly raced. The Star Ring Alliance? Exploration teams? Linguistics? Exile land? She eagerly continued reading. The notes were scattered, recording Dr. Ella Michelle's experiences after the crash. How survivors struggled to stay alive, how they encountered local natives, she called them crackclaw gnarlers, and various terrifying creatures, and how the team gradually lost members. She also documented her observations of this world: chaotic energy fields, distorted physical laws, and broken ancient ruins. The most important information was in the middle and later parts of the notes. That we were wrong. This is not an uncivilized, wild planet. Isara was once a highly advanced civilization core. They mastered incredible space technology and even tried to build bridges connecting multiple universes. But some disaster destroyed everything. The abnormal space waves we detected are likely remnants of that ancient catastrophe, or a sign that something sleeping is about to awaken. The core fragments, the doctor calls them keystones, are the key. Not only for strengthening individual space, but also for activating ancient teleportation networks and escaping this prison. We need to gather at least 3 main fragments and find the main control room of the central spire. But it is blocked by the most terrifying guardians and space turbulence that I was chased and injured by the crackclaw gnarlers. Hiding here. Energy is running out. I encrypted my research data and a map of the internal safe route of Isara. Hope it still works. In the last page of the notes, needing the keystone energy to activate. Future explorers, if you have the ability, please take our findings out. Warn the Alliance. Be careful of the shadows. The notes abruptly stopped here, the handwriting becoming faint and weak. Gu Ying took a deep breath, trying to process this huge amount of information. This world is called Exile Land. A high-level civilization exploration team from the Star Ring Alliance came here and almost all perished. The ancient civilization Isara was destroyed by a disaster. The space core fragments, keystones, are the key to leaving. You need to gather 3 and go to a place called the Central Spire. And there are so-called shadows and guardians. The information is vast and full of mysteries, but at least she gained a clearer goal. Collect the fragments and head to the central tower. She also received a more detailed internal security map. She tried to channel a bit of her recently enhanced spatial energy into her metal notebook. The last page of the notebook glowed faintly, and a complex, detailed 3D map projection appeared. It was 100 times more detailed than the incomplete map in her mind. It clearly marked several paths leading deep into the ruins, along with many points of interest, including resource spots, danger zones, and the direction of the central tower. This was excellent. Truly a timely help. Just as Gu Ying felt excited about this unexpected find, her mental awareness suddenly detected a very subtle but malicious gaze coming from deep within the canyon. It was cold, greedy, and aggressive. This feeling was completely different from the earlier sensations of the goblin with the cracked claws and the armored beetle. It was the aura of a more advanced, cunning predator. When did it appear? How long had it been watching? Gu Ying's body bristled with fear. Without hesitation, she rolled quickly to the side and back. A barely visible gray shadow brushed past her previous position. The rusty ground where she had been crouching was sliced open by 3 deep, bottomless cuts, with edges as smooth as mirrors. Shaken, Gu Ying looked up. In the dim shadows of the canyon, a tall, slender figure slowly emerged. It was about as tall as a person, covered in dark gray, light-absorbing scales. Its body moved smoothly like a cheetah, but had a humanoid shape. Its limbs ended in sharp, metallic gleaming claws, obviously the source of those terrifying cuts. Its head lacked obvious features, only a smooth gray mask. In the center of the mask, a vertical, like dark red glow slowly lit up, locking onto Guing. In her mind, information from Dr. Ella's notes and the map automatically matched, and a name with a high alert flashed in her heart: Shadow Stalker. A highly agile, aggressive, intelligent creature, skilled in stealth and ambush. Its shell can deflect some energy attacks. It relies on heat and vibration sensing for vision. Extremely dangerous. Avoid contact. The Shadow Stalker. Is this one of the guardians mentioned in the notes? Or perhaps a top predator in the local ecosystem? Its faceless face had faint red cracks that flickered, as if assessing the prey before it. In the next moment, it lowered its body slightly and prepared to attack. Guing clenched her energy pistol and combat knife, cold sweat sliding down her forehead. The real danger was just beginning. The shadow hunters, like Red, visual, locked onto Guing, radiating a cold and pure hunting desire. She could feel that its speed and attack power were far beyond any opponent she had faced before. Just as the hunter's muscles tensed, about to turn into a flash of gray lightning to strike, Guing suddenly threw the damaged weapon, left by Dr. Ella, forcefully at the rock wall on the hunter's left side.
Bang!
The metal hit the stone wall with a sharp sound. At the same time, she sprinted toward a narrow on the right side. It was a possible escape route she had noticed earlier while observing the environment. The hunter's movement indeed showed a brief hesitation. It seemed its sensing system was disturbed by the sudden noise for just a fraction of a second. That fraction of a second, Guing squeezed into the like a fish swimming through water. The opening was so narrow that only one person could pass sideways, and inside was pitch dark. Screech. The shadow hunter let out a sharp, mocking cry, clearly angry. It transformed into a gray shadow and lunged forward, its cold, gleaming claws slashing fiercely at the. A harsh scraping sound rang out, sparks flying. Its claws gouged deep grooves into the hard, metal-embedded rock wall. Debris fell in showers. But that was too narrow. The hunter's large body and claws couldn't fully enter, trapping it for a moment. Guiying's heart pounded wildly. Without looking back, she pushed deeper into the. Her mental strength spread out with unprecedented intensity, outlining her path in the absolute darkness. This was not a dead end, but led to a wider passage. The hunter roared and clawed wildly at the entrance, trying to widen it, its voice full of rage. Guing charged forward regardless of everything. She could feel the murderous intent behind her, like a shadow following her every move. She had to put distance between them. Suddenly, a faint light appeared ahead. An exit. She struggled to break free from the gap, revealing a relatively wide abandoned pipe. The pipe walls emitted a faint greenish glow from moss, providing some light. But before she could catch her breath, her mental alert warned her again. Above her, without hesitation, she lunged forward. A shadowy figure, like a ghost, silently dropped down from above the pipe. Its claws missed again, but it fiercely grabbed the spot where she had just been standing. This creature, it's so smart, knowing how to dodge and block. There must be other entrances to this pipe. Quickly, Guling rolled to the side, grabbing her energy pistol. She fired fiercely at the attacker rushing toward her again. A blue beam shot out. However, the attacker showed incredible agility and foresight. Its body twisted in a way that defied physics, narrowly avoiding the beam. Only the edge of its limb was brushed by the cold temperature, causing it to stiffen slightly. Frost covered its scales, but it didn't seem to be seriously hurt. Hiss. The attacker seemed furious from the energy weapon's attack. Its speed surged again, turning into streaks of shadow, launching a storm of attacks from different angles at Guling. Guling pushed her mental strength to the limit. Using Dr. Ayla's map of the pipe structure, she desperately dodged and blocked. Her knife and claws clashed, sparks flying. Her clothes were torn in several places, and shallow cuts appeared on her skin, dangerous and tense. The energy pistol needed a short recharge each time. With the opponent's defenses and terrifying speed, it was hard to hit the vital spots. This couldn't go on. She would be exhausted and killed eventually. While dodging, Gu Ling's mind raced. Map info, Dr. Ayla's notes, the attacker's traits. High agility, thermal sensing, vibration sensing. Suddenly, an adventurous plan formed in her mind. She fired again to force the attacker back from a pounce, then quickly turned and sprinted toward a marked abandoned energy node deep inside the pipe. The attacker immediately chased after her. Its speed was clearly faster than Gu Ling's, and the distance between them shrank rapidly. Gu Ling suddenly took out several inferior energy cores of iron jaw beetles she had collected earlier. She threw them with all her strength toward the deep node ahead. At the same time, she pulled out the last remaining burning stick, an essential survival tool in the apocalypse, and, after opening it, threw it forcefully in the same direction. What happens when an energy core, which is unstable by nature, is hit violently or exposed to high temperatures? The burning stick exploded first, emitting intense light and heat. Then, the energy core that was thrown and hit the rock wall was stimulated and heated, causing a powerful explosion. Although its power was not as great as high explosives, the sudden burst of energy, shockwave, bright light, and heat were still very impressive, especially for creatures that sense heat. Screech! The shadow hunter chasing behind clearly didn't expect this move. The intense heat source suddenly exploded, almost blinding its senses. The shockwave and loud noise also disturbed its vibration perception. It let out a painful, chaotic scream, and its pursuit action immediately faltered, even staggering and crashing into the nearby pipe wall. This was the exact moment Gu Ling was waiting for. Instead of running away, she took advantage of the hunter's confused senses to turn back sharply. She crouched low, aiming her energy pistol at the hunter's relatively vulnerable spot, where the scales were thinner and near the connection between the neck and body, an area likely to contain the energy core. This was her deduction based on map information about similar creatures. Die! Gu Ling coldly spat out these 3 words, unleashing almost all the remaining energy from her pistol in one shot. Whoosh! A much thicker blue beam precisely shot into the hunter's neck gap. An intense coldness instantly flooded into its body. The hunter's body stiffened suddenly, emitting a desperate, half-agonized cry. Its surface rapidly covered with thick blue ice crystals, and the red cracks in its visual organs dimmed instantly. The huge ice sculpture fell to the pipeline floor, shattered into several pieces, and was completely silent. Gu Ling, exhausted, knelt on one knee, gasping heavily. Cold sweat soaked her back. That was truly a close call. She dared not stay long. Quickly, she moved forward and used her military knife to pry open the hunter's shattered body. Sure enough, she found a crystal, more pure and with stronger energy fluctuations than an iron mandible beetle's energy core, called the Shadow Energy Core, damaged. She quickly put away the energy core and didn't have time to carefully check her harvest. Instead, she followed the map to find a path that led away from the pipeline and quickly moved far from this place. After running almost to her limit, she finally found a hidden small hollow formed by mechanical debris. Once she confirmed it was safe around her, she sat down heavily, tended to her wounds, and drank water while eating some food. After resting for a moment, she took out Dr. Ella's metal notebook and the new dark blue fragment she had just obtained. She pressed the fragment close to the notebook. The fragment transformed into a stream of light and merged into her body. This time, the change was much greater than before. The map in her mind expanded several times, covering almost half of the lost city, Isar. More importantly, 3 blinking lights appeared on the map. They were connected by faint lines, forming an irregular triangle. At the same time, a sudden realization came to her. The 3 main fragments were collected. The spatial coordinates were stable. The short distance, same-dimension teleportation function was unlocked. Teleportation. The word made Gu Ying's heart race. She focused her mind on sensing the 3 lights. They were located at her current position, just absorbed, the rusted gorge just obtained, and far away on Earth, in her well-defended safe room in the 10th year of the apocalypse. Earth's coordinates. She could really go back. A wave of excitement and dizziness hit Guing. After 10 years of struggling through the apocalypse, strange adventures in another world, the hope of returning home finally appeared before her. But then, a message appeared. Such long distance, cross-dimensional teleportation requires an enormous amount of energy. The current energy stored in space was far insufficient. Forcing it to activate might cause coordinate shifts or even space collapse.
Energy.
She needed a huge amount of energy. The map marked several high-energy reaction points deep inside the Lost City, one near the central spire. According to Dr. Ella's notes, that might be an ancient civilization's energy source or reactor site. Perhaps she could find enough energy there to support the teleportation. Her goal was clearer than ever. Head to the central spire area, find a high-energy source, and recharge for her journey home. The road ahead would be even more dangerous, with terrifying creatures and possibly the guardians and shadows mentioned in the notes. But Gu Ying's eyes were filled with unwavering determination. Compared to the temptation of going home, these dangers are nothing. She organized her gear, repaired the damage on her light armor, and looked into the darkness deeper within the ruins. This time, she was no longer exploring passively. With a clear goal, she actively moved toward the danger. Relying on the enhanced spatial abilities brought by 3 fragments, bigger capacity, better perception of energy flows, and even short-range, small-area teleportation, recently awakened, very energy-consuming and limited in distance, and Dr. Ella's detailed map, Guing struggled through the perilous ruins. She avoided areas marked as extremely dangerous, used her new short-distance teleportation, only 3 to 5 meters each time, very taxing mentally, to escape deadly traps, and faced and carefully dealt with strange creatures. She collected some unique materials and energy crystals from this world, gradually increasing her supplies in space. During her journey, she even saw the central spire, a tall, crystal and metal structure piercing into purple clouds. The tower was damaged but still emitted a powerful, intimidating energy pressure. Twisted space and wild energy currents surrounded it, making it look like a miracle or the entrance to. After several days of cautious but determined progress, she finally reached the most likely high-energy reaction point marked on her map, a deep underground energy well inside a base near the outer edge of the central spire. The entrance was blocked by a heavy, unknown alloy door, but time and disaster had already damaged it. Guing used her energy pistol's freezing effect combined with physical explosives, small amounts of dynamite from space, to carefully create an opening. A massive, almost tangible wave of energy surged toward her. Inside the well, a deep blue glow pulsed like a heartbeat. Guing held back her excitement and stepped inside. The interior was vast, with a large energy collection device at the center. Although most of it was damaged, the core still gathered an incredible amount of energy, forming a pulsating, basketball-sized blue energy core. This energy was enough for her to teleport back 100 times. She carefully approached, trying to use her space abilities to guide and absorb this huge energy. The process went surprisingly smoothly. The space, like a hungry sponge, greedily absorbed the energy from the core. She could feel that a change was happening in space, with the volume expanding endlessly and the edges beginning to blur, as if transforming into a true small world. Meanwhile, the energy needed for teleporting home was rapidly filling up. Just as the energy absorption was nearing completion and the light of home seemed within reach, from the shadows deep inside the energy well, a cold, twisted, malicious consciousness suddenly awakened.
Thief.
Don't even think about it. Accompanied by this mental roar echoing directly in her mind, countless sticky tentacles, seemingly made of pure shadow, surged from all directions, reaching for Guing. At the same time, she felt her thoughts slow down and the space energy absorption was forcibly disturbed and slowed. Shadow. Guing immediately understood. This was what Dr. Ella's last warning in her notes referred to. It was guarding the energy here. This shadow was not purely biological. It resembled an energy life form or a collection of resentments. Physical attacks had little effect. The shadow tentacles coiled around her, cold and piercing, frantically draining her life force and mental energy. The energy absorption was interrupted, and the space became unstable. Gu Ying faced an unprecedented crisis. The way home was just ahead, but this terrifying presence blocked her path.
No.
She would never give up. A fierce determination flashed in her eyes. She concentrated all her mental strength, not for defense, but pouring everything into her space ability, targeting the still partially absorbed, glowing blue energy core. Don't you want energy? Here, take it. She wasn't trying to absorb it. She was going to use her space power to detonate it. Since she couldn't take it, no one would be allowed to keep it. The huge explosion might destroy this shadow, and in the very moment before the blast, she used her stored energy and spatial coordinates to forcefully activate the teleport. This was a reckless gamble. The success rate was less than 1 in 10,000. The power of space wrapped around the energy core, compressing it suddenly. Then boom! An indescribably terrifying explosion of energy erupted. The glowing blue light instantly consumed everything. The shadow tentacles emitted a piercing, silent scream, torn apart and obliterated in the pure energy storm. And just before the shockwave from the explosion hit her body, Gu Ying's mind locked onto Earth's coordinates, desperately activating the teleport.
Home.
A bright white light filled her vision, and a powerful tearing force seemed to want to break apart every atom of her body. In a post-apocalyptic Earth, somewhere along the coast, deep underground in a super secure shelter. Inside the bedroom, the air suddenly twisted violently, producing a harsh buzzing sound. Then, a charred, broken, blood-covered figure appeared out of nowhere, crashing heavily onto the soft carpet and falling into a deep coma. Her body was badly injured, her life force so weak it seemed about to fade away at any moment. But her fingers clenched tightly around 3 dull, cracked, dark blue fragments. Outside the window, the emergency broadcast alarm from the military grew louder and closer, echoing repeatedly, "Major tsunami arriving early." Repeat. "Major tsunami arriving early. All personnel must go to the highest shelter immediately." This is not a drill. Repeating. Outside the safe house, 100-meter-high wave of destruction roared like a wall connecting heaven and earth, crashing and howling, rushing forward with destructive force. In the face of this absolute disaster, the safe house was like a tiny speck in a storm. Unaware of all this, Gu Ying was unconscious. Her consciousness sank into endless darkness and shattered memories. Her body reacted before her mind, pulling her back to her homeland, but also bringing the final test. The countdown to the tsunami had already reached 0. This was Gu Ying's first feeling upon waking. It was as if every bone was crushed, every muscle torn, and her soul was torn apart by the terrifying force of the final explosion and space teleportation, almost on the verge of breaking apart. She struggled to open her heavy eyelids, her vision blurred for a while before gradually focusing. The familiar ceiling, the soft light, and the air filled with the slightly ozone-scented freshness of the shelter's ventilation system. She was really back. Beneath her was a soft, expensive carpet, offering a small comfort. She tried to move but was hit by a violent, almost fainting-inducing pain. She could only barely turn her eyes to look around. This was her bedroom in the safe house, the core area of absolute safety. Everything was as it had been. Her half-empty glass of water on the bedside table was still there, as if time hadn't passed much. A deep, oppressive rumbling sound, as if coming from deep within the earth, continued non-stop. Even through thick, several-meter-thick alloy walls and high-performance damping materials that could withstand nuclear blasts, the sound was still clear. It was not an explosion, but a much larger, more terrifying force roaring. The military alarm seemed to have stopped, or perhaps it was completely drowned out by the mighty roar of nature's power. Gu Ying's heart suddenly sank. She struggled, using all her strength to lift her head and look at the monitor wall in the corner of the bedroom. This was a comprehensive display system connected to hundreds of high-definition, infrared, and sound sensors outside the safe house. Every movement caused sharp pain and muscle protests. She clenched her teeth, cold sweat breaking out on her forehead, and finally managed to lift herself slightly, her eyes fixed on the screen. The main screen showed the scene directly in front of the safe house. What should have been a city ruin and distant mountains was now water. An endless, murky, foam and debris-filled wall of water. 100-meter-high wave, like a wall of death stretching across the sky and ground, was unstoppable, swallowing everything in its path. The remains of tall buildings were easily pushed over, shattered, and pulled into the bottomless, muddy chaos. On top of the wave, twisted cars, broken ships, and various unrecognizable debris spun wildly. The destructive force hit the screen like a punch, suffocating and hopeless. Her safe house, like a tiny stone in the furious ocean, was instantly swallowed by this terrifying giant wave.
Boom.
Even with excellent soundproofing, the dull crashing and crushing sounds penetrated layers of protection, shaking the entire structure of the safe house. The lights flickered violently, and a faint hum indicated the backup power system switching on automatically. The image on the screen was instantly filled with murky seawater and mud, becoming blurry. Only countless bubbles and fragments could be seen crashing wildly against the protective shield of the external sensors. Pressure sensors' readings soared wildly, issuing sharp alarms. The safe house trembled violently, as if enduring unimaginable water pressure and impact forces. Gu Ying's heart was in her throat. Although she was confident in the safe house's defenses, this was a 100-meter tsunami, nature's most violent destructive force. In case the structure gets damaged or a seal is broken. She stared tightly at the stress data and depth readings on the screen. The vibration felt like it lasted a whole century. Finally, the strongest impact was over. The safe house withstood the initial, most violent shock and crushing. The structure is intact. The seal is secure. The image on the screen remains blurry, but it's clear that the safe house is sinking deeper into the water. External pressure has stabilized at a very high level, but it's still within the safe house's design limits.
They
are temporarily safe. Gu Ying let out a long, trembling sigh, then collapsed weakly, coughing violently, with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. The intense stress earlier caused serious internal injuries. She was still alive and the safe house was still standing. But this was only the beginning. After the tsunami, there would be long-term challenges: flooding, darkness, high pressure, and resource depletion. She had to treat her injuries immediately. Focusing her remaining mental energy, she tried to communicate with her portable space. Fortunately, although the space was extremely unstable due to the last forced energy explosion and long-distance teleportation, the core area could still be accessed. She struggled to retrieve the advanced medical kit she had stored earlier, which contained strong painkillers, antibiotics, nutrient fluids, and tools for fixing and stitching wounds. After injecting herself with painkillers and antibiotics, the pain eased slightly. She began to check her body. Multiple fractures and cracks, internal bleeding, severe muscle tears, and extensive burns and frostbite from energy backlash and the cold of the Shadow Hunter. Her condition was extremely dire. Surviving was a miracle. Using her 10 years of resilience from the apocalypse, she performed simple wound cleaning, immobilization, and bandaging, then hung the nutrient fluids. After finishing, she nearly fainted again. With her last bit of consciousness, she looked at the monitor once more. The safe house had sunk to the bottom. Outside, eternal darkness stretched on, with only the beam of her searchlight cutting through the murky water, tracing lonely paths. Occasionally, shadows of huge, mutated sea creatures drifted past the light's edge, creating an unsettling sense of oppression. The energy reserves were sufficient, and the air and water circulation systems worked normally. The food supplies were enough for her to survive for years, or even longer. What she needed most now was time. Time to rest and heal, time to regain strength, and time to wait for the flood to recede, if it can recede at all. Just as her mind was relaxing, about to drift into a deep sleep of self-repair, a faint but clear knocking sound suddenly came from outside her bedroom. Gu froze completely, almost thinking she was hearing things. This was her most private bedroom, surrounded by layers of security and functional zones. The tsunami had just passed, buried deep underwater. How could there be a knocking sound? The sound repeated, clearer than before, with a certain rhythm. It didn't sound like random objects hitting, but more like someone politely knocking on the door. A cold shiver ran from Gu Ying's tailbone straight to her head. She quickly looked at the security monitor inside the bedroom, switching to the area where she thought the sound was coming from, the sealed alloy door leading to the main living area. Outside the door, no one was there. The monitor showed no abnormalities. The knocking sounded again, this time as if it was right outside her bedroom door. So clear it was chilling. How could this be? The security system of the safe house was top level. How could someone silently bypass all protections and stand outside her most private door? Is it a hallucination? A mental breakdown caused by her severe injuries? Or, suddenly, she remembered the last moments of teleportation, the cold roar echoing in her mind. The thief. Don't even think about it. Could it be that the shadow is chasing her? Or some terrifying creature from that other world, coming along with her teleportation? Gu Ying's heart was pounding wildly, almost bursting from her chest. She endured the pain and silently took out her energy pistol and combat knife from her space, aiming the gun steadily at the alloy door. The energy in her pistol was nearly exhausted from teleportation and explosions, leaving only a faint trace. But it was her strongest weapon at this moment. Outside the door, everything was deadly silent. The knocking had stopped. It was as if everything just now was her imagination. But Gu Ying's mental strength sensed a strange, indescribable presence outside her door. No killing intent, no malice, just a sense of awe and ancient dignity that made her soul tremble. Seconds passed slowly in silence, only her heavy breathing and heartbeat audible. Suddenly, a voice sounded directly deep inside her mind. It did not come through her ears but affected her consciousness directly. The voice was deep, calm, and had a strange, non-human magnetic quality, even carrying a faint sense of exhaustion. It spoke in a language she had never heard before but somehow understood. Don't be nervous, traveler of time and space. I am not your enemy. I bring you. End of the World Express. Along with this voice, the heavy alloy door of her bedroom, which should have been locked from the inside, silently slid open inward. Outside the door stood a person. He was tall and straight, wearing a deep blue robe that looked woven from water and shadows. The robe's hem moved without wind, but did not get wet. His face was so handsome it seemed almost unreal, with pale skin and deep blue eyes like a vast ocean abyss, where stars seemed to fade. His long hair was slightly curly, resembling seaweed, with a dark night-like color. What was most shocking was that he emitted a faint glow, as if shielding himself from the terrifying water pressure and darkness outside. He stood quietly, as if he was the owner of this place, and Gu Ling was just an unexpected visitor. Gu Ling's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. Her body froze from extreme shock and fear. Who was this man? How did he get into this safe house that even a 100-meter tsunami couldn't destroy? End of the World Express. What was that? The man's deep gaze fell on Gu Ling, sweeping over her severe injuries and the energy pistol trembling slightly in her hand aimed at him. His expression was calm, and he slightly raised his hand. In his hand, he held a fist-sized, crystal-clear blue water droplet, inside which a liquid-like glow seemed to flow. The energy fluctuation from the water droplet was gentle yet immense, pure beyond compare, far surpassing the energy core she saw in the alien world's energy well. It even resonated with, and yearned for her 3 space fragments inside her body. A small gift for our first meeting, the man's voice echoed directly in her mind again, calm and steady, perhaps to help you repair this fragile vessel more quickly. As for who I am, the man's lips seemed to curl into a faint, almost imperceptible smile, carrying a deep sense of weariness and a hint of playfulness. You can call me the delivery person, or in a way that's easier for you to understand. I am the consciousness of this ocean. Gu Ying's mind went completely blank, losing all ability to think. Ocean. Consciousness? Her gaze involuntarily fell on the blue water droplet that emitted an alluring glow. Her body moved before her mind could, driven by a pure energy craving, especially in her critically injured and vulnerable state. Her fingers trembled slightly. Gu Ying's fingertips almost touched the powerful yet gentle blue water droplet. The temptation was overwhelming. Her body, like a dry desert, was screaming for this energy to heal her wounds and restore her strength. The energy within this droplet was far superior to anything she had absorbed before, even surpassing the core of that alien energy well. However, years of survival training in the apocalypse had made her deeply cautious, and at the last moment, she forcibly stopped her hand. The ocean's consciousness? The delivery person? This explanation was too absurd, too strange. Outsiders are inherently suspicious. In the apocalypse, any gift without reason must come with an unbearable price. She endured the pain and the lure of energy, gripping her nearly drained pistol. Though her hands trembled slightly, she kept it aimed firmly at the uninvited guest at the door. Her voice was hoarse and dry from injury and tension. What exactly are you? How did you get in? What do you want? The man claiming to be the ocean's consciousness seemed completely unfazed by Gu Ying's suspicion and hostility. His deep, abyss-like eyes flashed with a faint weariness, as if he had witnessed countless changes over ages. How did I get in? He tilted his head slightly, his movements graceful, but not human. Your creation is quite interesting, but blocking the flow of water is not wise. His gaze swept over the surrounding alloy walls, as if he could see through their essence. As for my purpose, he raised the hand holding the blue water droplet and moved it forward another half-inch, the tempting energy ripples almost reaching Gu Ying's face. I told you I deliver. This is a return gift. Return gift. Gu Ying caught this phrase, her brow furrowing, alarm bells ringing in her mind. I don't remember having any deal with you. The deal was completed long ago, while you were unaware. The man's voice was calm and steady. You took a part of his long-held power, breaking the unpleasant balance and allowing a hint of change to enter here. For that, I owe you a debt of karma. Gu Ying was deeply shocked. The stored power? Could it refer to the energy core she detonated in the other world? The roaring shadow? She took the power, broke the balance? So this ocean consciousness benefits from it? And is the shadow his enemy? The amount of information was overwhelming, making her already injured head throb even more. I don't understand what you're talking about. Gu Ying gritted her teeth. And I don't need your return gift. Please leave immediately. The man looked at her quietly for a few seconds. His gaze seemed to pierce through her skin, directly seeing her inner weakness and longing. You will need it, he said calmly but with firm certainty. The water outside won't recede anytime soon. And your container is badly damaged. Just relying on yourself and these, he glanced at the medical box, won't support you until the water reappears. His words were like cold needles, piercing Gu Ying's forced composure. She knew her own condition best. Her injuries were severe, on the verge of death, kept alive only by willpower and painkillers. Without a miracle, she might not last. Accept it or decay together with it. The man gently placed a water droplet on the ground at the door. The droplet hovered a few centimeters above the floor, slowly spinning, emitting a soft glow. It's your choice. After saying that, he truly did not stay any longer, turning around. His deep blue robe fluttered, and his figure seemed to blend into the water like ink, gradually becoming blurry and transparent. Wait! Gu Ying couldn't help shouting. What exactly are you? Who is he you mentioned? What's really going on? The man's figure was almost completely faded, leaving only a vague outline and those deep blue eyes. He looked at her one last time. The shadows of the old days will return. The new change has already begun to sprout. The traveler of time and space, take care of yourself. Perhaps we will meet again. The lingering sound echoed in Gu Ying's mind. At the door, nothing remained. Only a floating blue water droplet quietly shining, and outside, the cold, heavy, submerged metal corridor from the tsunami. It was as if everything just now was a strange illusion. But the cold, enormous, non-human presence lingering in the air, along with the real energy water droplet on the ground, told Gu Ying that what had just happened was real. A being claiming to be the ocean consciousness had broken into her safe house, bringing her a so-called gift and a bunch of riddles. Gu Ying stared hard at the water droplet, her mind torn. Should she take it or not? If she took it, she might fall into an unknown trap or become entangled with a terrifying presence she couldn't escape. If she didn't, her body might not last much longer. Falling unconscious in this deep water of the end times would mean certain death. Time passed second by second, and her consciousness began to fade due to blood loss and pain. The shadow of death, like cold seawater, slowly seeped into her limbs and bones. She had fought her way back from a hellish world and returned to her own. There were so many things she still needed to do. The best friend, Lin Wei, who pushed her into the flood, the fake, scoundrel Qin Feng, they still owed her. She had accumulated so many supplies and built this safe house, not to become her tomb. Even if this energy was poison, she accepted it. At least it was a chance. Her strong will to survive finally overpowered her caution. Gu Ying used her last bit of strength to reach out and touch the blue water droplet. The moment her fingertips made contact, no explosion, no corrosion. Instead, an indescribably gentle and rich life energy surged into her body, like a stream under the spring sun, instantly filling her. This energy was pure and vast, yet incredibly obedient, flowing exactly as she directed with her mind, quickly targeting her most damaged areas. Broken bones were gently wrapped and visibly began to heal. Torn muscles and internal organs were nourished and repaired. Her exhausted mental strength, like rain after a drought, rapidly recovered and even started to grow. Even energy burns and frostbite were quickly soothed. A sense of comfort replaced the pain, and warmth dispelled the cold. Gu Ying couldn't help but let out a very satisfying, trembling sigh. This feeling was so wonderful. It was like being reborn. She could clearly feel her body recovering faster than ever before, even becoming stronger than before she was injured. The 3 cracked fragments in the space also healed gradually, shining with a faint but steady light thanks to the energy nourishing them. The unstable, blurry edges of the space became solid again, and even the area seemed to have expanded. This energy, is it really so amazing? No side effects at all? The ocean consciousness seems to have no ill will, at least for now. After some time, when the last bit of energy from the blue water droplet was fully absorbed, Gu Ying's injuries had mostly healed. She was still a little weak but fine overall, just needing some rest to recover completely. She slowly stood up, moved her arms and legs, and felt the long-missed strength inside her.
Her mood was very complicated.
She walked to the bedroom door, picked up the water droplet fragment that had lost its shine and looked like ordinary glass, and examined it carefully. There was no more energy fluctuation. Outside the window/screen, the deep sea remained dark and endless. Huge mutated creatures occasionally swam past. Inside the safe house, everything was silent. That strange encounter just now felt like a dream. But the energy filling her body and her healing proved it wasn't. Gu Ying went to the control panel and checked the monitoring data. The structure was stable, energy was sufficient, and the internal ecosystem was working well. According to calculations, she had enough supplies to survive at least 5 years. 5 years. Will the floodwaters recede? What has the outside world become? Did Lin Wei and Qin Feng die in the tsunami? Or did they find a shelter too? And that ocean consciousness. Is it an old shadow? A new variable? What does it really mean? Gu Ying shook her head, pushing aside her tangled thoughts. No matter what the future holds or what the ocean consciousness aims for, her most important task now is to fully recover and then adapt to this underwater life, waiting for the right moment. She looked at the deep-sea scene on the monitor, her eyes becoming firm and sharp again. The end of the world has never truly ended. It's just on a more extreme stage. She, Guing, returned after experiencing the end of 2 worlds and even battles in a different universe. She unexpectedly received a gift from the ocean consciousness. She is stronger than ever before and also more dangerous. Under the deep water, the safe house is like a silent fortress. A new era quietly begins amid the flood of darkness. Guing doesn't know that while she absorbs the blue water droplet and her body quickly recovers, outside the safe house, far away in the dark currents, a pair of non-human, deep blue eyes seem to see through many obstacles and look at her again. Then, they disappear into the endless ocean. The cause and effect have been set in motion. The seeds have been planted. Now, they wait quietly to sprout. Under the deep water, days lose their sense of sunrise and sunset. Time becomes just flickering numbers on a screen and a vague feeling from her biological clock. Guiying's body recovers rapidly thanks to the magic energy of the blue water droplet. In just a few days, her serious injuries are healed, and her body is even stronger than before. Her senses are sharper, and her mental strength is more focused and abundant. The cracks on the 3 space fragments have disappeared, and space has become more stable and expanded. Her control over space has also grown significantly. She begins to systematically explore and get familiar with a fully submerged safe house. The safe house has multiple layers. The core includes her bedroom and main control room. The outer areas are living spaces, including the kitchen, gym, medical room, supplies storage, hydroponic farm, air and water recycling center, and energy core, nuclear batteries with backup power sources. All areas have passed extreme pressure tests and are working well. The crops in the hydroponic farm are lush under artificial light, providing fresh vegetables and fruits. The circulation system converts carbon dioxide into oxygen and purifies wastewater. The energy core supplies steady power. This is a perfect, self-sufficient arc in the end times. But Guing doesn't feel relaxed at all. The absolute silence and enclosed environment are themselves a kind of invisible pressure. Outside the monitoring screens is eternal darkness and occasional huge, terrifying shadows passing by, reminding her that the outside world is still a dangerous, apocalyptic place. Most of her time is spent exercising and studying, training her physical strength to adapt to her enhanced body, practicing firearms and cold weapons. More importantly, she began to study the metal notebook left by Dr. Ella Michel in depth. The contents of the notebook went far beyond what she had imagined. In addition to a detailed map of the lost city, Acera, it contained extensive research notes on that world's energy system, biological traits, material science, and the symbolic language of the ancient Acera civilization. What interested her most was a basic method called fundamental energy guidance and enhancement. It seemed to be a beginner's technique used by members of the Star Ring Alliance to adapt to high-energy environments and strengthen their minds for better control of energy-based equipment. Guing tried to follow the meditation and guidance methods described in the notes. She soon discovered that after absorbing the blue droplet, her body had become highly attuned to energy, and her mental resilience was far greater than what the notes described. She easily entered a focused state, clearly sensing the gentle energy that had not yet fully settled within her body, as well as the subtle connection between the spatial fragment and her own mind. When she guided this energy to slowly refine her body, the results were remarkable. Her strength, speed, and reflexes steadily improved, and her mental perception gradually extended beyond the safe house. Although the thick alloy walls and deep water greatly weakened it, she could still faintly sense the energy waves of some massive life forms outside. This gave her a stronger sense of security. At the same time, she began using the equipment in the safe house to study the materials she had brought back from the other world: the cracked goblin's short spear, the iron-jawed beetle's shell and energy core, the shadow hunter's claws and damaged core, and the two strange black daggers. She found that the goblin's short spear was made of an unknown alloy, sharp and flexible. The beetle's shell had excellent physical defense and some resistance to energy. The shadow hunter's claws could easily cut through the beetle's shell and seemed to have a special effect against energy shields. The two black daggers conducted energy extremely well. If used together with her energy pistol, they might produce unexpected results. As for the energy cores, besides containing power, their internal structures were quite unusual and might serve as alternative energy sources for certain devices. She then dismantled the damaged, unusual weapon she had obtained from Dr. Ella. Its structure is extremely precise. The main energy conversion part is badly damaged and cannot be repaired with her current tools and skills. However, its design gave her many ideas. She even tried connecting an iron beetle's energy core to the backup power port of the safe house, and surprisingly managed to produce a steady low-voltage current. This means that the world's energy cores might be a good source of power for her. Days passed slowly as she explored, learned, and trained. The date on the screen shows she has been underwater at this depth for over 2 months. Outside, the deep sea remains silent and still. There are no signs of the flood receding. Occasionally, she sees debris from human-made objects sinking by, and once she saw a body wearing a torn life jacket, swollen and deformed from long immersion, being eaten by a huge, spiky fish. The end of the world is still harsh. One day, Guing was doing intense weight training at the gym when suddenly woo, a deep, urgent alarm suddenly sounded throughout the safe house. It was not an external impact alert, but an abnormal fluctuation warning for the energy core. Gu Ying's face changed. She quickly dropped her equipment and rushed to the control room. On the main screen, the curve representing the stability of the nuclear battery was wildly fluctuating, with output power jumping unpredictably. Several indicator lights for system redundancies were flashing wildly. What's going on? Guing quickly typed on the keyboard, pulling up detailed data on the energy core. The diagnostic program ran, and the result made her heart sink. The core cooling system had a partial failure. The safe house's energy core was designed for long-term refuge during the end of the world and could theoretically run stably for decades. But it probably didn't account for being in the high-pressure, low-temperature environment of the deep sea for so long. The extreme conditions sped up the fatigue and aging of a cooling loop material, causing minor leaks and pressure imbalances. Although the automatic system had already isolated the faulty area and activated a backup cooling plan, the core temperature was still slowly and steadily rising. If no repair was made, within 72 hours, the core would overheat and trigger a forced shutdown. If the core shut down, all life support, defense, and circulation systems would fail. Under this deep sea, shutdown means waiting to die. Guing muttered a curse. To repair the cooling system, external work is needed. Someone must wear a deep-sea pressure suit, enter the energy core's outer chamber through a specific maintenance hatch outside the safe house, and replace the damaged parts. But outside is 100 meters deep in the ocean. The water pressure is immense, and there are mutated giant beasts swimming around. The danger is very high. Gu Ying quickly pulled up the real-time monitoring footage of the external maintenance hatch. In the dark seawater, near the hatch, a strange shadow seems to be covering the area. Looking closely, it turns out to be a dense cluster of large shellfish attached to the outside wall of the safe house. Their shells are dark rust-colored, with sharp edges like knives. They vary in size, the largest nearly a meter in diameter. They seem to have taken the tough exterior of the safe house as a perfect place to cling, with a thick layer almost covering half of the hatch. Are these creatures affecting the heat dissipation outside, speeding up the aging of the cooling system? Or does their attachment cause structural stress changes that lead to leaks? They must be removed before repairs can begin. Gu Ying's expression grew serious. Deep water, high pressure, unknown giant beasts, and now these troublesome mutated shellfish. Underwater work is unavoidable. She took a deep breath, her gaze becoming calm and sharp again. In the apocalypse, there is never absolute safety. Danger always strikes unexpectedly. She turned and headed to the equipment storage. There, she kept top-grade deep-sea diving gear, pressure-resistant suits, underwater thrusters, cutting tools, and also underwater rifles and tranquilizer crossbows prepared for possible underwater threats. It's time to go beneath the water and see what the world looks like now. In the dark depths, a sealed hatch of the safe house slowly opens. Guing, dressed in a sleek black diving suit, with an underwater thruster on her back and holding a special underwater rifle, moved silently like a swift fish into the cold, dark, and unknown deep-sea environment. Behind her is the only source of light and shelter. Ahead of her lies a silent world of death. The bone-chilling cold, even through her high-tech suit capable of withstanding kilometers of water pressure, still seeps in like a ghost, trying to invade Gu Ying's limbs and bones. In front of her was absolute darkness, with only the strong beam of her helmet's spotlight piercing a small patch of chaotic water. Within the beam, countless tiny particles floated and danced like a snowstorm, while in the distance, a terrifying black void devoured everything. The water pressure was everywhere, pressing heavily on her suit with faint creaking sounds, reminding Guing of the danger she was in. All she could hear was her own amplified breathing and the faint hissing of water passing through her helmet. Apart from that, there was complete silence, a heavy, maddening quiet that could drive someone crazy. Guing adjusted her breathing, forcing herself to stay calm. Her mental focus spread out slowly from her, sensing her surroundings like sonar. Behind her, the large metal shell of the safe house stretched out like a sleeping beast. In front of her, a cluster of mutated shell-like creatures clung to the outside of the energy core's maintenance hatch, their grotesque forms visible under the light. Their shells were thick and sharp-edged, covered in rust-colored deposits and strange bulbous growths. They were tightly packed, forming a bumpy, biological wall that mostly blocked the hatch. Smaller creatures, resembling blind shrimp or similar crustaceans, darted quickly through the gaps between these shells. Guing controlled her underwater thruster, slowly approaching. She carefully swept her light around, especially into the darker areas farther away, and heightened her mental awareness to the maximum, making sure no large predators were nearby. Then, she pulled out a high-frequency underwater cutting tool from her leg pouch. This tool emitted vibrations at specific frequencies, especially effective against shell-like coverings and attached organisms. She began her work. The moment the cutter touched the shells, it emitted a dull buzzing and a grating sound that made her teeth ache. Fragments and a few startled small creatures scattered and fled. Progress was slower than expected because these mutated shells were unusually tough and firmly attached. Seconds passed, then minutes. Guing focused intently, carefully clearing around the maintenance hatch. Underwater work was extremely exhausting physically and mentally. Just as she was halfway through her task and the outline of the hatch was faintly visible, her mental sense suddenly caught a rapid, approaching wave of energy from the dark side behind her, filled with greed and hunger. Guing didn't hesitate. She suddenly shut off the thrusters and quickly moved backward, using buoyancy to escape toward the safe house exterior. Almost at the same moment, a huge mouth filled with sharp white teeth, capable of swallowing half of her in one bite, lunged out from the darkness and bit near her previous position. A powerful spotlight shone on the attacker. It was a long, slender fish covered in dark gray scales. Its eyes had degenerated and disappeared, replaced by large sensory organs on each side of its head. Its mouth was nearly split open to its belly, filled with rows of hooked teeth. Its pectoral and tail fins had become twisted, bone-like claws, looking fierce and terrifying. Deep-sea spiny eel mutated. Fast, sensitive, with extremely sharp smell and vibration detection, Dr. Ella's notes about similar underwater creatures flashed through her mind. The fish missed its attack. It twisted its body quickly, stirring up a cloud of murky water with its huge tail fin. It adjusted its direction instantly and charged at Guing again, moving incredibly fast. Guing found it hard to dodge, as nimbly as on land in the water. Without hesitation, she raised her underwater rifle.
Pop, pop, pop.
The specially designed super vacuum underwater bullets shot silently, leaving brief bubbles in the water, accurately hitting the fish's head. However, the fish's scales seemed to have a very strong slipping ability. Most of the bullets bounced off after hitting, only leaving some white marks on the scales. Only a few bullets hit the sensitive areas near its lateral line, causing it to twitch slightly and emit a deep, subsonic hum that spread through the water, dizzying her. Its defense is so strong. The fish, frustrated, became more aggressive and lunged again. Gu Ying's eyes turned cold. She quickly lowered her rifle and moved both hands at once. Her right hand drew a high-frequency cutting blade, and her left hand took out a sharp claw from the shadow hunter. She no longer retreated, but instead used the thrusters to charge forward fiercely. As the fish's huge mouth closed to bite, Gu Ying slid sideways at a dangerous angle to avoid it. Her right hand's cutting blade stabbed sharply toward the fish's relatively vulnerable eye area, despite its degeneration. Meanwhile, her left hand's hunter claw, powered by her whole body and the underwater thrusters, slashed forcefully at the fish's lateral line organs. The high-frequency cutting blade successfully pierced in, stirring the fish into a painful struggle. The hunter's claws did not disappoint. Like a hot knife through butter, they easily tore through the tough scales and underlying tissues, leaving a deep, bone-visible wound. Green blood burst out instantly, staining the surrounding seawater. The monster fish let out a sharp, painful cry, emitting a loud, piercing sound. Its huge body twisted wildly, stirring up the seabed mud, blurring the view. The strong smell of blood spread quickly through the water. Gu Ying thought to herself that this smell would surely attract more creatures. She didn't dare to stay and fight. She immediately sped up and rushed toward the recently cleared maintenance hatch, quickly opening the outer cover with tools. At that moment, her mental senses detected more and stronger energy waves coming from the dark depths of the sea, drawn by the blood smell. The speed was extremely fast. One particular aura was especially large, cold, and filled with primitive predatory desire. She had to get inside quickly. She entered the maintenance tunnel, turned around, and closed and locked the outer cover. Almost at the moment the cover was shut, a dull, earth-shaking impact sound suddenly came from outside, as if it could shatter internal organs. The entire safe house trembled slightly. On the monitor screen, which also had small screens inside the maintenance tunnel connected to external sensors, a huge, fierce, bony-headed creature filled the view. It was a terrifying, deformed head with a jaw full of sharp protrusions. It was clearly a massive mutated creature, attracted by the blood smell and the monster fish's desperate struggle, an actual deep-sea overlord. It seemed unhappy with the sturdy, metal can of a safe house. It struck again fiercely before reluctantly swimming away to devour the still wriggling monster fish. Gu Ying leaned against the wall of the maintenance tunnel, catching her breath, still feeling frightened. Deep underwater, danger lurked everywhere. She had just come out and almost attracted a huge predator. She dared not delay. She quickly passed through the airtight door into the energy core outer chamber. The temperature inside was noticeably higher, and a faint ozone smell filled the air. She quickly found the leak in the cooling system. A seal ring on a connecting pipe had aged and broken. She took out spare high-grade seals and tools from her space kit, skillfully replacing them. This task was much easier than cleaning shells outside or dealing with attacks. 10 minutes later, the problem was fixed. The main control room received the message that the core temperature was steadily dropping and the output had returned to normal. Gu Ying sighed in relief. She did not return immediately, but looked out through the observation window at the dark, deep ocean outside. The recent experience made her realize that staying inside the safe house was not a perfect solution. Threats from outside could come from anywhere, and even the safe house itself might become fragile due to unexpected events. She needed more information. She wanted to see what the flooded world looked like now, find out if there were other survivors, and prepare for possible evacuation. The failure of the energy core was a warning that the safe house might not last forever. A plan slowly formed in her mind. After returning to the main control room, she immediately started modifying her diving gear. She installed quieter motors and more efficient batteries for the underwater thrusters, drawing some ideas from Dr. Ella's notes. She improved the flexibility of the diving suit's joints and added extra underwater lights and sensors. Most importantly, she connected an energy core from a beetle with her thrusters and small sonar system, successfully increasing her endurance several times and extending her detection range. She also used the claws of a hunter and the alloy from a goblin spear to make a stronger underwater crossbow and a close combat dagger. The preparations took several days. During this time, the giant creature outside seemed to mark the safe house as its hunting ground, patrolling occasionally and creating a heavy sense of pressure. Guing patiently waited. Finally, when sonar detected that the giant creature had moved away, she was ready to go again. This time, her goal was no longer just maintenance. She planned to explore further. The airtight hatch opened again. Guing controlled her modified thruster, gliding silently into the deep water like a black arrowfish, leaving the safe house's light behind and truly merging into the endless darkness. The sonar display on her helmet kept updating, outlining the submerged ruins of the city, twisted steel, collapsed skyscrapers, sunken vehicles, all covered in thick mud and strange deep-sea algae, like a ghostly realm. She carefully avoided signals from large creatures on the sonar and headed toward higher ground in the city, remembered from before the tsunami. Along the way, she saw more scenes of the apocalypse and the terrifying ecosystems transformed by the deep sea. A huge coral-like structure glows faintly on the ruins. Groups of strange fish swim through broken windows. Once, she even saw a massive, slow-moving shadow creature attached to the wreckage of a sunken ship. As she passed through an area that seemed to be a former city square, her sonar suddenly detected an unusual signal. It was a regular, clearly man-made metal echo. And quite large. It wasn't a sunken ship or common ruins. Its shape, more like a sealed, large underwater habitat. Guiying's heart beat faster. Could there be other survivors? And do they have the ability to build such a large underwater facility? She carefully approached, turned off the main thruster, and slowly descended using only fine adjustments while raising her mental perception to the limit. As she got closer, the outline of the object became clearer. It was indeed a large complex about half the size of a football field, made of multiple semi-spherical and cylindrical modules connected together. Its surface was covered with thick pressure-resistant armor and attachments, but its technological feel was still visible. Weak artificial lights shone through some observation windows, showing it was still operational. Outside, there were mechanical arms and sampling devices. Is this a survivor base?
Or
a military outpost? Guing didn't rush forward. Her experience in the apocalypse told her that sometimes fellow humans could be more dangerous than monsters. She chose a hidden high point on a ruined building, using sonar and her senses to observe from afar. Soon she made a discovery. The underwater base wasn't completely sealed. Its bottom had an opening, with small submarines coming and going. The markings on these submarines, although blurry, Guing could vaguely recognize them. An emblem of a staff entwined with a snake. This symbol. She remembered it. Early in the apocalypse, there was a mysterious and powerful pharmaceutical and tech company that used a similar logo. They claimed to research the virus and antidotes for the end times, but their methods were secretive and even aggressive. Rumors said they conducted many inhumane experiments behind the scenes. Could this be their underwater laboratory? Guiying's mind was filled with doubts. How could this company have built such a large outpost in the deep sea? What was their purpose? Was it just to study deep-sea mutations?
Or
was there something else? She suddenly remembered that before the tsunami arrived, the military reported it as a massive tsunami, but did not mention the cause. This huge wave, which swept across the world and flooded coastal areas, came very strangely and suddenly. Could it be related to this company? While Guing was deep in thought, Her mental awareness suddenly detected a very faint but strangely familiar energy fluctuation coming from the direction of the underwater base. That fluctuation, very much like the wave of a space core fragment, although extremely weak, it seemed to be blocked or suppressed by some force. But she was sure of it. The 3 fragments inside her body resonated faintly. How could there be fragments here? Gu Ying's pupils suddenly contracted.
Could it be
that besides her, someone else brought fragments from that other world? Or does this world itself contain fragments? In that moment of shock and distraction, a very hidden, almost water-like high-speed jet shot silently from the side ruins, precisely hitting the energy core of Gu Ying's underwater thruster. The thruster immediately shut down. Next, a huge, nearly transparent synthetic fiber net descended from above, connected by tiny wires that sparkled with electric sparks, an electric shock net. Gu Ying's warning bells blared. She was too careless. She was focused on observing the base and didn't notice others lurking nearby. Her body reacted before her mind could. At the moment the electric net fell, she quickly pulled out her shield, made from the shell of the iron mandible beetle, which she had repaired and reinforced, and raised it to block. Simultaneously, she kicked hard against the ruins, quickly retreating backward. The high-voltage shock burst into a dazzling spark on the shield, even ionizing a small patch of seawater instantly. The powerful impact made Gu Ying's arms go numb, but at least she blocked this deadly net. From the shadows in the distance, a faint, slightly surprised hum sounded. Clearly, the other side didn't expect Gu Ying to react so quickly and to be able to conjure a shield out of thin air. Gu Ying took advantage of the moment to retreat, falling behind a broken wall. She quickly retracted her shield, gripping a dagger and a crossbow arrow, her mental energy scanning wildly around. At least 3 figures, dressed in advanced diving suits and well-equipped, appeared from different hiding spots, slowly closing in a fan shape. Their diving suits also bore the unmistakable symbol of the snake staff. They are from that base. They found her, and they immediately launched an attack. The leader made a gesture, and the other 2 quickly flanked from the sides, aiming their underwater jet weapons at the broken wall where Gu Ying was hiding. Their movements are professional and coordinated, with a clear military style. Gu Ying's heart sank. Under the deep water, danger comes not only from monsters but also from fellow survivors. And she seems to have uncovered a secret she should know. An underwater encounter is about to happen. The cold seawater seemed to freeze instantly. 3 attackers, dressed in advanced diving suits and well-equipped, slowly approached from different angles, blocking all escape routes for Gu Ying. Their movements are precise and disciplined, showing strict training. The muzzle of their underwater jet weapons glows coldly under the searchlights, locking onto the broken wall where Gu Ying hides. Gu Ying's mind races. Fighting head-on is not the best choice. The enemy outnumbers her. Their equipment is unknown, and the environment is extremely unfavorable. She must break free. She concentrates her mental energy, sensing the slightest water flow changes and the enemy's positions. The attacker directly in front seems to be a small leader, making a fighting gesture. The 2 attackers on the sides simultaneously pull their triggers. 2 high-pressure water jets tear through the water, crossing and shooting toward the back of the broken wall. These weapons are extremely fast and deadly underwater. But at the moment they pull the triggers, Gu Ying has already moved. She doesn't try to dodge backward or sideways. Those are within the enemy's prediction and fire range. Instead, she makes a very risky move upward. She kicks the broken wall hard with her feet, then instantly activates her underwater thruster. Though its energy core is damaged, it still provides buoyancy and some inertia, shooting upward like a cannonball. The high-pressure water jets narrowly miss her feet, hitting the ruins behind and creating 2 deep craters. Above us, one attacker roars through the underwater communication system, turning his gun. But Gu Ying is faster. Mid-air, underwater. She already has her bow and arrow aimed at the attacker on the right, who is slightly delayed by his shot. The specially made crossbow arrow silently left the bowstring, cutting a straight line underwater. The The attacker clearly didn't expect Guing to fight back so quickly after being ambushed. He hurriedly tried to dodge, but the arrow was too fast. The arrow hit precisely at the joint of his diving suit's shoulder. Although it didn't fully the protective gear, the strong impact made him tilt and lose balance. The water arrow he shot also missed its target and even distracted another teammate. Loser, the leader cursed, raising his weapon. Not a water arrow gun, but a more complex energy weapon with a faint blue glow at the muzzle. Gu Ying's heart raced. The enemy also has an energy weapon. Her upward momentum had slowed, and she started to fall. Below, the energy weapon's muzzle was already aimed at her. At this critical moment, Gu Ying quickly reacted, using her skills from life and death battles in another world. She suddenly threw her empty crossbow at the attacker who had just stabilized himself, aiming to distract him. At the same time, she twisted her body and used the shell shield she retrieved from space as a stepping stone, not to block, but to push herself. While falling, she stomped the shield, gaining reverse. Her body shot like a fish toward the shadowy ruins below. In the next second, just as she dodged, a blazing blue energy beam brushed past her original position, hitting the concrete beam above and vaporizing a large hole in it. The surrounding seawater boiled briefly. Such power. It far exceeded her energy pistol. Gu Ying broke out in cold sweat. She quickly moved into the shadows, trying to reload her crossbow. But the enemy wouldn't give her another chance. Capture her.
Alive.
She looked suspicious. The leader ordered coldly. The three of them advanced again, the blue glow of their energy weapons gathering at the muzzle. This was trouble. Being locked onto by such a weapon, she might not be able to dodge next time. Gu Ying's eyes sharpened. She was about to reveal her space abilities and pull out all her weapons for a desperate fight, when suddenly, woo! A deep, ancient roar, like that of a prehistoric beast, suddenly echoed from the distant dark currents. This roar wasn't transmitted through sound, but directly affected the water pressure and mental state. The entire water area began to shake violently. Gu Ying and the three attackers froze at the same time. Especially the three attackers. Their reactions were even more intense. It seemed they received some information through their diving suits, causing them to panic noticeably. It's the rover. Why is it waking up now? The leader shouted angrily. Retreat. Retreat immediately. They no longer cared about Gu Ying and quickly activated their thrusters, rushing as fast as they could toward the underwater base, as if a second's delay would lead to disaster. Gu Ying also felt an indescribable, soul-chilling sense of terror approaching rapidly, much more terrifying than the beast that hit the safe house before. She dared not stay even for a moment and immediately activated her small backup thruster, less powerful but faster than swimming, struggling to dive into the ruins, slightly off course from the base and the safe house. Just as she hid in a dense, collapsed gap formed by broken floorboards, she held her breath and suppressed all her senses and mental waves. A huge, unimaginable shadow slowly drifted past from above. Gu Ying couldn't see its full shape, only glimpsed part of it through the gap, a massive, dark body covered in ancient moss and sedimentary rock, resembling a mountain range, with a row of gill slits opening and closing like deep abyss caves. The energy emitted by that thing made the surrounding seawater thick and heavy, almost freezing her thoughts. Is this the rover? The existence that even made that mysterious, powerful underwater base retreat? What is it patrolling in these flooded ruins? Gu Ying held her breath, dared not move, until the terrifying pressure gradually faded and disappeared beyond her perception. Only then did she slowly breathe a sigh of relief, noticing her palms were covered in cold sweat from gripping her dagger so tightly. The danger beneath the deep water was far beyond her imagination. Not only were there mutated creatures and mysterious organizations, but also this ancient beast seemingly from myth. Carefully, she emerged from her hiding spot, confirmed she was safe for now, and hurried back toward the safe house. This reconnaissance was dangerous, but highly rewarding. First, she confirmed there were other survivors from the organization who were strong and technologically advanced, though they didn't seem to be friendly, that pharmaceutical company. Secondly, near the underwater base, there were fluctuations in space debris. This is very important. Thirdly, they encountered a terrifying entity called the Rover. Back at the safe house, Guing immediately uploaded the reconnaissance data, sonar recordings, and video clips into the main computer for analysis. She focused especially on the snake staff emblem, searching and comparing it carefully. The results came quickly, confirming her suspicion. Vesta Biotech, a top global medical and biological research company before the apocalypse. They had a wide range of fields and a deep, mysterious background. After the disaster, they disappeared for a while, but surprisingly, they built a large outpost deep in the ocean. As for the rover, the database was completely blank, as if it didn't exist at all. Finally, she repeatedly played back and enhanced the faint space debris fluctuation signal she captured. The source of the signal definitely pointed to the underwater base, but its exact location couldn't be pinpointed, as if it was hidden by some force field. Why would Vesta's base have space debris? Do they understand what the debris is for? Are they studying it?
Or
Are there beings from another world, like her? Many questions swirled in Gu Ying's mind. She knew she had to go back to that base. Not just because of the possible debris, but to find out what this mysterious company was really doing beneath the sea. Could the early tsunami be related to them? But their defenses and alertness were very high. Forcing her way in would be like suicide. The rover seemed very sensitive to any disturbance near the base. This time, luck was on her side, but next time, she might not escape so easily. She needed a better plan, and, more importantly, to strengthen her abilities. In the days that followed, Guing trained and researched even harder. She focused on underwater combat skills, upgraded her equipment, and tried to control the energy and mental power left in the blue water droplet inside her, developing new ways to use it. She found that she could control water flow more precisely. Although her strength was still weak, it might be very useful in critical moments underwater. At the same time, her perception of energy became sharper. During this time, she used sonar to monitor the Vesta base from a distance. She noticed their submarines moved in a regular pattern, seemingly conducting periodic sample collection and patrols. The opportunity appeared in a week. After a large-scale patrol activity which seems to follow some pattern, the Vesta base sent out more submarines to explore. It appears they took advantage of a window when the patrol was far away to carry out urgent tasks. One of the submarines, likely disturbed by the strong currents caused by the passing patrol, drifted slightly off course from the main fleet. It was heading toward a nearby ruin area close to a safe house. Gu Ling's eyes sparkled with determination. She quickly acted, put on her diving suit, and silently slipped out. She had already hidden in a dense, large seaweed forest along the possible route of that submarine. Soon, the sleek submarine, marked with a serpent staff symbol, slowly approached, its searchlight sweeping ahead. As it passed above the seaweed forest, Gu Ling suddenly burst out from the seaweed, not to attack, but to use her faint but precise water flow control ability combined with her thrusters. She made herself drift like debris caught in an undercurrent and, accidentally, bumped into the side observation window of the submarine. The driver inside was clearly startled and tried to use a mechanical arm to push away the intruder. Gu Ling seized the moment, appearing frantic, grabbing onto a protrusion on the submarine shell, looking like a panicked survivor caught in the current, even hitting the observation window in her confusion. The driver hesitated for a moment. Through the window, Gu Ling saw only one person inside. Finally, perhaps following orders to capture a sample or to catch someone alive for questioning, the top hatch of the submarine slowly opened. A Vesta guard, dressed in combat gear and holding a stun gun, peeked out, signaling Gu Ling to let go, as if intending to pull her inside. Just as the guard reached out, Gu Ling's eyes flashed with coldness. Sorry about this. Her mental energy, like a sharp spike, instantly struck the guard's unprotected mind. This was her latest rough application of combining mental power and water droplet energy. Mental shock. The guard's body stiffened suddenly, his eyes lost focus, and he fell backward. Guling flipped into the submarine like a nimble cat and quickly closed the hatch. The entire action happened in an instant, and the other Vesta submarines in the distance had not yet noticed anything unusual. Guling glanced at the unconscious guard, tied him up, and stuffed him into the corner. Then she quickly sat in the pilot's seat. The control panel was more complicated than she expected, but with Dr. Ella's notes on various vehicles and her strong learning ability, she quickly understood the basic operations. Without hesitation, she drove the submarine away from the safe house, heading in the opposite direction of Vesta Base. She needed to find a hidden place to interrogate her prisoner and study the submarine. Below the deep sea, the roles of prey and hunter quietly switched. Guling piloted the captured Vesta submarine, like a ghost blending into the deep ocean, silently moving away from the patrol area. She chose not to return to the safe house, which was more exposed, but instead relied on her previous reconnaissance to find a large natural underwater cave partially buried in sediment. Carefully steering the submarine into the cave's depths, she turned off all external lights and active sonar, leaving only the minimal life support systems running. Inside, it was pitch dark and silent, with only faint indicator lights on the console illuminating Gu Ying's calm face. She first carefully checked the submarine's interior and indeed found a tracking device hidden in a concealed spot. Without hesitation, she used tools and a small energy dagger to cut and destroy these devices completely. Now, the submarine was temporarily a ghost ship, difficult for Vesta to track. After finishing, her gaze fell on the corner where the tied and still unconscious Vesta guard was. Guling didn't waste time. She took out a powerful truth serum, refined from alien world medicine, and injected it into the guard's neck. The guard twitched, his eyelids fluttered violently, and he slowly opened his eyes, looking confused and dazed. Under the effects of the drug and mental shock, his psychological defenses were very fragile. Name, ID number, department. Gu Ying's voice was cold and emotionless, echoing in the small cabin. The guard's lips moved, and he answered unconsciously, Cass. P. 73. Vesta Company. 7th Outpost Base. Outer Patrol Team. 7th Outpost Base? How many such bases are there? What are their main missions? I don't know. The number is secret. The mission? Collecting samples. Monitoring the environment. Searching for the primordial fragment. Gu Ying was shocked. As expected. They know about the space debris and have their own name for it. What is the primordial fragment? What is it used for? I don't know. It's a top-secret matter. We only patrol and report unusual energy fluctuations. It is said, the fragment contains the power to change the world. The company has been collecting it. Are there any fragments in the base now? I don't know. I don't have permission to access that information. But I heard that a scouting team recently brought back something. It was sealed tightly and caused a strong energy reaction, even attracting frequent activity of the patrollers. Recently brought back? Energy reaction? Guling was almost certain that it was a piece of space debris. And probably because of its presence, it disturbed the energy field in this area, attracting that terrifying giant beast. What are the weaknesses in the base's defenses? What is the energy source? The defenses are very strong. There is an energy shield and sound wave array outside. The entrance is hidden and heavily guarded. The internal structure is complex. I only know the patrol areas. The energy mainly comes from geothermal sources and a type of energy extracted from source material. Source material? What is that? It's a high-energy substance extracted from mutated marine creatures. It is the basis for the base's operation and many research projects. The Q&A lasted nearly half an hour. Guling squeezed out all the valuable information the guard knew, including the general personnel layout, patrol patterns, the performance and weapons of several common submarines, and some simple codes used in internal communication. Although the core secrets were unknown to the guard, this information was extremely valuable. It outlined a preliminary picture of Vista's 7th Outpost, a powerful and mysterious organization that relies heavily on biological energy technology, researches space debris, the primordial fragment, and has thus attracted deep-sea monsters. The effect of the truth serum gradually wore off. The guard's eyes began to clear slightly, showing fear. Guing did not hesitate to knock him out again and injected a long-acting sedative. How to handle him was troublesome. For now, she could only imprison him in the submarine. Now, she faced two choices. One was to find a way to sneak into the heavily guarded base to locate and seize the newly acquired primordial fragment. Second, she plans to use the submarine and the information obtained to conduct safer remote reconnaissance or carry out other missions. Directly infiltrating is very risky and almost certain to lead to death. Guing paused to think, her eyes fixed on the control panel of the submarine. A bolder plan gradually took shape in her mind. She could temporarily keep the submarine without returning it, and instead, use it. Vesta's submarine has good diving ability and camouflage, making it the best cover for her to go into dangerous areas. She can pretend to be a Vesta patrol officer, get close to, or even enter other non-core zones for spying. Also, this submarine must have a communication system connected to the base. Guing immediately started studying the communication module on the control panel. Using the basic codes and frequencies she got from the guards, along with Dr. Ella's notes on signal encoding and decoding, and her own strong mental perception of energy fluctuations, she spent some time understanding how the system works. She can listen to the base's regular communications and, in special situations, send simple false status reports that are hard to detect. At that moment, static came from the communicator, followed by a slightly urgent voice. Z-7 Patrol Boat. This is the Outpost Command Center. Please respond. You have deviated from your planned route and exceeded the allowed time. Report your situation immediately. Gu Ying's heart tightened. The base had indeed noticed something unusual. She took a deep breath, focused her mental energy, and tried to imitate the guard's voice and tone, though the communication might distort it slightly, making her voice sound a bit fuzzy and broken, mixed with some electrical noise. Command Center. This is Z-7. Received. Encountered. Sudden strong current.
Propulsion system.
Minor malfunction. Conducting emergency repairs. Temporarily. Off course. Over. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, as if judging whether it was real or fake. Gu Ying's heart fluttered slightly. Received. Z-7. Report your exact location and estimated repair time. Do you need support? Location. Roughly at the edge of S7 area. Malfunction. Not too serious. Expected to be fixed within 30 minutes. No support needed for now. Over. Guing reported a coordinate that was somewhat far from her actual position but consistent with the pattern of the strong current. Approved. Stay connected and return to the team immediately after repairs. Be careful to avoid the rover activity area. It recently passed nearby again, and the energy readings are very unstable.
Z-7 understood.
Mission complete. Communication was cut off. Guing slowly relaxed her breath. She had just managed to get through the first hurdle. The other side didn't seem to suspect much. After all, sudden situations are common beneath the deep sea. The rover. Passed again? The energy readings are unstable? Maybe. This is an opportunity? A thought flashed through Gu Ying's mind. Since the rover's activity is related to the energy of the primordial fragment, and the base seems very afraid of the rover. She looked at her communicator, and a very risky plan gradually became clear. She could wait for the next time the rover approaches the base, causing chaos and energy fluctuations inside. Using the submersible's identity, she could try to blend in. Even. She could deliberately create fake rover energy signals to interfere with and test the base. Of course, this requires very precise timing and accurate energy imitation. The risk is huge. If exposed, she would face the entire base's anger. But the potential reward could be enormous. Gu Ying's eyes became sharp and firm. In these 10 years of the apocalypse, she knew that opportunities always come with risks. She began to use the equipment on the submersible to listen to and record communications between the base and patrol units, analyzing their patterns and weaknesses. At the same time, she tried to harness the energy and mental power of the blue water droplet inside her body, simulating the terrifying, primal energy fluctuations she previously sensed from the rover. This was not easy, like an ant trying to imitate a dragon's breath. But her control over energy improved day by day. After several attempts, she surprisingly managed to use the submersible's external sensors to emit a faint, but highly similar, abnormal energy signal. Although weak, it was enough to be detected by the highly sensitive Vista base, which monitors the rover. Just as she was preparing for the next step, her private communication channel, connected to the safe house, suddenly received an urgent message from Ella.
Ing.
Come back quickly. The barrier at the safe house is fluctuating violently. It's not an external attack.
It's
the core energy reactor. The fragment you brought back. It's suddenly activated. It's resonating with a distant signal source. The energy level is skyrocketing. It's about to lose control. Gu Ying's face suddenly changed. The space fragment in her safe house was activated at this moment, resonating with a distant signal source.
Could it be
the fragment in Vesta base? Two fragments are resonating with each other? This is a big problem. The safe house's location might be exposed. The energy core could go out of control and cause destruction. She must go back immediately. Ignoring Vesta base and the risky plan, Gu Ying quickly activated her submersible and sped out of the cave toward the safe house. Under the deep sea, the situation changed rapidly. Gu Ying just caught a small chance, but suddenly, the backyard caught fire. She must handle the crisis at the safe house quickly, while also worrying that Vesta base might detect the huge energy fluctuations caused by the fragment resonance. A new crisis has arrived. Gu Ying pushed the submersible's power to the limit, ignoring possible noise or energy traces, and sped toward the safe house. She quickly recalled Ella's message: fragment activated, energy resonance, core energy reactor about to lose control.
This is very strange.
She had the fragment for a while, and it was stable. Why did it suddenly change when she captured the Vesta submersible and approached the other fragment? The only explanation is distance. The two primordial fragments can resonate with each other within a certain distance. The new fragment from Vesta base is like a key, activating the dormant lock in her hand.
Ella.
How's the situation? How long can you hold it? Gu Ying asked urgently through an encrypted channel while driving.
No.
The resonance is getting stronger. The energy core's output has exceeded the safe limit by 150%. The backup cooling systems are overloaded. The barrier generator is becoming unstable, and the external camouflage field is weakening. If this continues, the energy core might melt down and explode, or the barrier could disappear. Our position will be fully exposed to that company and the rover. Ella's voice was unusually anxious, with electrical noise, showing the environment inside the safe house was extremely harsh. Hold on. I'll be there soon. Try to isolate the fragment physically, using all materials that can block energy. Or eject it urgently. Gu Ying proposed an emergency plan. Already tried. No effect. Its energy is extremely strong. The launching system requires authorization and manual confirmation, so I cannot operate it alone right now. Also, I feel that this resonance seems to be mutual. Our fragment is also strongly affecting the other side. Mutual resonance. Gu Ying's heart sank. This means that even if she abandons this fragment, the explosive energy release and brief signal boost could serve as a beacon in the dark, precisely marking the safe house location for Vesta base and the rover. She must not abandon it. She has to control the situation. She looked at the radar screen. The direction of Vesta base also seemed a bit disturbed. Several submersibles were heading toward the area where she previously impersonated the Z-7 patrol boat for reinforcement. They must have detected the abnormal energy fluctuation but couldn't pinpoint the source exactly because there are two sources of resonance. She must resolve this before Vesta Company analyzes the exact coordinates. The submersibles broke through layers of water curtain and finally approached the ruins where the safe house was located. From afar, Gu Ying saw the coral and rock layers used for camouflage outside the safe house glowing faintly. That was a sign of internal energy spilling out. The surrounding seawater rippled abnormally, due to the energy radiation. She quickly docked the submersible near the emergency entrance. As soon as the hatch opened, a hot energy surge hit her face. Inside the safe house, Guing was stunned by what she saw. The central control room flickered with red lights, and the alarm sounded sharp and piercing. The core energy reactor hummed loudly, its surface glowing red as if about to explode. The space fragment on the isolation analysis platform floated in midair, emitting an unprecedented, brilliant glow. Waves of tangible energy ripples spread from it, resonating with invisible fluctuations coming from a distant direction, causing the entire safe house to vibrate slightly. Ayla's holographic image flickered wildly, sometimes bright, sometimes dark.
Ing.
You're back. Hurry. The resonance peak is about to reach. Without hesitation, Guing rushed to the console. Data cascaded down the screen like a waterfall, and the energy curve soared sharply, nearing critical levels. Physical isolation is ineffective and launching risks are very high. What should I do? Forcefully interrupt the energy reactor? But the reactor is not only powering the safe house, but also seems to be drawing energy from the fragment to maintain this intense resonance. Forcibly stopping it could cause a more violent energy backlash. Her gaze fixed tightly on the brightly shining, violently trembling fragment. Since resonance is a two-way process, could she approach it from an information perspective? A very bold, almost crazy idea suddenly appeared in her mind, using her mental power to forcibly interfere with this resonance. Her mental strength merged with the energy of the blue water droplet, making her perception of energy extremely sharp, even allowing her to perform simple control. The space fragment itself is essentially a highly concentrated energy and rule set. Maybe she could, like tuning a radio, slightly twist or block this resonance frequency. There was no time to hesitate. Guing instantly gathered all her mental energy, guiding the cool yet powerful water droplet energy within her body to her fingertips, then sharply struck the fragment that was resonating intensely. Calm down. Buzz. Her mental power collided with what felt like a boiling energy wall. The huge impact made her grunt, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth, and her brain throbbed painfully, as if pierced by countless needles. The energy contained in the fragment was far beyond her imagination. But she did not retreat. She clenched her teeth and held on tightly, pouring all her willpower into it, not to fight but to try to understand, integrate, and ultimately guide the energy wave of the resonance. Her consciousness seemed to be pulled into a violent whirlpool of energy, surrounded by countless shattered lights and deafening hums. At the center of the vortex, she vaguely saw another point of light, distant, cold, yet emanating the same powerful wave. That was the fragment inside the Vesta base. The resonance between the two was tearing space apart, stirring the energy. Guing forcibly steadied her mind, trying to ignore the intense pain, using her mental strength as a buffer and filter, carefully attempting to slightly adjust the vibration frequency of her fragment. Just a little. Just a tiny shift. This process was delicate and dangerous, like walking a tightrope on a cliff. Her mental energy was rapidly depleting, her head pounding fiercely. Finally, just when she felt she could no longer hold on, the buzzing suddenly lowered by one level. The light emitted by the fragment was still intense, but no longer so wild. The energy output curve, though still high, slowed significantly. The energy furnace pressure is beginning to drop. The peak has stabilized. The resonance strength is weakening, Ella reported happily. Guing did not dare to relax. She continued to maintain her mental energy, slowly and carefully calming the restless fragment. She was like a trainer soothing a frightened wild animal, cautious and careful. After 10 minutes, the light from the fragment gradually dimmed and slowly returned to the platform. The hum of the energy furnace returned to normal. The red warning lights inside the room went out one after another, leaving only the cooling sounds of overloaded equipment. Guing sank to the ground exhausted, gasping for breath. Her face was pale, and she was soaked in cold sweat. Her head still throbbed painfully. The mental effort she used in those few minutes was more tiring than a big fight. The crisis is over. The energy furnace is stable, the barrier has reformed, and the external camouflage field is back. The resonance phenomenon has disappeared, Ella's voice steadied. But during the peak of resonance, strong energy signals must have been emitted. The Vesta base definitely detected them. They probably have a rough idea of the two main points of the signal source. Our location is no longer completely safe. Guing wiped the blood from her lips, her expression serious. She knew Ella was telling the truth. Although they avoided a self-destruction crisis for now, the existence of the safe house had attracted Vesta's attention. With their style, they would never ignore any unusual signal source. They would intensify their investigation. What worried her more was that during the brief moment when her mental power forcibly interfered with the fragment's resonance, she seemed not just adjusting the frequency. It was as if she had accidentally stolen something from the other fragment. It wasn't a physical object, but a fragment of incomplete, chaotic information filled with strong emotions and vivid images. A chilling sense of despair. Twisted, mutated biological experiments. Large tanks filled with a dark green liquid. A blurry, human-shaped outline connected by countless tubes. And a scream of pain that seemed to come from the depths of the soul, inhuman and full of suffering. These fragmented pieces of information made her shiver. Vesta Corporation. What kind of terrible experiments are they conducting in that deep-sea base?
Whose scream was that?
At that moment, the communicator of the Vesta submersible outside her stopped ringing. This time, it was no longer a public channel but a highly encrypted, specific channel. A cold, stern, emotionless voice sounded directly, reporting her submarine's identification number. Z-7 vessel. This is the Frontier Security Minister, code name Cerberus. Explain the abnormal energy fluctuations in your area and your previous malfunction reports. Immediately perform biometric verification. Any delay or failure will be considered treason or hijacking, and the base will authorize all nearby units to carry out destructive action. Gu Ying's heart suddenly jumped. The real test had arrived. The security minister was directly involved and demanded biometric verification. She knew she couldn't pass. Her attempt to hijack the submarine was about to be exposed. Moreover, the other side had clearly linked the previous abnormal energy fluctuations, fragment resonance, and the malfunction and deviation from course of Z-7. The crisis was never far away. It was now looming more fiercely. In the communicator, Cerberus's cold voice was like an icy abyss, filled with undeniable authority and deadly intent. Biometric verification? This was clearly the highest level of security check, indicating that the other side was highly suspicious and might have already guessed that Z-7 had problems. Gu Ying's mind raced rapidly amid extreme fatigue and pain. Imitating a voice might fool them temporarily, but biometric verification, whether retina, fingerprint, voice print, or DNA scan, she could never pass. Any delay or refusal would lead to immediate destruction. Almost as soon as the voice finished speaking, Gu Ying made a decision. She suddenly leapt to her feet, ignoring her mental exhaustion and physical weakness, rushing to the control panel of the Vista submarine. Her fingers moved swiftly over the complex interface, not to respond, but to trace the signal source in reverse and interfere completely.
Ella.
Take over all remaining processing power of the safe house and assist me in signal blocking and fake source generation. Simulate a strong energy turbulence to interfere with the communication, Gu Ying ordered sharply. Understood. Processing power connected. Analyzing the other side's signal features now, Ella responded quickly, the central processor of the safe house humming with high load. Gu Ying forcibly injected her remaining mental energy and water bead energy into the submarine's communication module. Working with Ella's electronic warfare support, she sent a very strong and chaotic interference wave on the encrypted channel. Immediately, a harsh, screeching noise filled the communicator, completely drowning out the sound of Cerberus. At the same time, Gu Ying controlled the submarine's external sensors to simulate the very faint energy signature of the rover she had practiced before. She mixed this fake signal into the interference to create the illusion that the Z7 was caught in sudden energy turbulence caused by the rover, leading to a complete communication breakdown and possible accident. Interference. Crackle. Energy readings. Abnormal. Hissing. Suspected secondary wave of the rover.
Shedem.
Reply. The communication was cut off entirely amid strong interference and fake energy signals, leaving only static. Gooing didn't pause. In the next second, she immediately disconnected all external communication modules of the submarine, making it completely deaf and mute. Even if the enemy had advanced technology, they couldn't remotely activate or track the submarine anymore. After finishing, she was nearly exhausted, leaning on the control console to steady herself. Interference successfully sent. The enemy's signal has disappeared, but we can't be sure if they received enough information before the interruption to judge its authenticity, Ella reported. The holographic image flickered. Security Minister Cerberus. No detailed data in the database under this code, but the access level is among the highest. We may have completely angered him. Gooing wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, her eyes sharp. Angering him was inevitable.
But we bought some time.
The last message they received was about encountering energy turbulence and rover fluctuations. Even if they suspect, they need time to verify. Also, the rover is something they fear greatly, which will make their subsequent search cautious. She quickly approached the unconscious guard, thoroughly searched him, removing all identification, weapons, and possible tracking implants, confirmed after scanning. Then she injected him with a strong sedative enough to keep him asleep for 24 hours and locked him inside a reinforced storage cabinet. Ella, perform a full scan of the submarine to ensure there are no remaining tracking devices. Then, we will hide it in another secret natural cave within the ruins mountains, so it won't endanger the safe house, Gooing ordered. Scanning in progress. 3 hidden backup locators have been found and remotely destroyed. It is recommended to reduce the power core output to 5% of its capacity to maintain basic life functions, minimizing energy signal leakage. That's the plan. With Ella's remote assistance, Gooing quickly processed the captured submersible and drove it to a more hidden cave several kilometers away to hide it. This submersible has now become her secret asset and intelligence source, which might be very useful in the future. But for now, she must not reveal any connection to the safe house. Back at the safe house, Gooing immediately began dealing with another urgent problem, the troublesome space fragment. It was quietly resting on the platform, its glow subdued, as if the previous chaos never happened. But both Gooing and Ella knew that the sensing connection between this fragment and another one inside the Vestabase was only temporarily suppressed, not completely broken. We must find a way to block this connection, Gooing said, staring at the fragment with a serious look. Ella, analyze the data from when I previously used my mental power. What is the core principle behind this resonance? Why was my mental power able to suppress it temporarily? Ella pulled up the large amount of data recorded earlier. Analysis in progress. Preliminary judgment suggests that the resonance is based on a higher dimensional vibration frequency that exceeds current physical models. Your mental power, especially after merging with that unknown water-based energy, has vibration properties with high adaptability and tolerance. It's like adding an adjustable buffer layer between 2 resonating strings, temporarily changing the tone of your fragment, thus disrupting the resonance condition, changing the tone. Gooing pondered. So, it's not about completely blocking it but making this fragment sing a different song? That's a good analogy. But this is only a temporary fix. If the energy field of the other fragment changes drastically, or if they get closer, resonance could reestablish, and because of your previous intervention, it might be even stronger next time. Also, maintaining a mental barrier to block resonance for a long time is a huge burden on you. Gooing understood the seriousness of the problem. She looked at the fragment and remembered the terrifying images she felt during the mental contact. Vesta Corporation. They seem to be conducting extremely inhumane biological experiments. That fragment. Perhaps it is the key to one of their experiments. A vague suspicion formed in her mind. Ella, compare this with the information fragments I previously received. along with the biological experiment and energy application data in the database. Comparing the elements in the information fragment, such as growth tank, pipeline connection, and screaming in pain, closely match the features of experiments involving forced fusion of biological beings with high energy sources under extreme conditions. Vesta Corporation may be trying to use the energy from the primordial fragment to create or control some kind of biological weapon or special individual. This conclusion made Gu Ting feel cold inside. Using the power of space debris for such things? Crazy and dangerous. Then, that fragment cannot stay in their hands. Gu Ting's voice turned cold. Whether to stop their crazy experiments, to take the fragment to strengthen ourselves, or to completely eliminate the resonance threat, we must find a way to seize that fragment from the Vesta base. This goal was almost madness. Breaking into a high-tech, heavily guarded deep-sea base to steal a core item? The difficulty was like reaching the sky. But Gu Ting's eyes grew more determined. One thing the apocalypse taught her is, the greatest danger often hides the greatest opportunity. What would happen if the two fragments could be combined? Would her space and abilities undergo a qualitative leap? And she also had some advantages now. 1. She possessed mental strength that the other side did not understand yet, which could influence the fragment's resonance. 2. She had seized a submarine from the enemy, familiar with its performance and some communication codes. 3. She knew the enemy's fear of the rover. 4. She learned some intelligence about the base's outer perimeter from prisoners. 5. She was hiding in the dark, and although the enemy had noticed something unusual, they had not yet locked onto her. Ella, develop a plan. The goal is to infiltrate Vesta's 7th outpost base, locate, and seize the second primordial fragment, Gu Ting ordered. Prioritize using the rover's activity cycle and the characteristics of the fragment's resonance. We need a detailed, comprehensive, multi-layered plan. Mission recorded. Starting to compile all data for simulation calculations. Warning. The success probability of this operation is below 17.3%. Risk level, extremely high. Ella responded calmly. In the end of the world, there are no completely safe options. Guing took a deep breath and looked out the window at the dark deep sea, as if she could see through the layers of barriers to the mysterious and dangerous underwater base. We'll prepare a surprise for them with the rover, and also cause chaos with an internal energy resonance outbreak. The dark currents of the deep sea began to stir. The hunter quietly spread her net. In the following days, the safe house entered an unprecedented state of tense preparation. Gu Ing hurriedly restored her mental strength while intensely practicing precise control over the fragment. She no longer settled for simple suppressing of the resonance but started trying more clever methods, such as simulating stronger but fake resonance signals or briefly activating the fragment, flashing like a camera light and then fading, to test the base and the rover's reactions. Ayla worked tirelessly, analyzing all intercepted Vesta communications. Despite the base having upgraded its encryption later, the previous patterns and basic codes still held value, combined with the activity logs of the rover, recorded remotely via sonar and energy detectors, trying to find vulnerabilities in the base's defenses and the rover's behavior patterns. Based on data analysis, the rover's activity has a main cycle of about 76 hours with several irregular secondary fluctuations. Ayla projected a complex energy timeline. During the peak of the main cycle, it approaches or even schemes past the sea canyon where the base is located. During this time, all external activities at the base drop to a minimum, defensive energy is almost fully focused on maintaining the basic shield, and internal alert levels are raised to the highest to prevent a direct impact from the rover. So, it's most alert when external defenses are weakest. Guing caught the key point. That's correct. The base's defense system is designed against regular threats and physical impacts from the rover. When the rover approaches, their attention is almost entirely focused on the giant beast. This is our best window of opportunity, but the internal alert level being at its highest means that once discovered during infiltration, the response will be extremely quick. Risk and opportunity go hand in hand. Another key factor is the resonance of the fragment. Ella retrieved another set of data. Your previous experiments show that strong, brief resonances cause immediate, intense reactions from the base's energy monitoring system and also attract the attention of the scouts. We can use this to lure them away. A bold plan is gradually taking shape. Action plan. Use the next peak in the scout's main cycle to strike. Step 1. Create a distraction. Gooing will deliberately and strongly activate the energy of a fragment from a safe distance, away from the safe house and base, to produce a fake signal of an unusual energy burst. This will attract the reconnaissance forces of Vesta Base and briefly draw the scouts' attention, creating an opportunity for real infiltration. Step 2. Make a sneaky move. During the short window when the base's attention is diverted, Gooing will pilot the captured, disguised Z-7 submersible, pretending to be a returning patrol ship. She will use the chaos to approach a secondary entrance to the base, an access point used for supplies and personnel, with slightly lower security than the main entrance, based on information from prisoners. Step 3. Plant an internal explosion. After successfully sneaking in, Gooing needs to quickly locate the fragment. Ella believes that the fragment causing such a strong energy resonance is most likely stored in the core energy area or the advanced biological laboratory. Using environmental clues from the previously stolen resonance data, such as cultivation tanks and pipelines, Gooing prefers the latter. She will use mental power and an energy dagger to create chaos, possibly even triggering a microresonance again, which is risky but could help pinpoint the fragment, to find and seize it. Step 4. Escape like a clever cicada shedding its shell. After obtaining the fragment, she will use the potential energy disturbance caused by the fragment and the possibility of the scouts being attracted again to make a quick retreat. Multiple escape routes are planned, including emergency discharge channels within the base. The plan is extremely risky. Any mistake could lead to disaster. But it's the only possible chance of success. Gooing begins frantic preparations. She modifies the Z-7 submersible to further reduce its energy signature, installs hidden weapons and jamming devices taken from the safe house's armory. She prepares high-performance underwater explosives, smoke grenades, and various energy shield containers, used to temporarily isolate the fragment's energy after capture. She repeatedly recalled the partial map of the base that Ella had simulated based on scattered information, especially the route leading to the possible laboratory area. She practiced quick movement, stealth, and combat skills under high pressure and stress. Most importantly, she kept communicating mentally with the fragments, trying to deepen the connection and gain better control over their vibration frequency. This process was very demanding, but it showed clear results. She could faintly sense a weak desire coming from the fragments, a longing for another fragment. Days passed. Finally, Ella issued a warning. The main cycle peak of the rover will arrive in 4 hours. Energy readings are rising. Gooing took a deep breath, put on her special deep-sea combat suit, and checked all her gear. Her energy dagger was attached to her leg, and her crossbow was on her back. She focused intensely. Begin the operation. She first piloted the Z-7 submersible quietly toward the area designated for a distraction tactic. It was an old shipwreck graveyard far from the base, with complex terrain. Once there, she hid the Z-7 among the shadows of the large shipwreck remains. She carried the space fragment in a temporarily reinforced shielding box and swam to an open area. She felt the increasing pressure of the approaching rover and the faint energy fluctuations from the Vista base in the distance. Suddenly, she opened the shielding box, grasped the space fragment with both hands, and fully activated her mental and water-based energy, no longer suppressing, but wildly stimulating it. Buzz. An invisible yet powerful energy shockwave radiated outward from Gooing, spreading rapidly. The fragment in her hands burst with a light as bright as a miniature sun, illuminating the entire shipwreck graveyard. The seawater boiled and churned violently. Almost immediately after the energy burst, Gooing forcibly cut off the energy output, quickly shoved the fragment back into the reinforced shielding box, and sealed it tightly. Without hesitation, she swam back to the Z-7 submersible entered the cabin, started the engine, and silently sped toward the Vista base. What she left behind was a rapidly diminishing but absolutely astonishing energy signal source. The effect was immediate. Through the periscope and sensors, she saw several large searchlights suddenly turn on in the direction of the Vista base. At least 4 high-speed combat submarines, like startled fish, rushed out and sped toward the energy explosion. The air raid siren at the base, transmitted through water waves, was faintly audible. At the same time, she sensed a more terrifying and furious presence sweeping across the sea. The cruiser had been alerted. The overwhelming pressure, like a primal force, grew more restless and was moving toward the sunken ship graveyard. The distraction worked perfectly. Gu Ying's heart pounded, but she calmly controlled the Z-7 boat, using the underwater mountain range for cover. She avoided the hastily dispatched Vesta ships and gradually approached the base's outer area. She saw the secondary entrance, a passage blocked by a high-strength alloy gate, with a small docking platform nearby. At this moment, the guards near the entrance were noticeably fewer, most of their forces being sent to deal with the disturbance elsewhere. Gu Ying took a deep breath, mimicking the rhythm of the return-to-base signal she had listened to earlier, and sent a request to enter the control console. Z-7 boat? Didn't you report a malfunction and lose contact? The console asked with suspicion and caution. Gu Ying lowered her voice, imitating Guard Keith's tone, making her sound tired and hurried. Malfunction. Temporary repair. Just escaped. Outside. Energy surge outside. Too terrifying. Let me in quickly. The cruiser might be coming this way. Her words were partly true and partly false, filled with urgency and fear, perfectly exploiting the chaos happening outside. There was a few seconds of silence from the console, as if verifying something. Gu Ying's palms started to sweat slightly. Finally, the gate emitted a heavy humming and slowly lifted. Come in quickly. Undergo internal inspection immediately. Understood. Gu Ying guided the Z-7 boat into the passage. The gate slowly lowered behind her, sealing off the outside chaos. She looked up at the end of the corridor, the interior of Vesta's 7th outpost base, like the throat of a steel beast, lay before her. Cold lighting, thick metal walls, the smell of disinfectant, and a faint, indescribable odor of biological decay filled the air. Her infiltration had succeeded in the first step. The real challenge was just beginning. She had to find that fragment in this dangerous place and then carve a way out. The heavy alloy gate closed behind her with a dull locking sound, temporarily blocking out the chaos outside and the terrifying presence of the rover. Inside the corridor, the light was cold and white, filled with a faint hum from circulating purified seawater and a subtle disinfectant smell. 2 fully armed guards, dressed in black combat suits and bearing serpent emblems, stood on the inspection platform ahead. They held energy rifles that subtly pointed toward the submersible. Their expressions were cold, and their eyes sharp, clearly trained security personnel. Power down, exit the vessel, and undergo identity verification and equipment check, one guard ordered coldly through an external speaker. Gu Ting took a deep breath, knowing this was the most critical moment. She slowly shut down the submersible's engine, pretending to cooperate. Meanwhile, her mind raced, her mental focus sharp as she sensed her surroundings and the guard's states. She noticed that, although the base's alert level was high, it didn't seem to target her personally. In the distance, hurried footsteps and faint shouts came from deep within the corridor, likely distracted by external energy bursts and rover movements. The hatch slowly opened. Gu Ting raised her hands and stood up carefully, trying to look shaken and exhausted. Hurry! Come out now! The base is on level 2 alert. All personnel must undergo a full check immediately. Another guard impatiently urged, glancing over her standard diving suit, which she had already changed into from the one taken from a captive. Following orders, Gu Ting climbed out of the hatch and jumped onto the cold metal platform. She quickly scanned her surroundings. There were surveillance cameras on both sides of the corridor, and behind the inspection platform, a sealed airlock door requiring a security card and biometric scan to open. ID badge. One guard stepped forward. Gu Ting handed over the ID badge she had prepared, belonging to Keith. The guard swiped it across a handheld scanner. Keith, P-73, Perimeter Patrol. Report your malfunction details and return process, the guard asked without looking up at the scanner screen. Another guard began scanning Gu Ting with a different device, checking for abnormal energy signatures or weapons. Guing responded with a nervous tone, speaking a bit faster. The propulsion system suddenly overheated and failed. Like an instant overload in the energy circuit. I almost sank at the edge of Zone S7. It was only through quick repairs that I managed to fix it. Just after starting up, I detected a terrifying energy burst and fluctuations from the rover. I couldn't stay, so I rushed back at full speed. Her explanation was partly true and partly false, perfectly blending previous reports with the real events just occurred. The indicator lights on the full-body scanner flashed green, showing clearance. Guing had already stored her energy dagger and special equipment in her space, leaving only her standard pistol and dagger. The guard holding the scanner seemed to have received some orders. After listening to his earpiece for a moment, he looked at his partner. Command confirmed the previous fault report of Z7 and the recent energy anomaly. His identity matches. During the alert, the procedures are simplified. Let him return to the team and stand by quickly. Guing felt secretly pleased. It seemed her earlier interference and impersonation worked, as the base system recorded fault and energy anomaly encounter. Another guard nodded, put away the scanner, and pointed at the airtight door behind him. Go inside. Report directly to the 3rd Patrol Team rest area.
Do not wander around.
Yes. Understood. Guing quickly replied, secretly relieved. The airtight door slid open. She stepped inside briskly, hearing the sound of Z7 being towed away for inspection by the automatic parking system behind her. The door closed behind her. Guing found herself in a wider main corridor. The atmosphere was more tense here, with personnel in different uniforms hurriedly passing by. The warning lights on the walls slowly rotated, emitting red glow. The broadcast repeated, Level 2 alert. All non-essential personnel return to their posts or designated safe zones. Guing lowered her hat brim and, following the map she remembered from Ella's simulation, hurried toward what was likely the biological experiment zone. She avoided the main corridor, choosing maintenance tunnels and pipe corridors with fewer people. As she moved deeper, the faint, disturbing smell of biological decay grew stronger. Meanwhile, the energy from the blue water droplet inside her seemed to resonate very subtly, not with fragments, but with the entire environment, like the seawater here was infused with a residual source essence, energy that had been extracted and used. Her mental sense detected 2 people talking around the corner of the passage ahead. She quickly slipped into a device recess to hide. Why is the rover reacting so strongly this time? Even more than when we collected that last time. Who knows? I heard the energy readings at Alpha Laboratory just spiked again. It scared everyone, thinking the container might wake up early. Shh.
Quiet.
Do you want to get caught? That project is top secret. What are you afraid of? Honestly, can that thing even still be called a person? Every time I get close, I feel chills. Shut up and finish your patrol. Go back to your post. Their voices faded away. But Guling's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Alpha Laboratory. Container. Energy readings soaring. This almost confirmed her guess. The other piece of the fragment is very likely inside that so-called Alpha Laboratory, and it seems to be used in some terrifying experiment related to people. She waited for the 2 to walk far enough, then quickly slipped out and moved swiftly in the direction they came from. The closer she got, the more security levels increased, with more doors requiring access cards. Guling had to frequently use her mental powers to sense what was on the other side of the doors, or try to interfere with the security system using simple communication codes she had previously cracked, with low success. Once, she even had to knock out a lone technician, use his access card to open a door, and hide him in the ventilation duct. Finally, based on energy signals and fragmented information she overheard, she found a huge airtight door marked Alpha Sigma Epsilon Iota Alpha Series, with a red biohazard symbol. The guards here were even more strict, with 4 well-equipped guards at the entrance. Guling looked around and found a ventilation duct above. Carefully, she pried open a grill and slipped inside like a nimble cat. Inside the narrow, dark ventilation duct, the smell of stronger medicine and a faint, indescribable energy fluctuation filled the air. She followed the wave of energy, an increasingly intense feeling that made her internal water energy stir restlessly. After crawling for about dozens of meters, she looked through the grill below and saw a shocking scene. Below is a large cylindrical laboratory. In the center, there is a big tank filled with a glowing green liquid. Inside the tank, a humanoid creature floats. It has a faint human shape, but its skin is covered with dark, shiny scales like deep-sea creatures. Its fingers and toes are connected by webbed structures, and its tail extends from the spine, resembling an eel. Many pipes of different sizes are inserted into its body, connected to nearby machines. What shocked Guing most was a crystal embedded at its heart that emits a soft yet powerful glow. This is another source fragment. The fragment seems to have partially merged with the container, and energy is slowly being drawn out through the pipes, while also keeping the creature alive. A strong, chaotic, and painful energy field radiates from it. Is this Vesta Corporation's experiment? Implanting fragments into humans to create biological weapons? Suddenly, alarms blared inside the lab. Not from outside intrusion, but from the tank itself. Warning! Container's vital signs are unstable. Energy output is abnormally high. Psychic waves exceed threshold. The container in the tank suddenly opened its eyes. They were completely filled with glowing green light, without pupils. Roar! A non-human, loud roar filled with pain and anger echoed through the liquid and instruments. It began to thrash violently, and the pipes attached to it rattled loudly. The researchers in the lab panicked. Use sedatives. Increase the dosage.
No.
Overloaded with energy, sedatives are useless. The fragment resonance is happening again. External interference. Quick, isolate. In the chaos, no one noticed the ventilation grill being quietly pushed open. Guing knew she only had this one chance. She moved like a ghost, heading straight for the emergency maintenance hatch at the top of the tank, her only quick access point to reach the fragment.
Who are you?
Finally, a researcher saw her and shouted in shock. Guards reacted quickly, raising their weapons. But Guing was faster. Her energy dagger appeared in her hand instantly, and she struck the lock on the maintenance hatch. At the same time, her mental power like a sharp knife fiercely stabbed the brain of the container that was struggling wildly in the cultivation tank. Does it hurt? Are you angry? Do you want to be free? She transmitted a vague thought through her mental power. Help me, and I will set you free. The container suddenly stopped struggling. Its dark green eyes seemed to look at Guing. A more violent, yet strangely directed mental shock burst out, indiscriminately hitting all the researchers and guards nearby. The researchers screamed and covered their heads. The guards froze in place.
Click.
The maintenance hatch was pried open. Guing didn't hesitate. She reached out to grab the shining fragment embedded in the container's chest, the primal core shard. The moment her fingers touched the shard, 2 energies from the same source, space fragments, finally made direct contact. An indescribable, space-tearing wave of enormous energy erupted, centered on Gu Ying's hand. The glass of the Alpha laboratory shattered instantly. Instruments sparked wildly. The cultivation tank exploded with a loud bang. The greenish cultivation liquid, mixed with energy, swept everything away. The alarm instantly changed to a piercing, highest-level scream. In the most central area of Vesta Base, an explosion occurred. Guing was violently thrown back by the blast, but she clung tightly to the scorching, seemingly melting shard in her hand. The 2 shards in her hand and within her space reacted with unprecedented intensity. The entire base trembled violently. From the distant deep sea, a roar shook the universe, an angry, furious cry from the patrol ship, triggered by this nearby terrifying energy explosion. Chaos. Absolute chaos. Guing was slammed against a metal wall, coughing up blood, but she grinned. Now, how to escape through the chaos of the explosion and the furious patrol ship? Guing crashed against the vibrating metal wall, her throat tightening, blood pouring out. But she clenched tightly onto the second, scorching hot, primal core shard she had just obtained. The two shards in her hand and within her space resonated violently, unleashing a powerful energy like an out-of-control flood rushing inside her, almost tearing her veins and consciousness apart. The entire Alpha Laboratory was in chaos. The explosion's shockwave destroyed most of the equipment, and glowing green liquids and sparks were flowing and flickering everywhere. The terrifying container shattered after breaking the tank, falling to the ground, convulsing violently, and letting out painful screams. The area where its chest was embedded with fragments turned into a terrible hollow, and uncontrolled energy was spilling out. The surviving Vesta researchers and guards were either dead or injured in the initial blast. Those remaining were overwhelmed by the sudden chaos and the terrifying energy field created by the resonance of the two fragments, making them unable to move and extremely frightened. The highest level of alarm sounded throughout the base, sharp enough to almost burst eardrums. Red emergency lights flickered wildly, illuminating the broken laboratory like
Warning.
Large-scale energy leak in the core experiment area. Structural integrity compromised. Rover, approaching at high speed. All units execute emergency protocols immediately. Repeat, execute emergency protocols now. The voice on the broadcast lost its usual coldness, filled with panic. The ground trembled. A bigger explosion came from deep within the base, clearly caused by a chain reaction from uncontrolled energy. Guing endured the severe pain and the impact of the energy, struggling to get up. She had to leave immediately. She glanced at the container on the ground, which was struggling painfully. Her expression was complicated. It was both a victim and an unexpected ally that had helped her earlier. But now, she was in no position to help or protect it. Suddenly, she stored the newly obtained fragments into her space. At the moment the two fragments merged inside her space, a stronger, yet strangely complete, energy wave spread from her body. The barriers of space seemed to become more stable, even actively absorbing and calming the wild energy turbulence outside. The energy in her blue water droplet also flowed happily, intertwining with the fragment's energy, quickly healing her wounds. The two fragments fused into one, causing a qualitative change. Her space and abilities were rapidly improving. But there was no time to enjoy it. Heavy footsteps and the sound of weapons being cocked came from outside the passage. The base's security forces were approaching. Gu Ying's eyes sharpened. In an instant, she took out two high-energy underwater explosives from her space, set the timers, and threw them forcefully at the main support structure of the laboratory and the airtight gate leading outside. Goodbye, Vesta. She turned and rushed toward a damaged, sparking maintenance pipe at the back of the laboratory, an emergency route marked on Ella's map that might lead outside to the sewage system. A deafening explosion and the loud twisting of metal sounded behind her. The pursuer's footsteps were suddenly blocked, and more seawater began flooding into the lab. Guing didn't look back. She desperately crawled through the narrow, dark, constantly shaking and falling maintenance pipes. Behind her, there were explosions, alarms, the roar of seawater rushing in, and the terrifying, furious growls of the stalker, drawing closer. It could sense the sudden energy shifts and explosions of debris, becoming completely enraged, and was heading straight for the Vista base. The entire base trembled as if it might be torn apart by the ancient beast at any moment. Guing reached the end of the pipe, where she found a large gate used for discharging wastewater and impurities. Due to the chaos in the base's power system, the electronic lock on the gate had failed. She forcefully pried open the manual emergency valve with her energy dagger and turned it with effort. The heavy gate slowly opened and cold seawater and filth flooded in instantly. Without hesitation, Guing squeezed out. Outside was the deep sea, but it was no longer the familiar ruins. In front of her was the enormous main structure of Vista, now spewing explosions and leaking energy arcs, like a dying steel beast struggling to survive. Countless submarines and personnel hurriedly fled like frightened ants. And in the distance, a shadow larger than the entire base was approaching with destructive force. The stalker was coming. Its huge mouth opened wide, as if capable of swallowing stars, and its roar created a tangible sound wave that pushed the seawater away, forming a terrifying vacuum zone. Guing felt a wave of suffocating fear, but she quickly steadied her mind. Now was the chaos, the best time to escape. In an instant, she retrieved the captured, disguised Z-7 submarine from her space, hidden near the safe house before the energy burst. She had risked taking it out and shrinking it into her space for later use, and dove inside. Start the engine. Full power. The Z-7 submarine shot forward like an arrow, desperately fleeing in the opposite direction of the approaching stalker, toward the safe house. Catch her. That intruder. She took the primordial fragment. The communication channel behind the base was in chaos. Someone had discovered her and was shouting loudly. A few nearby Vesta combat ships immediately turned their guns and started charging their energy weapons. But it was already too late. The cruiser attacked. Its mountain-like body suddenly crashed into the Vesta base.
Boom.
An indescribable loud explosion and shockwaves swept over everything. The energy shield of the Vesta base shattered instantly, like paper. Large metal structures were crushed, torn apart, and thrown into the air. The explosion's flames lit up the deep sea like daylight. The few combat ships trying to chase Guiying were torn apart by the shockwave, like leaves in a storm. Guiying's Z-7 ship was also thrown into the air by the huge wave, tumbling like a toy. The hull groaned under the strain. All the warning lights flashed. She held tightly to the control stick, desperately trying to keep the ship steady. She pushed the thrusters to overload, using the force of the explosion and shockwave to propel her away from the destruction, like a stone thrown by a catapult. Looking back through the window, the 7th Vesta outpost was breaking apart under the cruiser's fury. It turned into a huge pile of metal debris, constantly exploding and falling apart. Many fragments sank slowly into the deep ocean trench. That mysterious and powerful organization probably never expected their base to be destroyed this way. After completely destroying the base, the cruiser seemed to lose its main target. Its huge body slowly drifted through the wreckage, radiating a terrifying aura of anger, but it did not pursue the small escape craft, Guiying's submersible.
Guiying dared not stay.
She drove her badly damaged Z-7 ship, with alarms blaring, back to the ruins of the safe house as fast as she could. When she finally reached the hidden cave and dragged her exhausted, scarred body inside the safe house, Ella's hologram appeared immediately. Welcome back, Ing. The large energy explosion and the Vesta base signal have disappeared permanently. Congratulations, your mission was successful. Ella's voice also sounded relieved. Guiying sat on the ground, looking at the two primordial fragments in her hand, which had perfectly fused together and emitted a gentle yet powerful glow. She felt her internal space become more stable and larger than ever before, and the blue water droplet energy blended smoothly with the fragment's energy, like water mixing seamlessly. The cost was high, and she almost lost her life. But she succeeded. Not only did she resolve the resonance crisis, acquire the second fragment, and severely damage or even destroy an important outpost of Vista Corporation, but she also witnessed the destructive power of the cruiser with her own eyes. The situation in the deep sea is likely to change because of this. Now, Guiying has 2 space fragments. Her strength and potential for growth will reach a new level. The road ahead is still full of unknowns and dangers, but at this moment, she feels more confident. She slowly clenched the fragment in her hand and looked out the window at the still dark deep sea with a firm gaze. New challenges may come soon, but she is already prepared. Going had been sitting on the floor of the safe house for a long time until a severe headache and body soreness pulled her back from the mysterious energy fusion state to reality. She slowly opened her eyes. The familiar ceiling and the flickering hologram of Ella came into view. The safe house still carried a faint burnt smell from the energy overload, but everything was stable again. She opened her palm, and the two originally separate, primordial fragments had fully fused into one. It was about the size of a pigeon egg, perfectly round, with a swirling nebula inside. It was no longer wild but emitted a gentle, deep energy that resonated harmoniously with her mental power, the blue water droplet inside her, and the energy field of the entire safe house. With a thought, the crystal silently merged into her palm. When it reappeared, it floated in the center of her expanded space, like the sun of this new universe, radiating a nourishing glow. Guing carefully looked into her space. The size had greatly increased. What was once just a large warehouse now stretched beyond sight, roughly several football fields in size, with a much higher ceiling. Stability had also improved significantly. The barriers of space have become even stronger. Items stored inside are now neatly organized, with no sense of energy leaking out. She can even faintly sense that inside the space, a very weak and unique energy cycle has started to form on its own, no longer fully relying on her mental power to maintain. Time flow? She quickly notices that the speed of time inside the space seems to have changed very subtly. Although it's not as extreme as time stopping, the decay of stored items has definitely slowed down significantly. This is very important for storing fresh supplies. Energy affinity. Her ability to sense and control the energy in the environment has improved by more than one level. Even without actively using the fragment's power, she can clearly see faint energy flows moving in the seawater. She can even faintly sense that the terrifying energy source of the patrols far away, like an abyss, is still slowly moving, radiating residual anger. Inside her body, the blue water droplet from another world is now even happier and more lively. Its size seems to have grown a bit, releasing a cool energy flow that spreads throughout her body, quickly healing her previous injuries and mental exhaustion. She feels more energetic than ever before. Ella, perform a full scan of my body and the space data, Guing says, her voice carrying a faint hint of excitement.
Scanning.
Congratulations, Ing. Ella replies with a hint of amazement. Your vital signs are far above normal, your mental strength has increased exponentially, and your energy affinity has broken the measurement limit. The volume of your personal space has expanded to 372% of its previous size, with stability improved by 890%. Internal detection shows a faint autonomous energy field and a time dilation effect, with a delay ratio of about 1.5:1, internal 1.5 hours, external 1 hour. The space's integration with you has reached a new high. It's now considered an extension of your body and mind, not just a storage tool. Guing clenched her fists, feeling the powerful energy flowing inside her. This strong feeling gave her unprecedented confidence when facing the unknown depths of the ocean. Analyze the new fragment data, especially the parts related to the Vesta experiment, she calmly ordered. Powerful strength must be matched with wisdom and responsibility. She will not forget the terrifying scenes she saw in the laboratory. Analyzing fragment residual information. The data is incomplete and damaged, but it is confirmed that Vesta Corporation is conducting a top-secret project called Prometheus. The goal is to use the energy from source fragments combined with highly mutated biological genes to create controllable, deep-sea adaptation creatures or biological weapons. The container you saw is one of the early failed products of this project. Its fragment energy cannot be stabilized, causing the experimental subject to go insane and undergo physical mutations. Failed products are so powerful. Guing thought about the mental shock caused by the container at the end, feeling scared. How terrifying would their successful ones be? Insufficient data to judge. But it is certain that the Prometheus project is one of its main focuses. You destroyed the 7th outpost and took the fragments, making you their enemy. Vesta Corporation will not give up easily. Gu Ying's eyes turned cold.
I know.
That's why we need to become stronger faster. She paused and asked, before the base was destroyed, was any important data sent out? Before the rover attack, high-level encrypted data was detected being transmitted outward. It could not be intercepted or decrypted. We cannot confirm if it contained your intelligence. But based on the response feed, it's likely they knew the fragments were taken and may be connected to the intruders. This suggests that Vesta Corporation probably already considers her one of their top targets. Increase the secrecy and defense level of the safe house. Using the new space capabilities, we need to upgrade again. In the following days, Gu Ying entered a frantic phase of improvement and construction. She used the expanded space to go out again, secretly scavenging more supplies from sunken cities, especially high-grade alloys, energy cores, and electronic devices. She even found a small naval base warehouse that was not completely destroyed and obtained many valuable items. Back at the safe house, under Ella's planning, she integrated many materials into the exterior shell to strengthen defenses. Using her new energy control abilities, she improved the energy shield system, making it better at mimicking the surrounding environment. It could even briefly simulate the faint energy signature of the rover to scare off most mutated creatures. She began to systematically develop a new use of her mental powers, more precise control of water flow. She could now form small, controllable whirlpools or water jets, energy perception shielding, and initial exploration of spatial forces, such as short-distance telekinesis and creating tiny spatial distortions to deflect attacks. Most importantly, she tried to deeply connect the power of the two merged space fragments with the energy core of the safe house. The process was very dangerous, as the fragments' power far exceeded that of normal energy sources. But with Gu Ying's precise mental control and the harmony of the blue water droplets' energy, she succeeded. The safe house's energy core was completely transformed, with output power and stability increased by more than 10 times. It could even draw weak energy from the space fragments to recharge, almost achieving perpetual motion. All weapon systems, barrier systems, and life support systems received epic-level upgrades. Now, the safe house is like a hidden steel fortress deep in the ocean ruins, impenetrable and secure. After finishing all this, Gu Ying finally had time to carefully study the blue water droplet. As her strength grew, especially after merging with the space fragment, she felt a deeper connection with the water droplet. She tried to inject more mental energy into it. Suddenly, a blurry image flashed in her mind. No longer a cold laboratory, but an endless, deep blue ocean. Sunlight pierced the water surface, forming hazy beams of light. A huge city made of white coral and glowing crystals lay beneath the sea, beautiful and full of life. Countless figures swam gracefully through the city, with human-like upper bodies and fish-tail-like lower bodies, their skin shimmering like pearls. The scene flickered and was replaced by a deep sense of sadness, longing, and calling. Gu Ying suddenly opened her eyes, clutching her chest, where an indescribable, deep-seated heartbeat of emotion was spreading.
What was that? An illusion?
A fragment of memory? That city. Was it the legendary Atlantis? Those figures. Were they mermaids? Could this water droplet come from that lost underwater civilization? Is it calling for something? Calling for its kind? Or calling for someone who can carry its power? She remembered the rover, that ancient, majestic guardian. Does it have some connection to this water droplet, to the civilization in the illusion? More and more mysteries surfaced. While Gu Ying was immersed in new discoveries and doubts, Ella issued a routine environmental scan alert. Warning: multiple unknown watercraft signals detected approaching this area. Signal features: unrecognizable, not best as standard. The other party's navigation mode is cautious, conducting detailed grid scans. Gu Ying immediately became alert, temporarily setting aside all visuals and switching to the external monitor. She saw 3 uniquely shaped, sleek, green torpedo-like submarines, seemingly made from a mix of creature shells and metal, moving silently in search formation between the ruins. Their searchlights revealed rust and coral patterns on sunken ships, scanned very carefully. This is not Vesta's style. nor is it military or any known survivor group. This is a third-party force. Gu Ying's heart raced. Under the deep sea, there are indeed other unknown beings hiding. Are they enemies or friends? Why are they here now? Are they passing by or targeting her? A new storm seems to be brewing. Gu Ying took a deep breath, her eyes becoming sharp and calm again. No matter who they are, she is no longer the same Gu Ying as before. She is ready. The 3 green torpedo-shaped submarines moved like ghosts of the deep sea, silently weaving through the ruins. Their scanning beams were detailed and dense, not aimless searching, but performing a specific reconnaissance mission, looking for particular targets. Gu Ying held her breath, lowering all external energy outputs from the safe house to the minimum, even adjusting the barrier to passive absorption mode to hide herself as much as possible. She activated her newly gained mental perception, like invisible tendrils, carefully probing toward the 3 strange submarines. Signal feature analysis complete. Ella's voice sounded in Gu Ying's mind. They used neural connection communication for absolute silence. The vessel's material contains a large amount of organic biological components, mixed with alloys. Its technical approach differs significantly from Vesta's pure mechanical technology and our energy tech. The scan beam frequency is special, highly sensitive to energy residues and biological traces. Sensitive to energy residues? Gu Ying's heart tightened. She had just gone through a big battle and merged with some fragments. Although she stayed mostly inside a safe house, a tiny amount of energy still leaked out. Could they be tracking this? At that moment, the leading torpedo-shaped submarine seemed to detect something. It slowly hovered near a spot, specifically near the natural cave where Gu Ying had hidden and docked the captured Vesta Z-7 boat earlier. A more detailed scanning beam focused on the cave entrance, analyzing the faint traces of the thruster ions and energy signature left there. Although Gu Ying had tried to clean it, some traces remained. This was trouble. Gu Ying thought quickly. The Z-7 boat was hidden well, but it seemed these advanced tech visitors could still find it. Sure enough, one of the submarines adjusted its position, as if preparing to send personnel into the cave to investigate. She absolutely could not let them find the Z-7 boat. That would directly reveal her connection to the destruction of the Vesta base. Gu Ying's mind raced. Should she force her way in? That risk was too high. Should she distract them? But with what? Her eyes fell on the merged primal fragment in space. An idea suddenly sparked. Since they were sensitive to energy, why not give them a little energy to see? But not from here. She immediately focused, communicating with the space fragment and guiding the power of the blue water droplets inside her. Far away, in a ruin area exactly opposite the safe house and cave, the seabed sand suddenly shifted silently. A faint, strange lifelike energy source with space fluctuations appeared briefly, like a flash of light, then vanished quickly. This energy flicker was extremely brief, more like a natural wave from some deep-sea creature or alien life form, very different from her own energy signature. The effect was immediate. All 3 dark green submarines instantly turned their scanning beams toward the flickering energy. The submarine at the cave entrance also stopped descending. They seemed to communicate quickly through some internal channel, then without hesitation, adjusted their direction, formed a formation, and silently sped toward the energy flicker point, disappearing into the dark sea in an instant. Gu Ying slowly let out a breath, a cold sweat breaking out on her back. That was too close. These unknown visitors are very quick and skilled, highly sensitive to energy anomalies and very cautious.
Who are they?
I have recorded their course and scanning pattern. Based on initial analysis, this group appears to have advanced biomechanical fusion technology and may have extraordinary detection abilities for source fragments or similar high-level energy sources, Elo explained. I recommend marking them as a high-threat unknown group. Codename: Green Spiral. Green Spiral. Gu Ying silently repeated the temporary code name, her mind alert. After dealing with one Vesta, another mysterious and technically strange group, Green Spiral, appeared. Beneath the deep sea, there are truly hidden talents. She realized that the safe house was no longer completely secure. This time, they used a trick to distract, but what about next time? The appearance of green spiral shows that the abnormal activity in this area has attracted many groups' attention. Should she move quickly? But is there a place more hidden and resource-rich than here? Or perhaps, make the safe house more mobile? A crazier plan began to form in her mind. Since space fragments can connect with the safe house's energy core, and her mental strength and control over energy have greatly improved, and since the safe house's materials have been reinforced multiple times,
Could she
upgrade the entire safe house and even give it limited mobility? No longer fixed in one place, but becoming a true deep-sea moving fortress? This idea made her heart race. The project would be enormous, beyond imagination, but it might not be impossible. Ella's database contains a lot of technological knowledge, and with the fragment energy and her abilities, perhaps she could try. While Guing was lost in thoughts of a moving fortress, the blue water droplet inside her body suddenly reacted again. This time it was no longer an illusion but a strong, focused pull, like something far away was calling to it intensely. The direction. Just at an angle away from where green spiral had left, pointing toward deeper, more unknown waters. This call carried a sense of kinship, along with a faint sadness and urgency. Is it another water droplet?
or
The ruins of that crystal coral city in the illusion? Guing covered her chest, feeling an indescribable thrill. This water droplet provides her with a vital ability and connects to the deep secrets of this post-apocalyptic ocean. Its unusual movement must not be ignored. There is the emerald spiral, watching closely from the front, and the possibility of Vesta's revenge behind. Nearby, the patrollers occasionally patrol. Now, the water droplet inside her body sends out a mysterious call. The situation beneath the deep sea is becoming more complicated, full of dangers, but also hidden opportunities. Guing walks to the observation window, gazing into the eternal dark ocean outside, her eyes deep and thoughtful. She gently touches an unremarkable device on her wrist, the control hub for the latest energy shield of the safe house. Ira. She begins slowly, her voice calm but firm with resolve. Pause all non-essential projects. Focus all computing power and resources. We have 2 new priority tasks. First, based on current conditions and the energy from space debris, start designing the deep-sea mobile fortress upgrade plan, codenamed Noah. Second, analyze the direction of the water droplets' movement and plan a safe reconnaissance route. We need to take the initiative and see what is calling us. The era of passive avoidance and defense is ending. Guing will pilot the future mobile fortress, actively heading into the deeper, darker unknown, to uncover the layers of the end times, to seek the source of power, and to face all challenges. The mission is confirmed. Priority adjustment. Noah project initiated. Preliminary design underway. Water droplet energy direction analysis begins. Environmental data matched, and the optimal reconnaissance route planned. Ira's holographic image glows, and the main console inside the safe house emits a steady, efficient hum, with computing power pushed to the limit. Guing closes her eyes, fully sensing the pull from the blue water droplet. It is no longer just a vague call but has become a clear, rhythmic pulse, like a beating heart guiding her toward a distant destination. The feeling of kinship and urgent longing grows stronger. Analysis result. The direction of the pull does not match any known sea chart coordinates, pointing toward the edge of the Devil's Triangle Abyss area. This area has a very complex water environment, with chaotic magnetic fields. The ocean trench is usually over 10,000 meters deep, and sonar echoes show many unusual energy whirlpools. Danger level, very high. Ella's report is calm as always, but the content is shocking. The Devil's Triangle Abyss? That is a forbidden zone that even humans before the end of the world never fully explored. It is rumored to be a graveyard where ships and submarines go missing. After the apocalypse, the environment there will only become more dangerous and strange. But the water droplets are pulled so strongly, as if there is a reason for them to return, or a secret that Guing must discover. Route planning is complete. It is recommended to avoid the last known area of the Emerald Spiral forces and to go around using the underwater mountain range to hide our path. But we cannot completely avoid the risk of the Abyss Zone. Ella projects a winding virtual route. Let's take this one, Guing says without hesitation. What about the initial plan for the Noah project? Plan generated. Based on the energy core of space debris and existing structures, the main modifications are 1. Add a large environmental simulation camouflage system using debris energy. 2. Strengthen the external armor and add a buffering layer. 3. Design and install a vector propulsion array requiring many rare materials and precise manufacturing. 4. Reinforce internal structures to withstand movement pressure. The full upgrade will consume about 78% of our current resources, and the movement speed will be very slow at first, limited to short-distance avoidance and transfer. That's enough. Gu Ying's eyes flash with determination. Start the first phase of the upgrade immediately. Prioritize external armor reinforcement and the environmental simulation system. We need to leave as soon as possible. In the following time, the safe house became a huge construction site. Guing used her space abilities to efficiently gather materials. Under Ella's precise guidance, she worked tirelessly like a busy bee, making bold changes to the safe house. Thick special alloy plates were melted and reinforced onto the shell. Complex energy circuits were engraved and embedded. Dozens of small but powerful vector thrusters were installed at key points. Most importantly, a camouflage system that simulates the surrounding water environment, energy, and biological features was integrated into the energy barrier. During the upgrade, Guing became more skilled in using space debris and mental power. She could even temporarily soften parts of the safe house's structure to make installation easier. The energy from the blue water droplets perfectly harmonized with the debris energy and various materials, reducing conflicts and losses. Just as the first phase of the renovation was nearing completion and the environmental simulation system successfully conducted its first full power test, transforming the safe house into a giant underwater rock, Ella issued another alarm. Warning! High intensity, wide area scanning beam detected. Extremely large coverage. Source direction, Devil's Triangle Abyss. Beam characteristics. Similar to the previous Emerald Spiral force, but with much higher intensity. Gu Ying's heart tightened. She immediately stopped her work and looked at the external monitor. She saw a huge scanning beam, invisible to the eye but as bright as a spotlight in energy perception, slowly sweeping across the vast sea like a comb. Its strength was so great that even some deeply hidden mutated creatures were startled and hurriedly swam away. This beam seemed to have a clear purpose, not just scanning energy but also searching for some kind of specific life or genetic signal. The beam slowly passed over the location of the safe house. Even with the perfect disguise provided by the environmental simulation system, Gu Ying's heart was in her throat. The beam was too powerful.
Buzz.
The scanning beam seemed to pause slightly, maybe for just 1/100th of a second. Gu Ying wasn't even sure if it was just her illusion. Eventually, the beam continued its sweep without stopping. Gu Ying just relaxed a little when Ella's alarm sounded again, this time more urgently. Warning! Multiple high-speed underwater targets detected approaching from the abyss. Extremely fast. Energy response. Similar to the Emerald Spiral, but more powerful. Estimated contact in 3 minutes. This was not a scan. It was an attack force. Did the previous scan really discover something? Was it an anomaly in the safe house?
Or
did it detect the signal of the water droplets inside her body? All personnel prepare for battle. Cancel disguise. All weapon systems online. Maximum shield power. Gu Ying ordered sharply, instantly rushing back to the main control station. The rocky illusion outside the safe house instantly disappeared, revealing the silver-gray fortress with newly added thrusters. The energy barrier hummed open, emitting a soft yet resilient glow. Various weapon platforms rose, locking onto the incoming targets. In the dark ocean water, 5 long, streamlined, deep blue almost black, biological ships, broke through the water flow and sped toward them. These vessels are larger and faster than the emerald snail submarine seen before. Their hulls are covered with scales that seem alive, and blue energy light flows through the cracks, creating a feeling of wildness fused with advanced technology, intimidating and powerful. Without warning, as they enter range, their front opens like a creature's mouth. Instead of torpedoes or energy beams, they shoot out sharp, spinning bone spikes with strong biological corrosion.
Clink, clink, clink.
The spikes hit the safety barrier, causing dark green corrosive liquid to burst out. The barrier flickers violently, emitting a harsh sizzling sound. Barrier energy down by 5%. Corrosive and dangerous, Ella reports. Counterattack. Use pulse cannons. Disrupt their bioelectrical signals, Guing commands calmly.
Whoosh, whoosh,
Whoosh. The turrets on the safe house fire blue-white pulse beams precisely at the biological ships. Their scales become chaotic, energy flows flicker, and their speed slows for a moment, as if they are twitching from the attack. But the enemies quickly change tactics. The 5 ships spread out like living creatures, attacking from different angles. They alternate between firing bone spikes and using a high-frequency shockwave emitter, steadily wearing down the barrier. Guing operates the weapons, fighting back with pulse cannons, small torpedoes, and even a large, energy fragment beam, roughly simulated. One ship that couldn't dodge was pierced directly. That ship didn't explode but struggled violently like a wounded creature, leaking organic matter and slime, then slowly sank to the seabed. The remaining 4 ships seem angered, attacking even more fiercely. Suddenly, the blue water droplet inside Guying's body burst with bright light. A powerful, ancient energy wave penetrates the barrier of the safe house and spreads out. The 4 attacking ships suddenly halt, as if they have sensed something unbelievable. Their attacks stop completely, and they even retreat slightly. The energy flows on their surfaces flicker uncertainly, as if they are
submitting?
Or perhaps
Confused?
They circle around the safe house, no longer attacking, but emitting strange, ultrasonic-like sounds. It seems they are communicating or trying to understand something. Guing was also stunned. She could feel that the energy emitted by the water droplets carried a hint of displeasure and authority, like an elder scolding a mischievous child. Suddenly, one of the larger biological ships slowly moved forward. Its top hatch opened, and a figure swam out. It was a humanoid creature. She, from her outline, it seemed to be female, wore tight clothing that looked like it was made from a glowing jellyfish material. Her skin was a healthy light blue, her ears slightly pointed, and she had faint webbing between her fingers. Her face was delicate, but carried an unnatural sense of distance. The most striking feature was her eyes, like deep blue sapphires, looking at Guing inside the safe house with a mix of disbelief and awe. She raised her hand, palm up, and made a strange gesture. A gentle mental wave spread out, not spoken words, but enough for Guing to understand. Stop. We mean no real harm. Why do you have the sacred spring core? Who are you? Inside the safe house, Guying's heart was pounding from the recent fierce battle, and the residual warmth of energy weapons still lingered. Outside, the 4 fierce biological ships hovered quietly in the deep sea, glowing faint blue as if paused. The blue-skinned humanoid emerging from the ship, her posture, her gaze, especially the mental message directly sent into her mind, all carried an extraordinary meaning. Sacred Spring Core. Guing quickly caught this unfamiliar term. She immediately realized it probably referred to the glowing blue water bead inside her. It was indeed some key object deeply connected to these mysterious emerald spiral forces, or perhaps they did not call themselves emerald spiral. Guing did not answer immediately. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm, her mind racing. The other side showed confusion and awe, not outright hostility, which was useful information. Revealing her identity and background outright would be foolish, but remaining silent or being too tough might cause her to miss a good opportunity. She transmitted a thought through Ella, blending mental energy with Ella's translation calibration. Her voice came through the external speaker, also carrying mental waves to ensure understanding. It was you who initiated the attack. Is this how the Emerald Spiral communicates? She first took the lead with reason, clearly pointing out that the other side was the one provoking first. The blue-skinned woman's delicate face showed a very slight flicker of emotion, like embarrassment or helplessness. Her mental response came again, this time with clearer apology. The scanning beam detected unusual fluctuations of the sacred spring and an unknown hard structure. This area is on our border patrol, and recent anomalies have been frequent. Our reaction was too intense. My name is She, and I am the commander of the Deep Blue City Patrol Team. Please tell me, why do you possess our sacred object, the core of the sacred spring? Deep Blue City? Sacred object? Gu Ling felt a wave of surprise. The origin of this water droplet was more astonishing than she had imagined. It seemed to be very important to these deep-sea inhabitants. How I obtained it has nothing to do with you. Gu Ling chose to stay mysterious and strong. She couldn't reveal that she was a reborn person or that the water droplet was a sign of the end times. It chose me and guided me here. That is the answer. She deliberately blurred her words and shifted the topic to guidance, which matched the water droplet's apparent pulling sensation. Commander Shi's pupils slightly contracted. The choice of the sacred spring core. She murmured. Her emotional tone transmitted through mental waves, and her gaze toward Gu Ling became more complex, filled with awe and disbelief. She seemed to be engaged in a fierce mental struggle. After a moment, she transmitted again. The core of the sacred spring is vital to my people and cannot be lost. Your presence and your mount, she looked toward the safe house, are full of unknowns. According to our laws, I should take you back to Deep Blue City for the elders to decide. Gu Ling sneered inwardly. Going back with her? That would be like walking into a trap. On the opponent's territory, life and death would no longer be in her hands. What if I refuse? Gu Ling's voice sounded through the water, cold and firm. Your attacks cannot break my defenses and my weapon. She deliberately made the main cannon's energy gather slightly, producing a deep hum, is enough to destroy all of you. Perhaps we can find a different way to communicate. For example, right here, answer some of my questions. She's face changed slightly. She clearly sensed that the energy gathered by the main cannon was formidable enough to threaten them all. The mysterious presence, piloting a strange, tough fortress and holding a sacred object but with a firm attitude, made her feel extremely cautious. She looked back at the ship behind her, seemingly communicating quickly with her companions inside. In the end, she seemed to make a compromise.
All right.
But please put away your weapons first. I, as the patrol commander, guarantee that during this information exchange, we will maintain a ceasefire, Xie conveyed. Okay, Guing replied simply, signaling Ayla to keep her weapon system on standby, but with energy still fully charged and ready to activate at any moment. The energy shield remained at a high-strength state. The tense atmosphere eased slightly, but an invisible standoff continued. Are you from the Devil Triangle Abyss? Is Deep Blue City nearby? Guing asked the first question.
Yes.
That is our home, and it has existed for many years, Xie confirmed proudly. But then her tone grew heavy. Now our home faces threats. Energy is running out, shields are weakening, and the outside environment is becoming harsher. That's why we are so sensitive and sometimes overreact to signals from the outside world. Guing was struck by this. Energy depletion? She thought of the energy from space debris and the blue water droplets. Where are the human survivors you captured? What happened to them? This was a very important question for Guing, as it related to the moral boundaries of this race. Xie paused briefly before answering. Some are in the city, responsible for basic tasks. Others are being studied to understand your land dwellers' physiology and how they adapt to the environment.
We
need to find ways to coexist or to deal with threats. Her answer was vague, but at least she didn't say outright that they had been eaten or destroyed. This eased Gu Ying's worries slightly, though the word, study, still made her cautious. Threats? What kind? Like us, the land dwellers? Not entirely. Xia's eyes sharpened. There are some even more terrifying things. Created by energy mutations and pollution caused by you land dwellers. Abyssal creatures. They crazily devour energy and life, and are steadily approaching our city. Part of our forces are fighting them. Abyssal creatures? Guing remembered the mutated sea beasts she had encountered before. Could there be even stronger ones? At that moment, the blue water droplets inside Guing trembled gently again. This time, it was no longer a display of authority but a gentle, urging ripple, like encouragement for communication, or a reminder to Guing of something. Xiao clearly sensed the subtle change in the water droplets. Her gaze toward Guing grew more curious and suspicious. Guing seized the moment and decided to offer some hints. What if I told you I might have the energy you urgently need? She slightly released a pure and powerful energy aura from a fragment of space debris. Zhao's sapphire-like eyes widened instantly, showing her first signs of near-disorderly shock.
This
is such pure, high-dimensional energy. How is that possible? You must be kidding. Her reaction was even more intense than when she saw the water droplets. Clearly, energy shortage was their biggest problem right now. Who I am doesn't matter, Guing said, knowing she was gaining the upper hand. What matters is that we might have a basis for cooperation, not conflict. The core of the sacred spring guided me here, so perhaps it's no coincidence. Xiao fell into silence for a long time. She clearly needed time to process this huge amount of information and a possible, disruptive turn of events. After a while, she seemed to make a decision. She raised her head, and her mental waves became serious. Your proposal exceeds my authority. I must report this immediately to the Elder Council. Please wait here, and do not leave. I will leave 2 warships to stay with you, but please believe, this is not surveillance but protection. This area is not safe. I will return with the Elder Council's decision as quickly as possible. Guing thought for a moment and nodded. All right. I will wait for your news. But remember, my patience is limited. Xiao looked at Guing deeply, as if trying to memorize her appearance, then quickly returned to her ship. 2 biological ships slowly approached the safe house, stopping at a distance to stay alert, but showing no signs of hostility. The other 2 ships, including Zhao's command ship, quickly turned and disappeared into the dark deep sea at high speed, heading toward the Devil's Triangle Abyss. Inside the safe house, calm was temporarily restored, with only faint glow from the 2 alien ships outside. Ella, keep monitoring them and analyze all energy signals. Maintain the highest alert level, Guing ordered. Command received. Analyzing data related to Deep Sea City and abyssal creatures, establishing new threat profiles. The opposing ships are in silent alert mode, Ella responded. Guing sat back in the control chair and exhaled softly. The situation had developed far beyond her expectations. Unexpected conflicts, surprising ceasefires, unexpected exchanges of information, and a potential opportunity for cooperation? She looked down at her palm. The blue water beads' glow had faded, but the warm feeling of connection still remained. Sanctuary Spring Core. Deep Sea City. Energy depletion. Guing murmured. You brought me here. What do you really want me to do? Outside the window was the endless deep ocean, hiding lost civilizations, unknown threats, and a big change that could alter the end-of-world situation. Guing knew she had just moved to the first piece in this deep-sea world. What came next could be a chance or a bigger storm. She had to be fully prepared. The silence of the deep ocean was amplified. Only the low hum of the safe house's life support system and the faint, regular pulses of light from the energy cores of 2 Deep Sea City warships could be heard, like breathing. Time seemed to stretch, as every second was filled with uncertainty. Guing stayed alert. She asked Ayla to keep analyzing the energy features and weak points of the 2 warships, even trying to catch any unencrypted short-range communications between them. At the same time, she also focused part of her mind on communicating with the blue water bead inside her, Sanctuary Spring Core. After emitting a strong, calming light, the water bead seemed to use up a lot of energy and grew quiet. But the close bond and the pull toward the abyss never changed. Gu could faintly feel that it was waiting for something. Ayla, is the final check of the Noah project mobile module complete? Gu asked. Controlling the situation was always the top priority. Check complete. The vector propulsion array can be activated at any time, but based on current energy reserves and external water pressure, the maximum continuous movement time is only 17 minutes and 43 seconds. Its speed isn't enough to escape the pursuit of the known model ships. The environment simulation system can run simultaneously, within camouflage effectiveness of 92%, Ayla responded quickly. That was enough. At least it provided an emergency escape option, even if it came at a high cost. After about an hour, according to the safe house's internal clock, Ayla, who had been silently monitoring, suddenly issued a warning. High-speed underwater target detected approaching from the abyss. Quantity 1. Speed far exceeding that of the previous patrol ships. Energy feature matching. It shares a common origin with Commander, Shi, but is even more powerful. Gu immediately looked at the main screen. A streak of deep blue light shot toward them like an underwater shooting star, moving so fast that it briefly left a vapor trail behind. The incoming ship was longer and more elegant than Shi's command ship, with sleek lines, made entirely of blue crystal and bioalloy. Its energy fluctuations far surpassed those of a patrol ship. The two ships quickly sent recognition signals and slightly adjusted their positions, showing respectful greetings. The crystal ship slowly stopped in front of the safe house, its streamlined hatch silently sliding open. This time it was not only Shi coming out. She led the way, more respectful than before. Behind her followed a similarly humanoid, blue-skinned, pointed-eared individual. This newcomer wore a more elaborate robe with strange symbols, made of a fabric that fluttered gently in the water, shining with star-like points. Judging by the face and outline, he appears to be male. He looked much older, with a face marked by age and wisdom, calm as a deep-sea trench, holding a scepter embedded with a large blue gemstone. The energy fluctuations from the scepter resonated faintly with the water droplets inside Gu. The elder's gaze immediately fixed on Gu inside the safe house. It seemed to pierce through the thick alloy armor and energy shield, directly seeing the gentle, floating, sacred spring core inside her. He did not communicate through mental waves like Shi, but raised his scepter and gently placed it in the water before him. A gentle yet crystal-clear voice, carrying an ancient and commanding tone, echoed directly into Gu Ying's mind. Not through her ears, but through mental resonance. Child of the earth who bears the sacred object, I am Imhotesi, the chief elder of the Elder Council of Deep Blue City. She has informed me of everything. Please forgive our earlier offense. The return of the sacred spring core means far more to my people than you can imagine. His voice had a strange rhythm that made Gu involuntarily focus her mind. His identity and attitude indicated the seriousness of the matter. Elder Imhotesi, Gu maintained her composure and responded through both external speakers and mental communication. I feel your sincerity. But I need an explanation for the word, return. She skillfully questions, guiding the other person to reveal more information. Elder Moat's face shows a complex expression, mixed with sadness and longing. The core of the sacred spring is not just a simple energy source or sacred object. It is the crystallized heart of my people's life force, the Mother Heart Spring. Many years ago, a sudden upheaval tore apart the spring, and the core of the sacred spring was lost. Our decline began from that moment. It maintains the final barrier of Deepwater City and nourishes the vitality of its people. Without it, our home is slowly and irreversibly heading toward exhaustion and death. Gu Ting is deeply shocked. She never expected that behind this water droplet lies the survival of an entire civilization.
It
seems to really be guiding me here, Gu Ting cautiously responds, admitting part of the truth. Yes, it can sense the call of the mother and instinctively seeks individuals who can carry its power and help it return. Moat's gaze seems to see through some of Gu Ting's special qualities. Child of the earth, you possess unique traits different from others. It is the sacred spring that chose you.
We.
Need your help. He finally says the most important words. Help. Gu Ting doesn't immediately agree. Even if I have it, how can I help you? Return it to you. This seems like the simplest deal, but Gu Ting's intuition tells her it's not that straightforward. Moat slowly shakes his head, a trace of bitterness in his eyes. If only it were that simple. It has been lost for so long, and the Mother Heart Spring is nearly dried up. The barrier is on the verge of collapsing. Even if we put the sacred spring's core back now, it would require an unimaginable amount of energy to activate and restart it. Otherwise, the fragile balance could be broken, leading to ultimate collapse. He shifts his tone, and the gemstone on his staff glimmers faintly. But the energy you showed Shio earlier, that pure and advanced energy, perhaps, is the only hope. It is the key to activating the Mother Heart Spring and truly making the sacred spring's core return. Sure enough, their ultimate goal is the energy from space fragments. Gu Ting's mind races. The other person's information is half true. The importance of the sacred spring's core seems real, but is the exhaustion of energy and the need for external energy activation entirely true? Could this be a trap to steal her energy? That kind of energy, I don't have much of it either. Guing began to bargain and test the limits, asking, and why should I risk helping a civilization that just attacked me? It seemed that Métis had expected this question. He spoke in a deep voice. This is not help without reward, child of the earth. Deepwater City is willing to pay a price. Knowledge, technology, are deep-sea resources. Even after you help us, Deepwater City can become your strongest ally in the endless deep sea. As for the previous conflict, I sincerely apologize on behalf of Deepwater City and am willing to offer compensation first. He slightly tilted his head and signaled to She. She immediately returned to the crystal ship and, after a moment, took out a box made from a kind of glowing white coral. Métis lightly tapped his staff and the box opened. Inside were 3 pearls about the size of dove's eggs, with a flowing, luminous liquid inside. This is the Moonlight Condensed Pearl, containing pure life energy. It can quickly heal most injuries and restore vitality. As a token of apology, please accept it, Métis said. Guing quickly had Ella scan the pearls. After confirming the energy was pure and harmless, she carefully used a mechanical arm to bring it into the safe room. The pearls felt smooth and warm, and the powerful life energy lifted her spirits. It was a good item. The other side showed sincerity and offered tempting rewards. But risks still remained. I need to think, Guing said without immediately agreeing. And I need more information about the abyssal creatures and how I can ensure my absolute safety if I go to Deepwater City. She had to assess all potential threats. Elder Métis nodded. That is proper. We will give you time. About the abyssal creatures. His face grew serious. They are embodiments of madness and destruction, nightmares born from old wounds. They are extremely greedy for energy, especially holy springs and the pure energy you possess. They are also our common threat. As for your safety, I, Métis, swear in the name of the Elder Council that you will be the most honored guest in Deepwater City, and your safety will be protected by our strongest forces. Of course, your powerful mount can also come with you and be stationed in designated safe areas. A common threat? Guing caught this phrase. It meant that even if she didn't cooperate, those abyssal creatures attracted by high energy could become a big problem for her in the future. While Guing was weighing her options, the sacred spring pearl inside her body pulsed gently again. This time, it conveyed a clear, pleading emotion as if saying, agree to him, or go home. This wish from the person involved greatly influenced Guying's judgment. She thought for a long time, then finally looked up sharply at Imo Tessie. All right, I can go with you to the City of Deep Shadows and consider providing energy support. But I have a few conditions. First, my safe house must stay connected with me at all times. Second, I need to share your real-time monitoring information about the surrounding sea areas, especially the abyss creatures. Third, we need to discuss compensation and rewards further. Elder Imo Tessie looked relieved and nodded seriously. Everything will be as you wish, honored guest. Then, please follow us. The City of Deep Shadows has waited too long. The crystal ship and 2 ships adjusted their formations and signaled to lead the way. Guing took a deep breath and ordered AI Law, activate the NOAA Project mobile module, keep power consumption low, and follow the navigation. All defense systems stay at level 2 alert. We're going to see this lost deep-sea city. The safe house vibrated slightly. Its vector thrusters emitted a faint blue trail as the massive fortress began to move slowly, following the elegant and powerful crystal ship ahead, heading into the deeper, more mysterious, and dangerous yet opportunity-filled unknown area, the Devil's Triangle Abyss. The safe house moved with a deep hum from the vector thrusters, like a heavy but determined deep-sea beast, trailing behind the sleek and swift crystal ship. The 2 Deep Shadows ships kept a respectful and cautious formation on either side. They started their journey in complete darkness, illuminated only by the faint blue bioluminescent glow from the ships and the tail of the thrusters. The depth gauge kept jumping, and the pressure from the continuous descent caused the exterior of the safe house to emit faint groans, but the reinforced armor and energy shields held steady. Guing sat at the main control station, her eyes fixed on the images and data transmitted from the external sensors. AI Law used most of her computing power for environmental monitoring, route recording, and analyzing the energy of the guide ahead. Current depth, 11,234 meters. External pressure has reached 98.7% of the safe house design limit. Continuous monitoring of structural integrity is recommended, Ella calmly reports. The energy shield output remains stable. The current speed is about 75% of our maximum, and the other side seems to be accommodating our movement. Guing notices that the crystal ship's speed is not fast, likely considering the safe house's clumsiness. Complex underwater magnetic disturbances and energy whirlpools have been detected. The route is being adjusted to avoid these high-risk areas. Navigation data has been recorded and marked as Deep Lien Passage. Ella updates the sea charts constantly. The voyage is unusually quiet, apart from the natural sounds of water currents and machinery. Elder Modius and she seem to give Guing enough time to observe and process. This silence makes Guing more alert. She remains fully focused, ready to respond to any sudden situations. As they go deeper, the scenery around them begins to change. It is no longer just barren and dark. Occasionally, faintly glowing strange deep-sea plants appear, shaped like ghostly forests on the ocean floor. Some bizarre creatures adapted to extreme pressure flash at the edges of the light. They seem unbothered by the team, perhaps used to the ships of Deep Lien City. What catches Guiying's attention most is that she begins to sense some artificial traces. Massive, naturally formed-looking underwater archways with regular curves, some towering on the deep-sea plain, covered with thick sediments, but still showing geometric shapes. And once, she glimpsed an ancient shipwreck partially buried in mud, with a style very different from Deep Lien ships, full of rusted machinery. This area, called the Devil's Triangle Abyss, hides many secrets and lost times. Ella analyzed the materials and age of those relics. Guing requests. Initial scans are blocked. Sediment layers are too thick and contain special energy interference. However, some exposed structures show construction techniques far beyond known human civilization. The age cannot be precisely determined, but it is estimated to be over 10,000 years, Ella replies, making Guing feel even more heavy-hearted. The history and depth of Deep Lien City are probably terrifyingly profound. At this moment, the crystal ship ahead slows down further, and Elder Modius's mental wave comes again. Honored guest, we are about to enter the outer warning zone of Deep Lien City. Follow my course closely and do not deviate. There are ancient defense arrays here. Most are dormant due to low energy, but some are still operating automatically. Guing felt a sudden alert and quickly responded, understood. She saw the water ahead ripple with a very faint, almost invisible wave, as if passing through an invisible thin film. After crossing, her sensors showed the surrounding energy environment became more complex and organized. An invisible force field covered this area. After about half an hour of moving forward, the silent detector suddenly detected a strong energy response, and
Light.
it was not the bioluminescence of a ship, but a large, steady glow like city lights. Detected a large artificial light source and complex energy signals ahead. Scanning a giant structure, Ella's voice was unusually tense. Guing held her breath, adjusted the main screen, and looked ahead. The scene before her was deeply shocking, even for someone who had survived 10 years of the apocalypse and believed her mind was strong enough. She saw a huge city floating silently in the endless dark abyss, like Atlantis from myth. The city's shape was elegant and spiral, tallest in the center and spreading outward in layers. The buildings were not square but smooth, curved, and organic in design, like giant corals, shells, and crystals that had grown naturally and been carefully carved. Their surfaces were covered with soft, glowing coatings or plants, emitting blue, purple, and green dreamy lights, making the city look like a starry sky deep in the ocean. A huge, semi-transparent pale blue energy shield, like an upside-down bowl, covered the entire city, blocking out the vast ocean and crushing pressure. The shield shimmered with colorful light, and complex energy patterns flowed across it. But if you looked closely, you could see the glow flickering, some areas appearing thin and fragile, as if they might break at any moment. This is Deep Abyss City, a lost civilization hidden beneath 10,000 meters of water. While Guing was captivated by this magnificent scene, the core of her sacred spring suddenly burst with unprecedented heat and excitement. A strong sense of belonging and sadness flooded her like a tide, almost bringing her to tears. It trembled violently, pointing toward the very center of the city, where a brighter light could faintly be seen. Mother Heart Spring, Guing suddenly understood. At this moment, a gateway appeared in front of the crystal ship, guarded by several larger deep-sea warships. Elder Métis's ship exchanged signals with the guards, and the huge barrier rippled like water waves, opening an entrance wide enough for the safe house to pass through. Guest, please follow me into the city. Please park your vehicle at external dock number 3, where there are special energy interfaces and pressure balancing systems to ensure safety, Elder Métis said. Guing calmed her restless heart and carefully guided the safe house through the barrier. In an instant, the external water pressure disappeared, replaced by a gentle, lively energy environment. The safe house slowly landed on a flat platform that looked like a square, with robotic arms automatically connecting to the energy interfaces and stabilizing anchors. Looking out from the observation window of the safe house, Guing found herself truly inside this miracle city. Up close, the buildings were even more exquisite. On the streets, if those winding water channels could be called streets, many residents of the deep-sea city could be seen. Most of them, like she, had blue skin and pointed ears, wearing clothes made of glowing materials, swimming gracefully in the water or riding small, droplet-shaped vehicles. Their faces carried a peaceful, secluded look, but upon closer inspection, a trace of worry and fatigue was hidden behind their brows. Although the city had abundant energy, it gave an impression of being strong on the outside but weak inside, as if the entire city was relying on its last reserves to hold on. Elder Métis and she had already left the ship and were waiting outside the safe house. Guing took a deep breath, knowing that the real negotiations and adventures were just beginning. She checked her equipment, linking part of Ella's core consciousness to her portable terminal to stay connected with the safe house and access its resources at any time. Then she opened the airtight hatch of the safe house. A cool breeze, with a faint salty and strange floral scent, washed over her. The interior environment of the deep-sea city simulated sea-level air pressure, but the air composition was slightly different, and Guing took a moment to adapt. "Welcome to Deep-Sea City, esteemed guest," Elder Métis said, holding his staff and giving a slight nod. Xie stood behind him, curious as she looked at Guing for the first time since she stepped out of the iron can. "Such a magnificent city," Guing said sincerely, her gaze sweeping over the nearby Deep Lawn residents who also looked on with curiosity. Their eyes were full of surprise and interest, clearly not having seen the child of the earth in a long time. Please follow me. The elders are waiting in the council hall. Mo Taisai gestured politely. Gu Ying followed Mo Taisai and Xia, riding a transparent, water-filled lift flow that strangely separated passengers from the water, heading toward the tallest spiral building in the city center. Along the way, she saw more details. Some buildings had damage that hadn't been fully repaired. Some public areas had dimmer lights. Even some zones were isolated, with people in protective suits handling something, and a faint smell of decay in the air. That is the area contaminated by this spore of the creature. Xian noticed Gu Ying's gaze and quietly explained with a heavy tone, "The barrier's power is weakening. Those things are everywhere." Gu Ying silently nodded, clearly seeing the city's plight. Soon, they reached the top floor of the central building, a grand circular council hall. The dome was transparent, revealing the city's lights outside and the fragile barrier above that protected everything. Inside, several elders dressed in robes similar to Mo Taisai's waited. They were of different ages, but all calm and sharp-eyed. When they saw Gu Ying, all their gazes focused on her with scrutiny, expectation, and a hint of subtle doubt. After a brief introduction, Gu Ying was invited to sit in a guest seat. A child of the earth, Gu Ying, a stern-looking elder with eagle-like eyes, spoke first. She was in charge of city defense, Elder Hera. Chief Mo Taisai believes you have the power to help our people. But words alone are not enough. We need solid evidence and a workable plan. We sense the core of the sacred spring is in your body, but how much of the pure energy do you have? And how can it be safely used to activate the Mother Heart Spring? Her questions were direct and sharp, full of distrust. Gu Ying was prepared. She calmly raised her hand, focusing her mind. A tiny, brilliant spark of pure space fragment energy gathered at her fingertips. At the moment the light spot appeared, a faint ripple spread through the entire council chamber's energy field. All the elders' faces changed, and the eagle-like elder's eyes shone with sharp light. Energy purity. Unbelievable. Another elder responsible for energy technology exclaimed in surprise. This is the energy sample I can provide. Gu Ying dispersed the light spot. The amount is limited, but the quality is very high. As for how to activate the spring eye, you need to provide specific technical plans and risk assessments. I must ensure the process won't cause irreversible harm to myself or lead to energy out of control, destroying this place. She kicked the ball back, clearly stating her bottom line. The elders began to discuss quietly, and the atmosphere grew lively yet tense. Modius presided over the meeting, guiding the discussion. Gu Ying listened carefully to their arguments, catching key information. Activating the Mother Heart Spring Eye indeed requires a complex ritual and an energy-guiding device. The main difficulty lies in the strength and stability of the initial energy detonation. Her space fragment energy is of good quality, but the quantity is a problem, needing precise control. During the ritual, due to large energy fluctuations, nearby abyssal creatures might go into a frenzy and attack, putting the city's defenses under extreme pressure. So, we need to clear out the nearby abyssal clusters as much as possible before starting the ritual and activate all backup energy shields. Elder Hera said firmly. But our energy reserves are already depleted. Large-scale military actions and shield overloads can only last about 72 hours at most, the energy elder countered. 72 hours. Maybe enough if everything goes smoothly, Modius said thoughtfully, looking at Gu Ying. Ms. Gu Ying, what do you think? All eyes turned to her again. Gu Ying quickly weighed her options. The risks are very high, but the potential rewards are huge. The technology, knowledge, and this possible deep-sea ally of Deep Sea City are crucial for her survival and growth in this post-apocalyptic world. Moreover, her desire for the sacred spring core was almost overflowing. I can participate in this ritual, Gu Ying finally said, her voice clear and firm. But I have 3 requirements. First, the ritual plan must be jointly evaluated by my safety advisor, referring to Ayla, to ensure my safety level is within an acceptable range. Second, during the ceremony, my safe house must stay within the city and have the highest level of protection. I need to be able to withdraw from it at any time. Third, regardless of success, Deep Sea City needs to open part of its technical database to me, especially regarding energy use, deep sea biological technology, and ancient historical records. The elders exchanged glances and finally looked at Moats. Moats thought for a moment and nodded. The first 2 points can be agreed to. The third, technology sharing, can be negotiated, but ancient historical archives involve core secrets of my clan and must be handled carefully. Agreed. We can discuss the specific scope later, Guing said, knowing when to stop. With the initial cooperation agreement reached, the atmosphere in the meeting hall eased quite a bit. The next steps involved more detailed and technical discussions about energy output, ceremony timing, city defenses, and so on. Guing allowed Ayla to connect to parts of Deep Sea City's network, under strict restrictions, for data analysis and simulation. The entire preparation process lasted over 10 tense hours. During this time, Guing returned to her safe house to rest and prepare. She adjusted her state to the best condition and prepared multiple emergency plans. Finally, everything was ready. Deep Sea City entered its highest state of alert. All warships were deployed to patrol around the city, clearing out scattered creatures attracted by energy fluctuations. The city's barrier was reinforced to the maximum, but its glow appeared more unstable. Residents were asked to stay indoors, and a somber yet hopeful atmosphere filled the city. Guing, accompanied by Moats and Shi, arrived at the city's center, the location of the Mother Heart Spring. It was a large circular altar with a dried, cracked basin at its center. At the bottom of the basin was a groove that perfectly matched the core of the holy spring inside Guing. Around the altar stood 12 huge crystal pillars, engraved with ancient runes, but now these crystals were dull and dim. Please return the holy spring core to its place. Moats' voice trembled slightly. Then, stand on the energy focus point in the center of the altar. When I say start, slowly release your energy and inject it into the rune circuit beneath your feet. We will control the ritual array to guide the energy and activate the spring. Guing could feel the almost tearful excitement of the water bead inside her. She stepped forward carefully and gently guided the blue water bead out from within her. At the moment the water droplet left her palm, it emitted a cheerful buzzing sound and turned into a streak of light, precisely falling into the groove at the bottom of the pool. The entire altar gently trembled, and the dry bottom of the pool began to show signs of moisture. The bases of the 12 crystal pillars also glowed faintly. Following the instructions, Guing stepped onto the focus point. She took a deep breath and gave her final command to Ayla and the safe house far away at the dock. Stay on high alert and be ready to respond at any moment. Then she looked at Modius and nodded. The ritual begins. Modius raised a staff high, and all the elders simultaneously poured their power into the magic circle around the altar. Guing closed her eyes and fully guided the vast and pure energy of the space fragments. It flowed like a gentle stream but carried unstoppable potential, slowly pouring into the runes beneath her feet. The runes instantly lit up. Bright light spread quickly along the runes' paths across the entire altar, and the 12 crystal pillars erupted with towering beams of light. The water traces seeping from the bottom of the pool increased, gradually gathering into a small, clear spring that radiated strong life energy. The core of the sacred spring joyfully spun within the water, shining brighter and brighter. Was it a success? Guing felt a moment of joy. But suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. Perhaps the activated energy wave was too strong, exceeding expectations, or maybe the abyssal creature's desire for this energy was beyond imagination. Woo! A piercing, soul-rending alarm sounded throughout Deep Blue City. Immediately after, continuous, massive impacts came from outside the city's barrier. Report. The barrier is under a large-scale attack by a swarm of abyssal creatures. The number is uncountable. The barrier's energy is rapidly decreasing. Cracks are appearing in many places. Elder Hera's urgent voice transmitted through the communication, accompanied by explosions and roars in the background. The light on the altar flickered violently, and the energy became extremely unstable. Guing felt a powerful pull from beneath her feet, and the energy flow of the space fragments suddenly accelerated. Not good. The energy is out of control. The spring is drawing energy on its own. Energy Elder exclaimed in shock. Outside, the abyssal creatures were attacking wildly, and inside, the ritual faced the risk of failure or even explosion. Guing was caught in an unprecedented crisis. She had to make a choice: cut off the energy to protect herself, or risk continuing, betting on whether she could complete the activation before the barrier shattered. Her gaze swept over Mo Taisai and she, both pale and tense, then moved to the central altar where the joyful spinning of the sacred spring's core was pulling in a huge crisis. Finally, she looked out the observation window at the city barrier, flickering constantly under relentless impacts. The madness of the abyss and the hope for civilization's survival reached their most intense point at this moment. Gu Ying's nerves tightened to the limit instantly. Her soul felt torn apart by extreme forces of ice and fire. Outside, there were sharp alarms from the barrier breaking and the frantic screams of the monsters. Inside, a terrifying suction from the altar beneath her almost drained her completely. Space debris energy was pouring out faster than ever before, flooding into the newly awakened but bottomless mother heart spring. Disconnect? Immediately retreat to the safe house? That was the most instinctive self-protection choice. Era's urgent warning echoed in her mind. Energy output exceeds safe threshold by 300%. The subject's vital signs are fluctuating. It is recommended to stop energy supply immediately, but what would happen if she stopped? The ritual could fail, and the energy backlash might destroy the altar or seriously hurt her. Without this chance to activate, the city of Shenlong would fall completely under the attack of the tide of monsters. She might escape with the safe house, but what about the sacred spring's core? That potential powerful ally?
And
The almost mournful plea from the water droplets. Take a risk. We must take a risk. In a flash, Guing made her decision. She didn't cut off the energy connection. Instead, she clenched her teeth, enduring the sharp pain as if her meridians were being torn apart, and pushed her mental strength to the peak, crazily squeezing the power of space debris even more. Era, how much longer can the barrier hold? How much energy is needed to activate the spring? Guing roared through the mental link. Barrier energy remaining at 17%, structural integrity rapidly deteriorating. Estimated total collapse time: 2 minutes and 17 seconds. Spring activation progress 78.3%. Energy demand increasing exponentially. With current output, activation will take at least 3 minutes. Era's calculations were cold and cruel. Time was running out. Less than a minute left. No time to spare. Mo Taisai, Guing suddenly looked up at the pale-faced chief elder, who was desperately stabilizing the formation. Is there any way to buy more time? I need at least 1 minute. Elder Modi's staff shone brightly as he looked at the communication crystal, which kept flashing with bad news. A determined look appeared in his eyes. Yes. Activate the final barrier. But it will drain all our backup energy, and it can only last for a maximum of 90 seconds. After 90 seconds, if the barrier isn't stable, the city will lose all protection. The final barrier. It sounds like a last resort that means risking everything. Activate it, Guing said without hesitation. In these 90 seconds, I will handle it. She no longer held back. Her consciousness fully entered the core of the space fragment that was her source of power. She was no longer just guiding energy passively. She started burning her control over the fragment's origin, risking damage to her foundation, to forcefully tap into deeper, more violent energy flows. Warning! The main body is forcibly overclocking mental power. Energy output increased to 500%. Extremely dangerous. Ella's warning became sharp. Gu Ying's 7 orifices began to bleed tiny blood beads, and her skin showed abnormal redness. But her eyes shone sharply like a blade. A pure, more powerful energy, like a bursting galaxy, poured into the altar with a thunderous roar. Buzz! The light beams from the 12 crystal pillars almost solidified. The spring in the pool rose visibly, instantly overflowing the edge. The blue glow from the holy spring's core became as bright as a small sun. An ancient, vast, lively force began awakening deep within the spring. The final barrier has been activated. Elder Hera's voice came with a tragic resolve. At the city's outer edge, a thick, temporary shield made of countless hexagonal energy modules suddenly expanded, temporarily stabilizing the fragile main barrier. The crazed monster's attacks were blocked outside, roaring even more wildly. But everyone knew this was the final countdown. 85 seconds. 84 seconds. 83 seconds. At the altar, in the center of the energy storm, Guing felt herself being torn apart. The space fragment core emitted a mournful cry under the strain. Her consciousness was starting to blur, sustained only by her stubborn will. Spring activation progress. 91%. 93%. 95%. Ella's voice sounded distant. 70 seconds. 69 seconds. External final barrier, energy remaining 35%. Partial overload detected. Bad news kept coming. Guing. I can't hold on much longer, she shouted anxiously beside her, feeling that Gu Ying's life force was rapidly fading. Guing suddenly bit her tongue, and the sharp pain made her instantly wake up. She saw the almost fully restored spring in the pool, the joyful movement of the core of the holy spring, and the complex light of hope and despair in Elder Motc's eyes. Just a little more.
Just the last bit.
Open for me. Guing let out a low roar that didn't sound human, risking her last bit of mental strength and part of her life essence.
Boom.
A loud sound like the sky splitting came from deep within the spring. A warm, powerful, vibrant blue energy beam shot straight into the sky, pouring into the energy shield above the city. The main shield, which had been flickering and full of cracks, suddenly stabilized and became solid and heavy, as if injected with a strong tonic. The cracks healed visibly fast, and the shield's strength recovered and even surpassed its peak. At the same time, the blue energy spread like ripples across Deep Blue City. The glow on all buildings became steady and bright, withered luminous plants on the streets revived, and residents felt a long-missed warmth and strength flowing into their bodies. Even the faint smell of decay in the air was purified. The Mother Heart Spring was successfully activated. And at the very moment the spring was activated, the city's outer, final barrier, exhausted its energy, flickered once, and disappeared completely. However, without the temporary barrier, the abyssal creatures faced not fragile prey, but an unbreakable, pure-life energy barrier that radiated fear into them. The frantic attacks resumed, but this time, the barrier remained unmoved, not even rippling. The creatures crashed and bled, crying out in pain, but could no longer shake the city even a little. The crisis was over. On the altar, the energy storm slowly calmed. The 12 crystal pillars emitted gentle light steadily, and the spring in the center flowed with clear water. The core of the holy spring floated quietly above the spring, radiating a warm glow. Guing, as if drained of all strength, suddenly blacked out and fell backwards straight down. Guing, she exclaimed in alarm, rushing forward to support her. Elder Motes hurried over, his face full of excitement, gratitude, and deep guilt. He immediately took out the precious, moonlight condensation pearl and slowly transferred its life energy into Gu Ying's body. The pure life force nourished Gu Ying's nearly dried-up body, repairing the damage caused by her forced overexertion. After a long while, Gu Ying slowly regained consciousness. Her face was still pale, but her eyes were clear again. The first thing she felt was a weakness coming from the fragments of space inside her. The loss was too great this time, and it might take a long time to recover. But then, she sensed a connection unlike any before. She established a deep and mysterious spiritual link with the city of Shenlong, which was awakening beneath her, with the flowing Mother Heart Spring, and especially with the quietly floating sacred spring core. She could even faintly sense the state of the city's barrier and the rhythm of the spring's energy flow. "How do you feel?" she asked with concern, full of admiration and gratitude. Elder Motes bowed deeply to Guing, his voice trembling with emotion. Ms. Guing. No, you are the eternal benefactor of Shenlong City. You saved our entire civilization. From today on, you will be the highest-ranking guest of Shenlong City, with privileges equal to those of the elders. Any request you have, as long as Shenlong City can fulfill it, we will do so without hesitation. Other elders also stepped forward, expressing their sincere thanks. The previous doubts and scrutiny had vanished, replaced by absolute respect. Guing weakly waved her hand. It's just a transaction. I kept my promise. She cared more about the practical matter. Now, it's time for you to fulfill your promises. Of course, Motes immediately replied. You need rest. Once you recover, all the technical databases of Shenlong City will be open to you. I will personally explain the publicly available parts of the ancient history archives. Additionally, you will gain the right to freely enter and leave Shenlong City, and receive the blessing of the Mother Heart Spring. The blessing of the Mother Heart Spring. Yes, Motes pointed to the spring water. The spring has been revived, and its power will benefit the entire city. As the activator, you will receive the greatest gift. This gift will subtly strengthen your body, improve your affinity and control over water element energy, and may even extend your life. The specific effects will become clear as you experience them. Guing was surprised by this unexpected turn of events. With Shi's help, Guing returned to the safe house. Ella immediately performed a full health check on her. Vital signs are stable, but mental energy is severely depleted. The space energy core is in a dormant recovery state. Full recovery is expected to take at least 30 days. An unknown high-level energy imprint has been detected, linked to the subject's soul, which is analyzed as a benign enhancement. Indeed, she needed time to recover. Guing sighed. This was a close call. But she also gained a lot. Not only did she earn the friendship and resources of Deep Sea City, but she also seemed to have undergone some kind of evolution. In the following days, Guing rested and recovered inside the safe house. Deep Sea City sent various rare deep-sea specialties and energy supplements to help her heal faster. She visited her almost every day, sharing stories about the local customs, history, and changes in Deep Sea City. Through Shi, Guing learned more. The civilization of Deep Sea City is much older than human history. They call themselves Poseidonians, descendants of an ancient intelligent race adapted to the deep ocean environment. They once had a glorious civilization, but experienced many great disasters. The loss of the Mother Heart Spring was the most recent and destructive event. The so-called abyssal creatures are largely twisted monsters created by ancient war pollution, chaotic underground energy, and modern human activities like nuclear contamination and secret experiments. A week later, Guiying's body was mostly recovered. Although the space energy core remained silent, her physical condition had greatly improved. She felt lighter and was unusually sensitive to water elements around her. Elder Motes personally invited her to the archives. At the deepest part of the archive, Guing saw ancient history engraved on special crystal panels. Some records about the Great Land Era, the human civilization period, shocked her. The Poseidonians are not completely isolated. They have secretly observed the land. They recorded how humans gradually headed towards self-destruction and detailed the coming of apocalyptic disasters. Even some vague records suggest that the so-called natural disasters may not be entirely natural in origin. What shocked Guing even more was that on an extremely ancient, even Poseidonian people could not fully interpret fragmentary scroll. She saw a familiar symbol, an abstract pattern resembling the core shape of the space fragment inside her body, representing a door or key. Next to it was a broken inscription, which Ella barely translated as a few words. Era cycle. Tomb of civilization. Keat returned and a cold shiver ran down Guiying's spine. Was her rebirth and the space fragment she obtained not just a coincidence? Behind all this, there seems to be a huge secret involving the entire planet and countless cycles of civilization. And the city of Deep Blue, an ancient civilization hidden beneath the sea, might be the key to uncovering this secret. Guing knew that her path to survive the end of the world had taken a completely different, more grand and dangerous route. Beneath the deep sea, there are not only lost allies and abundant resources, but also the key to the true nature of the world. Her journey has just begun. After fully regaining her strength and understanding the knowledge of the City of Deep Blue, she must plan her future path again. First, she needs to return to the surface, because in the 10th year of the apocalypse, there are still some accounts waiting for her to settle. The return from the deep sea and the turbulence on the surface deep inside the archives of the City of Deep Blue, time seems to stand still. Gu Ying's fingertips brushed over the cold crystal tablet, engraved with ancient symbols and broken inscriptions. They pierced her mind like icy spears, stirring a storm of shock. Era cycle. Tomb of Civilization, key, returned, end. The fragmented words translated by Ella, combined with the silent space fragment within her, her incredible rebirth, and the global catastrophe, faintly outline a chilling clue. She is no longer just a survivor struggling to live. She seems to have inadvertently touched the core of a huge mystery that concerns the fate of the planet. Elder Motheus, Gu Ying's voice carried a barely perceptible dryness. Are there more records about this symbol and inscription in the City of Deep Blue? Motes looked at the broken scroll with a deep sense of awe and confusion on his aged face. This is a fragment of the Origin Tablet, said to contain the ultimate secret of the world's creation and cycle of rebirth. Unfortunately, it is very old, and most of its content has been lost. Even our most learned ancestors cannot fully interpret it. The legend of the key has been passed down among the elders, but no one knows its exact form or meaning. It was only when I saw the power you displayed when activating the spring that I began to have a faint guess. He looked at Gu Ying thoughtfully. Perhaps you are the one who holds the legendary key. But where does the return lead? What does end really mean? All of this remains a mystery. The city of Shenlong has experienced similar cycles of epic rebirth over its long history, but not on such a scale. This scent, I fear it might be. He stopped, but the serious atmosphere made everything clear. Gu Ying was silent for a long time, deeply imprinting the image and data of the Origin Tablet fragment into her mind. She knew that with her current state and understanding, she couldn't solve this mystery. The urgent task was to recover her strength, gather resources, and gradually uncover the truth. I understand. Thank you for your honesty, Gu Ying said calmly, suppressing her inner emotions. My power is not fully restored yet, and I need time to rest. I also need to return to the surface to handle some unfinished business. Motes nodded. That is proper. Shenlong City will always be your strongest support. Here is your token. He handed Gu Ying a blue crystal pendant made from the water of the Mother Heart Spring. With it, you can freely enter and leave Shenlong's barrier and contact us at any time. We have also prepared some special products and resources from the deep sea, hoping they will help you. Gu Ying took the pendant, feeling its smooth surface. She could clearly sense the energy fluctuations within, originating from the Mother Heart Spring. It was not just a token, but also a powerful talisman and energy source. Shihui will you out of the abyss until you reach a safe area, Motes added. A few days later, Gu Ying felt her body had recovered most of its strength. Although the core of the space fragment remained silent and she couldn't use large-scale space abilities or energy, her basic mobility and mental strength were back to normal. Her body, nourished by the energy of the Mother Heart Spring, seemed even tougher. She stored a large amount of resources gifted by the Deep Blue City, including energy crystals, rare metals, strange underwater plant samples, and some basic technological data from Poseidonians, into her space. The safe house, after simple repairs and energy refueling, was also ready. At the farewell, almost all the high-ranking officials of Deep Blue City came to see her off. Gu Ying had saved their civilization and earned the highest respect. Take care, Gu Ying. I look forward to your return, Elder Métis said seriously. Stay in touch anytime. If you find anything delicious on the sea, remember to bring me some. She was much livelier. After fighting side by side, She now regarded Guing as a close friend. Guing smiled slightly, nodded, and entered the safe house. Under the of a skilled team led by Shi, the safe house activated its thrusters and slowly ascended, leaving the miracle-making underwater city that revealed great mysteries. The return trip was much smoother than the journey there. With Shi's team familiar with the route guiding her, they avoided all danger zones. Guing even had the chance to have Ayla map out some of the surrounding terrain in more detail. A few days later, they reached the edge of the Abyss Zone. I can only see you off here. Going further out might attract unnecessary attention, she said through communication. Be careful. Thank you. Go back now. Say hello to Elder Métis for me. Guing said farewell. Watching Shi's team disappear into the deep blue, Guing controlled the safe house to continue rising. The surrounding seawater gradually brightened, the pressure lessened, and she even began to see some mutated fish adapted to mid-layer waters. Her gaze grew cold. Above the sea surface was the harsh world of the 10th year after the apocalypse, where some of her old friends still waited for her. While Guing created her legend in the deep sea, time on the surface world did not stop. In a relatively calm area, made up of several large, rusted abandoned ships and countless small boats and rafts pieced together into a sea survivor gathering, people still struggled to survive. At the edge of the gathering, on a makeshift raft that could fall apart at any moment, a man and a woman looked at the gray horizon, their faces full of anxiety and despair. The man was tall but pale, with deep-set eyes, and looked like the villain Zhao Feng, the man who had tricked Guing out of her last supplies before the flood and indirectly caused her death. The woman looked exhausted, but her eyes still showed traces of her once delicate beauty. She was the best friend who had risked her life to save Guing but then turned around and pushed her into the flood. Lin Wei. Brother Feng, we've finished the last of the compressed biscuits. What do we do now? Lin Wei's voice trembled with tears as she clung tightly to Zhao Feng's arm. Zhao Feng irritably shook her off. How should I know? This place is crazy. People are fighting over seaweed. If I had known. His words trailed off, but a look of regret flashed in his eyes. He wished he had taken all of Guiying's supplies back then instead of just some. They had luckily survived the flood, but lost everything. Now they lived in a poor settlement, always worried about their safety. They had heard rumors about a mysterious, powerful person with a mobile safe house full of resources, but their whereabouts were secret. They once hoped it was Guing, but soon they thought it was impossible. She should have been dead long ago. If only Ying were still alive. She was the softest-hearted one, Lin Wei murmured, a phrase she had said many times, hoping it would bring her comfort. Shut up, Zhao Feng snapped, his eyes dark and fierce. That fool has already fed the fish. Do you still believe in her? Better think about how to steal from the Black Snake gang. They fell silent, only their hunger and despair gnawing at their hearts. At the center of the settlement, inside the captain's cabin of the largest abandoned ship, the Hope, the real leader of the settlement, Black Snake, listened to his subordinates report. Black Snake was a scar-faced, fierce-eyed middle-aged man. Rumor had it he was a fugitive even before the apocalypse. Boss, there's been strange energy fluctuations in the Eastern Sea area again. They're faint, but similar to the signs before the Chui Luo forces appeared last time, a subordinate reported. Chui Luo, Black Snake stroked his chin, a greedy and cautious look in his eyes. That mysterious deep-sea power had advanced technology and sometimes surfaced to trade with settlements, but more often it brought plunder and destruction. The last time Chui Luo appeared, it nearly destroyed the settlement. Increase the alert. Also, send out a few speedboats to expand the search, look for lone prey or new resource points, Black Snake ordered. He had to find a way to grow stronger if he wanted to survive in this increasingly dangerous world. The safe house slowly rose to the surface, finally nearing the sea. Guing did not surface immediately, but hovered at a depth of 100 meters. She activated the environmental simulation system, disguising the safe house as a large reef. At the same time, Ella released a miniature reconnaissance device that silently floated to the surface to scan the surroundings. The images sent back by the reconnaissance device showed that this place was about dozens of nautical miles from the large offshore gathering spot she remembered. The sea was filled with various trash and debris. The sky was always gray, and the atmosphere was heavy and tense. Multiple radio signals detected coming from the southeast, where the gathering is. The signals are mixed, mostly requests for help, trading, and conflict messages. Ella analyzed the communications. Scan the structure and energy reactions of the gathering site. The site consists of several large abandoned ships and many small floating rafts. Multiple low-strength energy sources detected, likely small generators and weapon energy cores. No signals from high-threat individuals or groups found. Signs of boat activity around the perimeter. Guing watched the screen calmly. This gathering site was near the sea area where she had last died in her previous life. Zhao Feng and Lin Wei were very likely here. 10 years had passed. It was time for reckoning. She did not rush to act. The core of the space debris was not yet restored, so she needed to be cautious. She controlled the safe house like a ghost, silently sneaking toward the gathering site while continuing to gather information. A few nights later, thick fog rolled over the sea. Visibility was very low, making it an ideal time for action. Guing changed into a black waterproof combat suit and adjusted her body to the best condition. She couldn't use large-scale space abilities, but basic storage and retrieval of items, along with her enhanced physical strength, were enough for normal situations. She checked her equipment: a silenced Gauss pistol, a alloy short blade, several miniature explosive devices, and some emergency supplies, all stored in her space bracelet, a small space device made with deep-sea city technology, with about 1 cubic meter of internal space. She did not activate the safe house, but released a streamlined small submarine gifted by Deep Sea City. It was not biological technology, but a mechanical creation from Poseidonians, making it less likely to attract attention. The submarine was extremely quiet, like a black fish, silently cutting through the fog toward the faint lights of the gathering site, which looked like a poor seaside slum. Based on the intelligence Ella previously gathered, she had pinpointed the area where Zhao Feng and Lin Wei might be, at the very edge of the gathering place, in the most dilapidated floating raft zone. The submersible stopped a few hundred meters from the raft area and silently sank into the water. Guing swam quietly like a mermaid, using the shadows of the floating rafts and thick fog for cover, easily climbing onto an abandoned, broken raft that was unguarded. The air was filled with a mix of fish smell, sweat, and decay. Under her feet were unstable wooden planks. In the distance, faint sounds of arguing, children crying, and drunken muttering could be heard. This was a true scene of survival in the last days. Guing moved silently through the maze of floating rafts, like a predator in the night. Her senses became extremely sharp, allowing her to avoid sleepy guards and scattered passers-by easily. Soon, based on her memory and Ella's location, she found the target raft, more dilapidated than before, with a crooked shed built on it. Inside the shed, faint firelight and intermittent voices could be seen. Guing held her breath and crept close to the gap in the shed like a ghost. Really? There's no other way. Lin Wei's voice was trembling with tears.
Cry.
I knew you'd cry. I was blind to trust him back then. Zhao Feng snapped impatiently. Brother Feng, let's look again. Maybe we can find something others don't want.
Find?
This place is almost empty of mice. If only we could sneak onto the Hope ship. I heard those inside can even eat canned food.
Hope.
Leader Blacksnake is so fierce.
We.
Hearing their desperate and humble conversation, Guiying's lips curled into a cold, cruel smile. 10 years, and you're still so pathetic. She gently knocked on the unstable door of the shed. The voices inside suddenly stopped.
Who?
Who's there? Lin Wei asked nervously. Just a passerby, just asking some questions. Guing lowered her voice and changed her tone slightly. There was a moment of silence inside, as if hesitating. In the apocalypse, knocking on a door late at night was never a good sign.
We don't know anything. Leave now.
Zhao Feng shouted cautiously. Guing sneered coldly, no longer wasting words. She drew her Gauss pistol and aimed at the lock. A faint pulse sounded, and the lock shattered instantly. Guing pushed the door open and entered. Inside the shed, the fire flickered. Zhao Feng and Lin Wei huddled together in fear, staring at the unexpected visitor dressed in black, with their face hidden in shadows. "WH, what do you want to do?" Zhao Feng forced himself to stay calm, grabbing an old, rusty iron rod. Lin Wei was trembling all over with fear. Guing slowly lifted her head, letting the flickering firelight shine on her face. When they saw her face clearly, one they thought had long been buried and gone, now cold as frost with a hint of a mocking smile, Zhao Feng and Lin Wei's eyes widened in shock. Their faces lost all color, as if they had seen a ghost.
Ing.
Ing, Lin Wei screamed, full of disbelief and extreme fear. Guing? You didn't die. Zhao Feng's voice twisted and shook, his hand trembling violently with the iron rod. Seeing their terrified, ghostly expressions, a decade of hatred and icy coldness that had built up in her heart finally found an outlet. She smiled softly, her voice like it came from the depths of, "Yes, I didn't die."
Surprised?
Shocked. 10 years later, I'm back to settle the score with you. Inside the shed, the air seemed to freeze. The flickering fire cast Gu Ying's shadow long and dark on the broken walls, like a vengeful ghost. The salty sea breeze blew through the holes, but couldn't dispel the suffocating fear. Zhao Feng's rusty iron rod clattered to the ground. His legs went weak, almost collapsing. Lin Wei screamed loudly, her eyes rolling back, fainting. But her intense fear made her twitch awake soon after, shrinking into a corner like a frightened quail, tears streaming down her face, incoherent. Ing.
Ing. Not. Ghost.
You're a ghost. Don't come near. I didn't push you.
It was.
Brother Feng. He forced me.
Wah.
Please spare me. In her extreme fear, her so-called friendship shattered instantly. She unhesitatingly blamed Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's face turned from pale to dark blue. He suddenly turned and glared at Lin Wei, eyes blazing. "You wicked girl. What nonsense are you talking about?" But when he looked back at Gu Ying's cold, piercing gaze, his bravado was instantly drowned in greater fear. He suddenly knelt down with a thud, tears streaming down his face as he began to beg. "Ing.
Guing.
Listen to me. I was wrong back then. I am not human. I am a beast. But I was forced into this. The end of the world is here, and everyone just wants to survive. It was Lin Wei. She seduced me, told me you had supplies, and encouraged me. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please, for the sake of our past friendship, spare my life like a dog." Seeing these two people, who in their past lives had once been kind to her but ultimately pushed her into death, now kneeling and begging, biting each other like rotten mud, Guing felt no emotion. Only cold disgust and relief. 10 years of hatred seemed to become dull and tasteless at this moment. Killing such insignificant ants, could it really bring pleasure? Perhaps. True revenge is never about gaining satisfaction from the enemy's pain, but about cutting off the chains of the past and freeing oneself completely. Guing lost interest in teasing them. She slowly raised her Glock pistol, the silencer's holes glowing faintly in the firelight. Seeing the gun, Zhao Feng and Lin Wei's pleas turned into desperate wails.
No.
Don't kill me. I'll give you all my supplies.
Though. There's not much left.
Zhao Feng frantically searched his body, but only found half a moldy bread. Ing. Sister. I call you sister. I'll do anything for you. I'll work like a beast. Please don't kill me. Lin Wei kowtowed desperately, blood seeping from her forehead. Gu Ying's expression was cold, her fingers slowly pressing the trigger. Just as the moment of life and death arrived, suddenly, loud footsteps and noise came from outside the hut. There. Over there. There was a noise just now. Maybe gunfire? Let's check it out. It was the patrol team from the gathering place. Perhaps the screams from Lin Wei or the faint pulse of the Glock had attracted their attention. Zhao Feng and Lin Wei, as if clutching a life-saving straw. immediately burst into joy. Zhao Feng suddenly jumped up from the ground, ready to rush out, shouting, "Help! Invaders!"
Kill.
A faint pulse brushed past. Zhao Feng's voice suddenly stopped. A tiny red appeared in the middle of his forehead. His expression froze in shock, and his body stiffened as he fell backward, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Lin Wei's scream caught in her throat, turning into a choking sound. She looked at Zhao Feng's body, trembling all over like a leaf, her soaking her pants instantly, and a foul smell spreading around. Guing didn't look at Zhao Feng's body. Instead, she turned her gun toward Lin Wei. No. Lin Wei shook her head desperately, her pupils dilated. But Guing didn't shoot right away. Seeing Lin Wei completely collapse and look like she wished for death, she suddenly changed her mind. To her, death might be a way to escape. Letting her stay in this hellish world, experiencing the pain of losing everything and struggling in despair, was perhaps the best punishment for her. Outside, footsteps grew louder, and voices of patrol guards could be heard. Guing put away her gun, glancing coldly at Lin Wei, as if she were looking at trash. Then, she vanished in a flash, slipping silently through another hole in the shack, blending into the thick fog and shadows. Almost at the same time she left, the door of the shack was kicked open roughly. Several patrol guards, armed with simple weapons and looking fierce, rushed in. "What's going on?" "Ah, someone's dead. It's Zhao Feng." "Who did this?" "Lin Wei." "Say something, it." The guards saw Zhao Feng's body and Lin Wei, who was curled up in the corner, mentally broken, only giggling foolishly and drooling. They searched around but found only a broken door lock and nothing else. It's a ghost. It must be murder. Take this crazy woman away. This shack and their stuff are confiscated. The patrol captain cursed loudly and gave orders. No one would bother to investigate the deaths of two low-level people. In this world, too many die every day. Lin Wei was dragged away like a dead dog, facing a fate worse than death. Guing had already left the floating raft area, moving like a shadow through the complex gathering spots. After killing Zhao Feng and letting Lin Wei go, the heavy stone that had been pressing on her heart for 10 years seemed to suddenly disappear. An indescribable feeling of relief spread through her. Her soul felt much lighter. She had planned to leave directly, but as she passed near the Hope cruise ship at the center of the gathering place, Ella suddenly sent a warning. Detected abnormal energy fluctuation. Source: the lower deck of the Hope ship. The fluctuation features are somewhat similar to those of Emerald Spiral and Deep Rapid City energy lines, but they are more chaotic and violent. Guing paused, her eyes sharpening instantly. Emerald Spiral? Why are they here? Could it be that her previous activation of the Spring Eye energy caused such strong waves that attracted their attention? She quickly changed her plan and decided to investigate. If it really is the Emerald Spiral forces, their appearance in this human gathering place definitely means trouble. Using the cover of thick fog and night, Guing silently climbed onto the huge hull of the Hope ship, moving like a gecko. The guards on the cruise were strict, but most were simple, poorly equipped people who wouldn't notice her. Following the energy source pointed out by Ayla, she sneaked toward an abandoned cargo hold at the bottom of the ship. The guards here were more numerous and looked fierce, well-armed, clearly core members of the Black Snake organization. The cargo hold door was tightly shut, but she could faintly hear muffled, inhuman roars and the hum of some energy device inside. Guing found an air vent and silently crawled inside. The inside was greasy and rusty, but she paid no mind, moving forward like a nimble cat. Soon, she reached a vent that overlooked the entire cargo hold. Through the grill, she saw what was inside. In the center of the cargo hold, there was a crude but sinister ritual site. Several people in tattered black robes, with strange paint on their faces, were chanting around a bubbling green water pool. Inside the pool, human corpses and mutated sea creature remains floated. Most striking was a large, oval device connected by thick cables behind the ritual site. Its surface was rough metal covered with some kind of biological shell, with cracks leaking unstable, ghostly green energy, the source of its energy fluctuations. This device looked similar to the emerald spiral biotech gooing had seen before, but it was rougher, more barbaric, and full of sacrilegious energy. Is this some attempt to create communication devices or beacons using life energy and chaotic technology? Gooing thought with a cold heart. She saw the black-robed people drop a fragment emitting faint blue light, likely a piece of energy from Deep Rapid City, perhaps a trophy from a recent conflict, into the green water. The water instantly boiled. The elliptical device shone brightly, emitting a sharp, piercing scream. A twisted, unstable green beam shot upward, as if trying to pierce the ship and connect to the distant beyond. Who were they trying to contact? The real green spiral?
Or
something else? Gooing realized she couldn't let them continue. This chaotic energy operation was extremely dangerous and could bring even greater trouble. She made a quick decision and jumped down from the ventilation hatch. Who are you? The man in the black robe and the guards were shocked. Gooing landed silently, already holding her pistol.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Several pulses precisely shot through the foreheads of the nearest guards. She moved swiftly like lightning inside the cargo hold, dodging scattered bullets while firing her gun, each shot surely taking a life. Stop her. The ritual can't be interrupted, a black-robed man, apparently the leader, shouted. He waved a bone staff, pointing at Gooing, and a green energy arrow shot toward her. Gooing dodged sideways, the energy arrow hitting the iron wall behind her and instantly corroding a large hole. Such strange energy. Gooing no longer held back. Though her mental power couldn't be used on a large scale, short-distance acceleration and precise prediction were more than enough. She moved like a ghost, closing in on the black-robed men, drawing her alloy short blade. Cold light flashed, and blood splattered. The fight ended within minutes. The cargo hold was full of bodies, leaving only the black-robed leader, who looked at Gooing with terror as she approached step by step. His bone staff trembled in his hand.
You. Who are you?
How dare you destroy Lord, Eye of the Abyss ritual? Eye of the Abyss. Another new name. Gooing frowned slightly. It seemed the forces beneath the water were more complicated than she had imagined. She didn't waste words. She shot and shattered his bone staff, then kicked him to the ground, pressing her short blade against his throat.
Speak.
Who are you contacting? What is the Eye of the Abyss? And what is its connection to the green spiral? The black-robed leader wanted to keep talking, but feeling the cold blade at his neck and seeing the deadly intent in Gu Ying's eyes, he broke down. I'll tell you. We are trying to contact the messenger of the Eye of the Abyss. It is an older, greater being than the green spiral. It sleeps at the very bottom of the true abyss, wielding the power of destruction and rebirth. The green spiral is just one of its insignificant servants. We want to gain its favor. Older? From the bottom of the abyss? Gooing remembered the records of the deep-sea city about the abyssal creatures and the mysterious origin stone tablet. Could this Eye of the Abyss be the source of those creatures? Or perhaps some evil will related to them? At that moment, the oval device started shaking violently because it lost energy guidance and control. Its surface flickered with a strange green glow, and the energy became highly unstable. Warning! Device overload.
Explosion imminent.
Power enough to destroy half a cruise ship, Ella urgently warned. Gu Ying's face changed. Without hesitation, she cut down the black-robed leader. She rushed toward the device, trying to store it in her space bracelet, but found that her bracelet couldn't hold such an unstable object filled with repulsive energy. It can't explode here. Gu Ying clenched her teeth, used all her strength, and carried the heavy device emitting ominous heat toward the cargo hold window.
Ella.
Cover me. She shattered the thick, reinforced glass, leapt into the cold sea with the device in her arms. Almost at the moment she hit the water, the submersible rose from beneath like a ghost, the hatch opening. Gu Ying forcefully threw the device into the submersible, then jumped in herself and quickly shut the hatch. Maximum depth. Hurry. The submersible's engine roared to life, diving into the deep sea like an arrow. Just as they reached less than 50 meters deep, boom! A dull but enormous explosion sounded from above. Even through the seawater and the submersible's shell, the terrifying shockwave was felt. The entire lower structure of the Hope was blown open, a huge hole forming. Flames and thick smoke shot into the sky, and the seawater flooded in frantically. The gathering place instantly fell into chaos and panic. Inside the submersible, Guing watched the screen showing the Hope capsizing and countless people crying out as they fell into the water. Her eyes were cold. She didn't care about their lives or deaths. What she cared about was that this accident dragged her into an even deeper whirlpool. Eye of the Abyss. An existence older than the green spiral. Its servants have already begun to operate in the human world. The waters of the apocalypse are deeper and more murky than she imagined. She must return to Deep Sea City as soon as possible and inform Elder Modius of this news. At the same time, she needed to recover her strength quickly to prepare for the upcoming, potentially sweeping storms across the ocean and land. The submarine adjusted its direction and headed toward the open sea, ready to meet the safe house, then dive again to return to the Deep Sea City where allies and secrets were hidden. Her journey was destined to be turbulent. The submarine sped through the dark waters, leaving behind the chaos and flames caused by the explosion of the Hope ship. Guing leaned back in her seat, calming her slightly rapid breathing. Although most of the shockwave from the explosion was absorbed by the submarine, she still felt her blood racing. More importantly, the entity called Abyss Eye cast a heavy shadow over her mind. Older and greater than the green spiral? Sleeping at the very bottom of the true abyss? If the black-robed person's words are true, then the threat facing Deep Lawn City might be far greater than those crazy monsters. This Abyss Eye could be the source of the monsters or even a terrifying being directly related to the Origin Stone Tablet and the concepts of eras, cycles, and endings. Ella, record all information about the Abyss Eye and prioritize building a top-level file. Analyze the energy features used in the black-robed person's ritual and compare them with known energy spectra of the green spiral, Deep Lawn City, and Abyss monsters. Guing ordered in a deep voice. Command confirmed. Analyzing energy features. Detected highly chaotic and corrupt life energy mixed with some unknown deep mantle radiation, with an 87% similarity to the core energy of Abyss monsters, about 35% similarity to the green spiral, likely contaminated or modified, and completely incompatible with the pure life energy of Deep Lawn City. Preliminary judgment. The Abyss Eye, or its forces, originate from the same source as Abyss monsters and may possess higher intelligence and organization. Ella's analysis was unsettling. An evil abyssal force with intelligence, capable of developing servants, and attempting to infiltrate the human world? This is far more terrifying than the mindless, devouring monsters. We must send the intelligence back to Deep Lawn City quickly. The submarine successfully docked with the safe house hovering at the designated depth. Guing returned to the familiar environment and immediately ordered, Ella, set the course and return to Deep Lawn City at full speed. Activate the environmental simulation system to minimize the risk of surveillance. It is estimated to take 71 hours to reach the outer warning zone of Deep Blue City. The safe house trembled slightly as the thrusters emitted a deep rumble and began to submerge, heading toward the Devil's Triangle Abyss. Guing did not rest. She monitored the navigation data while trying to communicate with the dormant core of the space fragment inside her. After resting in Deep Blue City and being nourished by the Mother Heart Spring, she felt her connection to the core had become slightly stronger. However, trying to activate its power was still as difficult as a tiny ant shaking a tree. Still too weak, Guing sighed. Facing the increasingly complex situation, she desperately needed more power. She took out a blue crystal pendant given by Elder Modius and held it in her hand. The pendant radiated a gentle energy that slowly nurtured her mind, but it seemed to have little effect on reviving the space fragment. During the first few hours of the journey, the sea was calm. The safe house was like a stubborn stone in the deep ocean, quietly passing through the barren seabed plains and rolling mountains, disguised by the environmental simulation system. However, just as they were about to enter the outer zone of the abyss, known for its complex magnetic fields and energy whirlpools, Ella suddenly issued a sharp alarm.
Warning.
High-intensity space disturbance detected. Unusual gravitational trap ahead. Evade. Emergency evasive action. Gu Ying's heart tightened. She immediately looked at the main screen. The once relatively calm seawater ahead suddenly revealed countless tiny, nearly invisible black cracks. These cracks spread like a spider web, and the water in the center was being crazily in, forming an invisible, twisted light whirlpool. The strong suction even began to threaten the stability of the safe house. What is this? A space? Gu Ying was shocked. She had never seen such a scene before. Analysis: a non-natural local space collapse. The disturbance source's energy features are highly consistent with the Eye of the Abyss ritual energy. Ella's voice was unusually serious. Was it caused by the explosion of the ritual device?
Or
Was it an interception by the Eye of the Abyss forces targeting her? Full retreat. Activate all thrusters. Get out of the suction range. Gu Ying ordered sharply. The vector thrusters of the safe house expelled hot exhaust, struggling to move backward. But the suction from the space collapse was terrifying, as if an invisible giant hand was gripping the safe house tightly, dragging it toward the black, filled death whirlpool. The exterior armor of the safe house creaked loudly, and the energy shield flickered intensely, with power surging suddenly to a critical level. Strong suction. Can't break free. Shield energy remaining at 41% and dropping rapidly, Ella hurriedly reported. Calculate the stability of the collapse center. Is there any chance to force through? Gu Ying forced herself to stay calm, her mind racing. The collapse is highly unstable, with over 90% of the central space structure broken. The chance of survival if forced through is only 0.003%. I recommend abandoning the house immediately. Ella gave the harshest advice. Abandon the house? In this deep sea of 10,000 meters, losing the protection of the safe house means she can't hold on for long. Plus, there might be unknown enemies outside. In this life-and-death moment, the core of the sacred spring inside Gu Ying suddenly burst out with a strong blue glow. This time, the light carried an unprecedented sense of urgency and guidance. It trembled violently, pointing toward a seemingly insignificant area behind the side of the suction vortex, where the energy fluctuations were relatively gentle. Trust it, a thought flashed through Gu Ying's mind. The sacred spring core shares the same origin as Deep Sea City and the Mother's Heart Spring. It has an instinctive sense of and rejection toward the abyss's power. Its guidance might be the only hope.
ella.
Give up on breaking free. Concentrate all energy on the shield and the right side thrusters. Charge in that direction. Gu Ying pointed toward the direction indicated by the sacred spring core, shouting hoarsely. Understood. Redirect energy. Overload the vector thrusters and activate. Ella responded without hesitation. The safe house stopped struggling backward and, instead, used the suction to shoot forward like an arrow, rushing toward the seemingly dangerous area behind the vortex. Just as the safe house was about to hit that area, something strange happened. The space there rippled like water waves, and a very brief, almost imperceptible, gap appeared in the black cracks. The safe house narrowly avoided several space fractures, passing through a narrow opening, and suddenly escaped the core of the suction vortex. A loud crash of space collapsing echoed behind, and the deadly vortex shrank into a black, before vanishing completely, leaving only chaotic, disturbed seawater. Although the safe house escaped, it paid a heavy price. The right thruster was damaged due to overload, and the outer armor has several tears from space cracks. The energy shield is now only at a pitiful 8%.
We
Made it out. Gu Ying slumped into her chair, soaked in cold sweat, her heart pounding wildly. Just now, she truly felt like she was walking on the edge of death. The crisis is temporarily over, but the safe house is badly damaged and needs urgent repairs. The right thruster is out of order, reducing mobility by 65%. Ella began reporting the damage. Gooing just relaxed slightly, but Ella's alarm sounded again. This time, it carried a hint of
confusion? Warning.
unknown signal detected attempting to connect.
Source.
Unrecognizable. Signal content. Non-standard communication protocol. Attempting to decode. Gu Ying's heart raced again. Just escaped from a dangerous situation, and now into another? What is it? Pursuers from the eye of the abyss. Decoding complete. Signal content is. Ella's tone showed a rare flicker of fluctuation. Passing by, curious, helping you, chatting, a series of simple yet meaningless words, exuding an indescribable sense of casualness. Immediately after, the sonar image on the main screen showed a huge, unimaginable black shadow slowly rising from the deeper sea below the safe house. Its outline was blurry, but its size exceeded the largest mutated whale Gu Ying had ever seen by dozens of times. Just rising caused violent changes in the surrounding currents. What kind of monster is this? Gu Ying's whole body tensed up again, nerves stretched tight after the life and death crisis. A Gauss pistol appeared instantly in her hand, though she knew that with such a creature, her pistol might be more like a tickle. The enormous black shadow paused not far below the safe house, without attacking. Then, a clearer, ancient, lazily rhythmic mental wave directly entered Gu Ying's mind. This time, it was no longer simple words, but complete sentences. Little one, don't be nervous. It was the movement of that little water droplet on you that woke me up. I saw you almost swallowed by those chaotic fragments and helped you out. You carry a familiar yet annoying smell, and also a bit interesting. This mental wave was calm, even a little sleepy, with no hostility at all. Gu Ying was stunned. This situation was completely different from anything she had expected.
Who
are you? Gu Ying tried to respond with her mental power, staying very alert. Who am I? The ancient mental wave seemed to think for a moment. My name. I haven't used it in a long time. You little ones from later generations like to call me World Serpent or Cycle Serpent? I can't remember clearly, but I prefer to sleep. World Serpent? Cycle Serpent. Gu Ying gasped in shock. This is a legendary creature said to surround the entire world. Could it really exist? And she had just encountered it? Was it because of the fluctuations from the sacred spring core or the aura of space debris that disturbed this ancient being? As for you, the mental wave of the giant serpent, for now, called that, continued with a curious tone. I can sense the smell of the Poseidonian water from those little blue people, referring to the deep abyss city, and also a very much like a key, but not quite the same energy wave. The strangest thing is, your soul's time traces are all mixed up. Interesting, very interesting. It surprisingly saw through Gu Ying's secret of rebirth and the existence of space debris at a glance. Its insight was terrifying. Gu Ying felt a chill, but it seemed the other party had no ill will. She forced herself to stay calm. Thank you for your help, great being. I was about to return to Deep Abyss City. Go back there. The giant serpent's mental wave carried a hint of indifference. Those little blue guys have been quite noisy lately, like there are bugs in their home, referring to the abyss creatures. But with that old spring in place, it won't fall apart for now. It's good you're going back. Help them scratch an itch. Its words were casual, as if the fate of Deep Abyss City was just a trivial matter to it. Do you know about the Eye of the Abyss? Gu Ying took the opportunity to ask, trying to gather information from this ancient being. Eye of the Abyss. The mental wave of the giant serpent showed a clear change in emotion for the first time. Was it disgust and disdain? A disgusting thing created by an old rival hiding in a stinky water ditch, afraid to see the light. Likes to manipulate rotten lives and chaotic space, always thinking of dragging everything into its nightmare abyss. Annoying thing. Old rival? Gu Ying caught an important piece of information. The giant snake seemed reluctant to talk further. All right, little one. I haven't been awake long, and I'm feeling a bit tired. Since you're quite interesting, let me warn you. There isn't just one key, and there isn't just one lock. If you open doors randomly, be careful not to release things you shouldn't. Also, watch out for those small bugs carrying the smell of rust and blood, possibly representing certain human factions. Sometimes, they are more troublesome than the bugs in the abyss. After saying this, before Guing could ask more, the huge shadow began to slowly sink, stirring the seawater and creating dark currents. Let's go. I'm going back to sleep. I hope next time I wake up, you'll still be alive, little one. The mental waves gradually faded away, and the large shadow disappeared into the deeper darkness, as if it had never appeared. The safe house returned to calm, only the alarms from damaged equipment remaining. Guing was unable to regain her composure for a long time. In a short period, she had faced life and death danger from a space collapse, encountered an ancient being from myth, and received a seemingly random but highly meaningful warning. Multiple keys? Multiple locks? Opening doors at random? Small bugs with rust and blood smells? Each word seemed to carry deep meaning, subtly echoing her previous experiences and guesses. The water in this world is truly deep. Catastrophic disasters, underwater civilizations, abyssal evil, mythic beasts. It felt like she had been caught in a huge game spanning countless worlds and times. She glanced at the still warm sacred spring core pendant in her hand and checked the dormant space fragments within her. She must return to Deep Lien City as soon as possible. Not only to deliver the intelligence about the Abyss Eye, but also to use the knowledge and resources there to quickly strengthen herself and unravel the mysteries surrounding her. Ella, assess the damage. Prioritize repairing the propulsion and navigation systems. We must leave here quickly. Understood. Damage assessment in progress. Estimated minimum repair time, 12 hours. The safe house, like a wounded warrior, began tense self-repair in the silent, deep sea. But Guiying's journey was destined to be anything but peaceful. A greater storm was waiting ahead. The right thruster is completely broken, and the left thruster's efficiency has greatly decreased due to overload, so it can only maintain minimal movement and attitude adjustments. The tears on the outer armor have been temporarily sealed with quick-setting nano-repair agents, but the defense is significantly weakened. The most troublesome part is the energy shield, which now has only 8% of its energy reserve, barely enough to maintain basic invisibility. Guing didn't waste time waiting for full repairs. After Ella calculated a hidden route that relies on ocean currents and remaining power, avoiding complex terrain as much as possible, she ordered to set off. Every second of delay increased the risk of being discovered by the Eye of the Abyss or other unknown forces. The unexpected appearance of the Earth Serpent and its information-rich words weighed heavily on Guiying's mind. There is more than one key and more than one lock. This almost confirmed her suspicions about space fragments and the Origin Stone tablet. What she held might just be one piece of a huge puzzle. The warning about opening doors recklessly made her more cautious about using her power. Navigation became very slow and careful. The safe house moved like a ghost, hiding in the shadows of the underwater mountain range, using natural terrain to avoid possible scans. Guing kept her mental awareness active at all times, working with Ella's detectors to watch for any signs of danger. Fortunately, during the next several hours of travel, they did not encounter any deadly threats. Only some low-intelligence, deep-sea mutants were attracted by the faint energy fluctuations of the safe house, but they were quietly dealt with by Ella's controlled defenses. However, just as they were about to reach the outer warning zone of the Deep Wave City, and even as they could faintly sense the warm, powerful energy source from the Heart Spring pendant, a strange disturbance occurred again. Warning! High-intensity energy conflict detected. Source direction: Outer Third Patrol Zone of Deep Wave City. Energy signature recognition: Deep Wave City Military Energy Mark, and a large number of abyssal creature energy reactions. Ella's alarm broke the silence inside the cabin. Guiying's heart sank. Something had gone wrong. Was it because she activated the spring's energy wave, or was it the influence of the Eye of the Abyss ritual, which triggered a furious counterattack from the creatures? She immediately ordered the safe house to accelerate, though it was already moving very slowly, and set the detector to maximum power, focusing on the conflict zone. The images transmitted back made her gasp in shock. Beyond the huge light blue barrier of Deep Blue City, a dark swarm of creatures like locusts is rushing wildly, crashing against the barrier. This time, the number of creatures is much larger than during the last ritual, and some are especially huge and twisted in shape. They spit corrosive energy balls or emit high-frequency shockwaves, causing great damage to the barrier. The warships of Deep Blue City have all come out to fight outside the barrier, battling fiercely with the creatures. Blue energy beams and the creatures' red attack lights intertwine, with explosions flashing constantly in the deep sea. Sometimes, ships are torn apart by the creatures and turn into burning wreckage sinking into the ocean. The creatures also die in large groups under the defenders' stubborn resistance, turning the surrounding water black with blood. The fight is very fierce. Although the barrier's glow remains stable because of the revival of the Mother Heart Spring, it begins to ripple slightly under such intense attacks. Conflict level, very high. The defenders of Deep Blue City are at a disadvantage, and the barrier pressure keeps increasing. Ella calmly analyzes the situation. Guaning frowns tightly. The current state of the safe house makes rushing into fight as dangerous as fighting a losing battle. But she cannot just watch Deep Blue City be besieged and do nothing. Ella, analyze the command nodes or high-value targets in the creature swarm. Find possible weak points. Guaning tries to find a way to break the situation. Analysis in progress. 3 unusually strong energy sources detected behind the creature swarm, suspected to be command units. But they are guarded by many escorts, making a direct attack very difficult. While Guaning is thinking hard for a solution, the Sacred Spring Core pendant once again emits a warm fluctuation, pointing toward a side flank of the battle area. At the same time, an emergency encrypted message comes through. It's Xi's voice, full of urgency and exhaustion. Guaning, is that you? We've detected your signal. It's so good. We've detected your signal. It's so good that you're back. But the situation is critical. The creature's attack this time was sudden and unprecedented in scale. We can't hold on much longer, I see. I'm not in good shape right now, and the safe house is badly damaged. I can't fight directly, Guaning quickly responds. Is there anything I can do? Does the pendant guide me to move toward your flank? To the flank, she pauses, then seems to realize something.
Right.
There's an ancient silent sea ridge on that side, where the elder previously guessed that there might be an energy supply point or teleportation node hidden there, possibly belonging to the creatures, but it was never confirmed and they couldn't send troops to clear it out. If your safe house can sneak past, maybe you can find a chance to destroy it. Even if not, you could distract some of the creature's attention. Silent Sea Ridge? Destroying the node? This is extremely dangerous, but it's also the only chance to change the battle. Send me the coordinates and known information now. Guing didn't hesitate. Immediately, the detailed coordinates and the structure map of the Sea Ridge were sent over. Silent Sea Ridge is some distance from the main battlefield, with complex terrain filled with strange rocks that can absorb and distort energy signals. Isla, assess the feasibility of sneaking into Silent Sea Ridge and carrying out the destruction mission. Based on current data and the status of this device, the success rate for infiltration is 42%, the mission completion rate is 18%, and the survival rate is 31%. The risks are very high, Isla reported with a pessimistic outlook. Guing looked at the fierce battlefield on the screen and touched her warm pendant. Deep Sea City is her most important ally right now and the key to uncovering the world's mysteries. She cannot lose it. Let's take a gamble. Change course to Silent Sea Ridge. Activate the environment simulation system at maximum power and we will sneak over. The safe house turned around, like a clever fish, using the underwater terrain and its remaining camouflage abilities, silently moving toward the flank of the battlefield at Silent Sea Ridge. Along the way, they carefully avoided several small patrol groups of creatures. As they got closer to the ridge, the chaotic, decayed energy in the surrounding water grew stronger, making people feel very uncomfortable. Finally, a huge, Jagged, dark-colored underwater mountain range appeared before them. This is Silent Sea Ridge. Even without sensors, Guing could instinctively feel the terrifying energy fluctuations coming from deep within the mountains. The safe house shut down all unnecessary power outputs, blending slowly with the edge of the ridge like a real rock. Guing released a miniature reconnaissance device, drifting like dust into the depths of the mountains. The images transmitted back were shocking. In a hidden canyon deep within the ridge, a crude yet massive biological structure was built. The structure is like a huge, beating heart, its surface covered with thick blood vessels and energy pipes. It constantly draws murky energy from the seabed's veins and sends out dark red energy, filled with fierce anger. Clearly, it is supporting the army of monsters at the front line. Even more shocking is that around this monster heart, there are over 100 elite monsters guarding it, including some large, fierce mutants. Above the heart, a blurry, shadowy giant eye floats, coldly watching the entire canyon. This is the mark of the abyssal eye. It is definitely an important point for it. Target confirmed. Threat level extremely high. Recommend abandoning the mission and retreating immediately. Ella gave the most rational advice. Go Ying's heart was pounding wildly. The guards here are too strong. With the current state of the safe house, rushing in would definitely be suicide. Is it just going to be like this?
No.
There must be a way. Going forced herself to stay calm and carefully observed every detail sent back by the reconnaissance device. She noticed that the energy transfer of the monster heart seemed to have slight periodic fluctuations, and at the connection point with the veins at its bottom, the energy appeared especially unstable. Although the guards' monsters are powerful, their patrol routes seem strictly constrained by the shadow eye, leaving some blind spots in their vision and perception. An extremely risky plan gradually took shape in her mind. Ella, calculate. If we concentrate all remaining energy, including barrier energy and part of vitality energy, to simulate a small-scale, high-intensity, space debris energy burst to attack the connection point between the monster heart and the veins, is it possible to trigger an energy overload chain explosion? Ella was silent for a few seconds, seemingly calculating madly. Theoretically feasible. But this will deplete all the energy of the safe house, making it completely exposed and unable to move. The explosion's power cannot be precisely controlled, and it could likely affect us as well. Survival rate would drop below 5%. A 5% survival rate. Go Ying's lips curled into a wild smile. Compared to doing nothing and watching Deep Sea City fall, that 5% was worth a gamble. Plus, she still had the sacred spring core pendant, which might offer some protection. Prepare to execute the plan. Channel all remaining energy into the main cannon. Aim at the connection point. Calculate the best moment to detonate. Guing decisively issued the order. Command confirmed. Redirecting energy.
Warning.
This operation is irreversible, Ella confirmed again. The lights inside the safe house suddenly dimmed, leaving only the control panel and weapon systems flickering with dangerous red light. All energy, including the remaining 8% shield energy, was being wildly drained and poured into the main cannon, which had been reinforced with Deep Sea City technology, but still looked damaged. The cannon's barrel began to gather a very unstable, twisting energy core that distorted the surrounding light. This energy core emitted a more violent aura, similar to space debris, but even more intense. In the canyon, the floating eye-shaped shadow seemed to sense something and suddenly turned toward the hidden safe house. A cold mental scan swept over instantly. Fire! Guing shouted sharply. Whoosh! A thin beam of destructive energy, like a deadly needle in the dark, shot precisely at the energy connection point at the bottom of the heart of the monster. Almost at the same moment the beam was fired, the eye-shaped shadow let out a silent mental scream. All the guardians of the monster swarmed toward the safe house like an angry swarm of bees.
Boom!
The beam hit accurately. The unstable underground energy at the connection point was instantly triggered by this high-dimensional energy, causing a massive chain reaction. The huge heart of the monster, exploded like a barrel of gunpowder ignited, expanding rapidly before bursting apart. A dark red energy storm swept through the canyon. The attacking monsters were the first to be torn into pieces by the violent energy. The shockwave from the explosion spread out like a tsunami, instantly engulfing the recently fired, energy-depleted, scrap-like safe house. In the last moment before the explosion, Guing managed to pour all her mental strength into the sacred spring core pendant, forming a faint blue shield that wrapped around her. Then she was swallowed by endless darkness and destructive energy. After an unknown amount of time, Guing regained a faint awareness from the intense shaking and burning pain. She found herself floating in cold seawater, surrounded by the slowly sinking wreckage of the safe house and the broken limbs of the monsters. The glow of the sacred spring core pendant had become very dim, with cracks appearing on its surface, clearly exhausted from protecting her. She was also badly injured internally, her body in great pain.
But
she was still alive. She struggled to look toward Jingma hailing. The canyon had been completely destroyed, and the energy node of the alien creatures was gone. In the distance, at the main battlefield, the intense energy clashes had noticeably weakened. The attacks of the alien creatures seemed chaotic and powerless without their energy support. She had succeeded. She had won the bet. Although the cost was high, her safe house was destroyed, she was badly injured, and her pendant was damaged. She had destroyed the alien creature's node, giving Deep Lawn City a chance to breathe. At that moment, several rescue boats from Deep Lawn City broke through the water and sped toward her. Clearly, the explosion and the destruction of the node had alerted them to the situation here. The soldiers on the boat saw Guing floating among the wreckage and quickly, carefully rescued her. "Ms. Guing, stay strong. We will take you back to the city for treatment right away." The team leader, leading the rescue, spoke with admiration and urgency. Guing nodded weakly and allowed them to settle her onto the rescue boat. Just before losing consciousness, she saw that the barrier of Deep Lawn City still stood tall, and the guards were clearing the remaining alien creatures that had lost their organization. It seemed a major crisis had been temporarily overcome. But Guing knew that the war with the Eye of the Abyss had only just begun. Without her safe house, her future path would be even more difficult. Guing regained consciousness wrapped in the warm, powerful energy of the Heart Spring. When she opened her eyes, she saw the gentle dome of the medical hall of Deep Lawn City, made of glowing coral and crystals. The air was filled with the fresh scent unique to the spring's energy, nourishing her nearly dried-out meridians and damaged spirit. The severe pain had eased significantly, but a deep exhaustion from her soul still lingered. She moved her fingers slightly. Sure, standing nearby, immediately noticed and happily rushed over.
Guing,
"You're awake. That's wonderful. You've been unconscious for 3 whole days." Guing opened her mouth, her throat dry. Sher quickly handed her a cup of energy liquid made from spring water. The cool liquid slid down her throat, bringing a bit of comfort. "How are you feeling?" Guiying's voice was hoarse. "The crisis is over." Xie's face was filled with joy after surviving the disaster. "After you destroyed that evil node, the enemy army on the front line was like headless flies. We quickly defeated them. Although the city suffered some damage, and many soldiers sacrificed themselves, the barrier remained intact, and the core area was unharmed. Guing, you saved Deep Sea City once again." Xie spoke with gratitude and fear. When she saw Guing being rescued from the wreckage of the safe house, she almost thought she would lose her close friend. Guing took a deep breath. Although the cost was heavy, the result was acceptable. She checked inside her body. The space fragment core was still quiet, but it seemed a little more stable than before. Maybe it was slowly healing with the nourishment of the spring eye energy. The sacred spring core pendant was placed beside her pillow, and the cracks on its surface were slowly healing under the spring eye energy. "Your safe house." Xie's tone grew sad. "We tried to salvage it, but the core structure was completely broken and cannot be repaired." Gu Ying's eyes showed a hint of sadness. That safe house was not only her fortress for survival but also held many memories and efforts since her rebirth. But it was worth it to destroy it. It's okay. Old things must go to make way for new ones. Guing quickly adjusted her mood and looked determined again. Where is Elder Modius? I have important information. The elders are handling the aftermath in the council hall. I will go inform them that you are awake. Xie hurriedly stood up. Soon, Elder Modius and several core elders arrived in a hurry. Seeing Guing awake, they showed genuine relief and gratitude. Ms. Guing, how do you feel? Modius asked with concern. Much better. Thanks to the nourishment of the spring eye, Guing sat up, her expression serious. Elder, I encountered very serious situations during this trip. She recounted everything. How she discovered the Abyss Eye followers ritual in the human gathering place, how she destroyed the ritual device causing an explosion, and how she faced space collapse and the appearance of the World Serpent on the way back. She especially emphasized the key intelligence that the Abyss Eye might be an ancient evil with intelligence that can infiltrate the human world. After hearing Guiying's story, the council hall fell into complete silence. The elders' faces turned very grim. Eye of the Abyss. Indeed, it is not just a mass of chaotic energy, murmured an elder responsible for historical research, his voice tinged with fear. Ancient texts do mention sporadically that at the bottom of the abyss sleeps a will that brings about the end. I never thought. It truly exists and it has already begun to act, using humans as pawns to cause space collapses for interception. Its intelligence and threat level far exceed our expectations. Elder Hera clenched her fists, and the pressure on the city's defenses increased several times. Elder Métis took a deep breath, his old face clouded with worry. It seems that the destruction of the Silent Sea Ridge node did not harm its core, but may have angered it instead. We must reassess our entire defense plan. He looked at Guing with a complex expression. Ms. Guing, the information you brought is very important. It might change how we understand our fight against the Abyss. Once again, you have made an indelible contribution to Deep Sea City. But it has also cost you your important home. Guing shook her head. Since we have formed an alliance, we must share the risks. The most urgent thing now is to quickly strengthen both sides. Restoring my power takes time, and I need a new home. Elder Métis nodded. That's natural. Deep Sea City will do everything it can to help you recover and rebuild. We have prepared the best healing environment for you. As for a new vessel, he paused thoughtfully. Perhaps we can use Deep Sea City's technology, combined with your previous NOAA project ideas, to create a ship suitable for deep sea travel and long voyages. We can open part of our core technology library. This was undoubtedly a great gesture of sincerity and reward. The biological and energy technologies of Deep Sea City far surpass those before the end of the human world. If combined, the new vessel's performance would far exceed that of the previous safe house. Thank you, Elder, Guing said without hesitation. This was exactly what she needed. Additionally, regarding the key and lock mentioned by the World Serpent and the records of the Origin Stone Tablet, I hope to study them further. Of course, all non-core confidential historical archives will be open to you. Perhaps unlocking these ancient mysteries is the true way to fight the Eye of the Abyss, Elder Métis solemnly promised. In the following days, Guing began a deep retreat beside the Mother's Heart Spring to recover fully. The abundant life energy and the rare resources provided by the Deep Abyss City helped her damaged body and mind heal quickly. Every day, she spent a lot of time studying the history books and technology data of the Poseidonians, trying to find more clues about space debris, the cycle of eras, and the Eye of the Abyss. Meanwhile, the craftsmen and technicians of the Deep Abyss City, under Elder Moat's direct supervision, began a top-secret project. They used the initial plan of the NOAA project, provided by Guing, and combined it with the city's bioalloy forging technology, energy circuit engraving skills, and environmental simulation systems to build a new ship called the Abyss Ark. This Ark was designed to be much more than a safe shelter. It was not just a fortress, but a versatile deep-sea mobile base that combined living space, research, combat, and stealth. Its main power source would try to merge the energy from space debris and the Mother Heart Spring. Its defense system would use the latest biomimetic armor and energy shield technology, and they even planned to include some purified offensive techniques reverse-engineered from the Emerald Spiral and the Black Road devices. While Guing was focused on recovery and the city was busy building the new arc, the dark currents of the deep sea continued to flow. Far away from the city, in a place the Poseidonians had never explored, at the very bottom of the true abyss, there was an area of absolute darkness, where time seemed to stand still. There was no light, no sound, only endless cold and pressure. Yet, in this silence, floated a huge presence that words could hardly describe. It was a giant eye made of pure shadow, twisted matter, and countless wailing soul fragments, slowly beating. This was the Eye of the Abyss. At this moment, the eye seemed to show a hint of displeasure, as if it had lost a crucial node or faced a setback in its plan. The surrounding abyss energy grew restless. A faint mental wave emanated from deep within the eye, crossing endless space and reaching a hidden dark corner among the remnants of human forces. The organization of followers called the Abyssal Eye, which had briefly clashed with Guing and lost an important ritual, received a cold and angry command from the ruler. Target priority increased. The holder of the key must be captured or destroyed. Activate the lurker. Search for other fragments. Meanwhile, in another unknown sea area, a large submarine with a sleek, dark design, very different from Deep Sea City or the Tsuelua technology tree, silently sailed in the deep waters. It had a precise mechanical look. Inside the submarine's control room, a middle-aged man dressed in a neat old-fashioned military uniform, with a cold face and sharp eagle-like eyes, looked at a screen showing a newly decoded, mysterious, encrypted message. The message was just one line: Poseidonian energy activity is increasing, suspected to be related to Sample Zero, and the key. Suggest intervention. The man lightly tapped the armrest, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. Poseidonian. Has the lost underwater civilization finally become restless? And the key. Is the legend true? He whispered, then ordered. Change course to the target area, near the edge of the Devil's Triangle Abyss. Activate the highest level of silent mode. Let's meet these underwater friends and the possible key holder. Many forces, because of Gu Ying's presence and actions, began to focus on this long-forgotten deep sea. Beneath the calm surface, a bigger storm was brewing. Gu Ying, still recovering and gathering strength, knew nothing of this. Her future would be full of more challenges and unknowns. Time quietly passed in the quiet and busy deep sea city. Near the Mother Heart Spring, Gu Ying had been in seclusion for over a month. This month was a rare peaceful time since her rebirth. No urgent battles, no survival struggles, just day after day absorbing energy from the spring, repairing the core of the space fragment, and healing her soul's wounds. The ancient knowledge accumulated by the long-lived Poseidonians nourished her understanding of the world like a clear spring. The results were remarkable. She not only clearly felt that her physical condition had recovered to its peak, even better than before, but also developed an amazing affinity for water elements. With just a slight thought, she could cause nearby water to form tiny whirlpools or shields. What made her even happier was that the dormant core of the space fragment inside her finally reconnected steadily. Although her energy level was still low, she regained a sense of control as if she could command it at will. The surface of the core seemed to shimmer with a faint blue glow, sharing a common source with the Mother Heart Spring. The two formed a strange, symbiotic relationship. In the sacred spring core pendant also healed mostly under the nurturing of the spring's origin, restoring its shine. On the day she left the retreat, Elder Métis and she had already been waiting outside. Seeing Gu Ying looking healthy and full of energy, with bright, confident eyes, they both smiled happily. Congratulations, Ms. Gu Ying. It seems you've gained a lot, Elder Métis said with a beard, smiling. Thanks to the spring's source and the resources of your city, Gu Ying said, feeling the powerful energy inside her, which boosted her confidence. How is the progress of the Deep Abyss arc? "We're about to show you," she said excitedly, grabbing Gu Ying's hand. "It will surprise you." Following Shi and Elder Métis, Guing arrived at a secret dock on the edge of Deep Blue City, isolated by a strong energy barrier. When the barrier slowly opened, even Guing, with her current calm mind, couldn't help but hold her breath. Inside the dock, a sleek, powerful, and beautiful spaceship floated quietly on the water. It wasn't made of traditional metal, but was cast from a deep blue-black bioalloy. Its surface was smooth like a mirror, yet faintly shimmered with a living energy glow. The ship's shape was elegant yet strong, about 3 times longer than the safe house she had seen before. Its form was between a submarine and a sea creature, with a rounded whale-like bow and several adjustable bionic fins at the tail. On both sides of the hull, rows of dark blue crystals were embedded, serving as energy weapon and thruster outlets. Most strangely, the energy fluctuations emitted by the entire ship seemed to resonate faintly with the space fragment inside Guing and the sacred spring core. "This is the Deep Abyss Arc, number 1. She proudly introduced. "It uses the latest heart gold forging technology. This alloy is not only extremely strong, but can also resonate with the user's energy, enhancing control and defense. The core power source is a jointly designed, dual-spin energy matrix with reserved interfaces, allowing it to support both your space energy and the life energy from the Mother Heart Spring." Métis added, "The defense system includes biomimetic armor that can mimic the surrounding environment, achieving both optical and energy-based invisibility. Besides the regular energy cannons, it is equipped with a purification beam developed from holy spring energy, which is very effective against abyssal creatures. The interior space has been divided into living areas, control room, laboratory, and a hangar that can hold a small submarine, all according to your previous requests." Guing approached the Ark, reached out to touch its cold hull, and immediately felt a close, bloodline connection. The ship seemed to be a deep-sea mount made just for her. "That's wonderful," Guing exclaimed sincerely. "When can it be used?" "The main structure and systems are complete, and final debugging and energy adjustments are underway." "It should take about 10 days, answered the chief engineer. 10 days. A hopeful light appeared in Gu Ying's eyes. With this arc, she would truly have the ability to explore the deep sea. In the following days, Guing spent almost all her time in the dock, working with engineers from Deep Sea City to finalize the Ark's adjustments. She needed to perfectly merge her mental power and energy traits with the Ark's core control system, which was also a process to strengthen her own abilities. At the same time, she continued studying and analyzing intelligence. In the vast archives of Deep Sea City, she found more clues about the key and the lock. In an ancient mural fragment passed down through spiritual imprints, she saw a blurry scene, several different shaped keys inserted into a huge lock covered with star patterns, with a background of a shattered starry sky and a burning land. "Cycle of eras. Tomb of civilizations," Guing muttered. These clues seemed to point to a disaster far beyond the current apocalyptic scale. Her rebirth and the acquisition of space fragments were not accidental, but part of a larger story. She also paid special attention to records about the Dust World Serpent. In Poseidonian ancient texts, it is called the Spirit of the World or Yumangander, one of the guardians of the planet's will. It is the eternal enemy of the Abyssal Eye, referred to as Apep by them, which symbolizes endings and the void. But it mostly stayed asleep, indifferent to the conflicts of the world.
Guardian. Rival. Heujing Panderth.
Perhaps this ancient being could become a potential ally against the Eye of the Abyss in the future, even if it looked quite lazy. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The first prototype of the Abyss Arc was officially completed. Guing stood inside the spacious, bright control room, feeling excited. The room was designed with a futuristic style, featuring a curved holographic control panel and flexible screens on the walls that could change scenes. The entire space was connected to her mind, allowing her to control most functions with a thought. Energy matrix activated normally, navigation system calibrated, weapon system on standby, imitation disguise system online, Allah's voice came through the ship's system. Its core program had been transferred to the Ark's more powerful central computer. Guing, are you ready for the test flight? Xi's voice came from the communicator. Xi and Modius and others were outside the dock, watching. Guing took a deep breath and placed her hand on the energy sensor in the center of the control panel. Her mental energy and fragments of space energy slowly flowed in. The Ark gently vibrated. The dark blue crystal on its surface lit up one after another, emitting a soft yet powerful energy wave. A feeling of control, as if the Ark was an extension of her body, surged in Gu Ying's mind. Start the Abyss Ark. Begin the first test flight. The bio-inspired fins at the back of the Ark moved lightly, and the huge ship silently slipped out of the dock, like a real deep-sea whale merging into the dark waters outside. The test flight was extremely successful. The Ark's maneuverability, silence, defense, and firepower far exceeded expectations. Especially the energy mimicry system, which, once activated, almost blended with the surrounding environment, making it difficult for even the most advanced detectors in Deep Sea City to notice. Guing piloted the Ark through a series of difficult tests in the waters outside Deep Sea City, including high-speed submersion, quick stops and turns, live weapon firing, and deep dives to extreme depths. The Ark performed perfectly, astonishing everyone. That's amazing! Guing couldn't hide her excitement. With this Ark, she finally had the means to settle in this dangerous post-apocalyptic world and deep sea, and even take the initiative to fight. After the test flight, the Ark slowly returned to the dock. Guing received an invitation from Elder Modius to go to the council hall. In the meeting hall, the atmosphere was not as joyful as after a successful test voyage. Instead, it felt heavy and serious. Ms. Guing, the Ark's performance is reassuring, Métis said directly. But during the test voyage, our reconnaissance units outside discovered two new situations. The main screen showed two images. The first was of a deep ocean trench thousands of miles away from Deeplon City. There, we found some large, rough, and fierce-looking metal wreckage. Energy traces suggested a connection to Chui Luo, but it seemed to have been through a fierce fight. It looks like the Chui Luo forces are in trouble, or perhaps there is internal conflict, Elder Hera analyzed. The second image was more shocking. It showed a distant, deep-sea plain near the edge of the old continent. Sonar detected a large, slow-moving mechanical shape with a cold, stern style. Its technology was very different from all known forces. This unknown target's path seems random, but its final direction hints at our area. We can't identify who it belongs to, but its technology level is not to be underestimated, Métis said with concern. Is there internal chaos in Chui Luo? Is a third unknown force involved? Gu Ying's heart sank. The situation in the deep sea was becoming more complicated. The threat of the abyss was not gone, and new surprises kept appearing. It seems we don't have much time, Guing said sharply, looking at the unknown mechanical shape on the screen. Since the Ark is ready, I should take the initiative to investigate these situations. Especially this unknown force. We must find out if they are enemies or allies. Métis hesitated for a moment and nodded. That's right. Doing nothing is not a good plan. The Ark has long-range travel and reconnaissance abilities. It's perfect for you to lead. But please be careful. Deeplon City will support you from behind. Guing clenched her fists, feeling the powerful energy inside her and the reliable touch of the Ark beneath her feet. A storm is coming, but she is no longer the inexperienced girl she once was. Whether facing the shadows of the abyss or unknown visitors, she is ready for the challenge. Ella, plan the route. Prioritize investigating the unknown mechanical shape. Once supplies are ready, set out immediately. Command confirmed. Route planning in progress. Target locked. Abyss Ark, preparing to depart. A new journey begins right beneath her feet. This time, she would take the initiative to head into the storm center to uncover the truth behind the thick fog. The Abyss Ark silently slipped into the endless darkness. The warm blue glow of Deep Blue City gradually shrank behind it, eventually swallowed by the eternal deep-sea curtain. Going stood in front of the holographic star map in the control room, her eyes fixed on the slowly moving, unknown mechanical signal. Ella, maintain maximum silent navigation mode. Fully activate the energy mimic system. We will approach slowly, Going ordered. The heart gold armor on the Ark's surface shimmered briefly, quickly simulating the temperature, density, and faint ocean currents of the surrounding water, drifting like a huge deep-sea rock toward the target area. Understood, Sister Ing. It will take about 47 hours to reach the nearest observation point. Ella's voice echoed calmly and precisely in the control room. This journey was long and lonely. Going used this time to further familiarize herself with the Ark's functions and continued reviewing the sketches from the Deep Blue City archives. The ancient mural depicting the key and lock lingered in her mind. The star-patterned lock hole, the shattered starry sky. All of this seemed connected to the apocalyptic visions she saw before her rebirth and the destruction brought by the Abyss Eye. Cycle of eras. Could it be that the end of the world we experienced is just part of a larger cycle? And the key is the crucial element to break or follow this cycle. Going pondered deeply. She felt she was touching a grand mystery far beyond personal grudges and survival struggles. 2 days later, the Ark reached the target area. It was a vast, barren deep-sea plain, over 10,000 meters deep, with water pressure capable of crushing ordinary submarines. The Ark's detectors were set to maximum power, carefully scanning ahead. Strong metal reaction detected, along with non-biological energy sources. The target is enormous. Ella projected the scan data onto the main screen. As the image gradually became clearer, Guing gasped sharply. It was not a simple mechanical object at all, but a moving steel city. It resembled a giant, multi-legged mechanical jellyfish or sea spider. Massive like a mountain, made of dull, non-reflective, unknown metal, covered with regular geometric structures and searchlights, most of which were turned off. Several long mechanical arms or limbs, each several kilometers in length, extend from the main body. Some ends are large digging or collecting tools, while others resemble weapon platforms or docking ports. These structures do not move by sailing but walk slowly and steadily along the seabed using their massive mechanical legs. Each step causes slight tremors in the crust and leaves large footprints behind. The entire steel giant ship is lifeless and dull, with only a few faint indicator lights flickering, making it look like a sleeping, scarred ancient beast. What is this thing? Guing was stunned by this incredible creation. Humans from the old days could never have built something like this. Is it alien technology?
Or
a relic from the previous era? Energy signature analysis. Matches with any known civilization in the current database at less than 0.1%. The structure shows it can survive long-term on its own, but the current energy readings are very low, indicating it is in hibernation or low-power mode. Ella quickly analyzed the data. Guing kept the Ark at a distance, circling the steel giant slowly, trying to find more clues. On the side of the ship, she saw some large, blurry symbols or writing, with a cold, stern style that did not belong to any modern language. On a relatively intact armor plate, she saw a pattern resembling a gear surrounding a broken star. Ella, record this pattern. Try to match it with the ancient text database of Deep City, matching. It will take some time. While Guing was focused on observing, suddenly, an unexpected event occurred. Without warning, several blinding energy beams shot out from a turret on one side of the steel giant. They did not target the Ark, but instead struck a seabed rock formation beneath the ship. An explosion kicked up a lot of sediment, blurring the view. Soon after, a sharp, furious screech echoed through the water, accompanied by intense biological energy fluctuations. High-energy biological response detected. It's abyssal creatures. Many of them, Ella warned. Through the settling mud, Guing saw a terrifying scene. Numerous abyssal creatures of various shapes, from twisted fishmen to huge sea monsters, swarmed out of a large cave in the exploded rock layer. They seemed enraged, frantically rushing toward the steel giant. The steel ship appeared to have just been activated. More turrets lit up, and dense energy barges shot toward the swarm of creatures like splashing water. The huge mechanical arms swung wildly, smashing the approaching creatures into pulp like swatting flies. The battle quickly became intense. The creatures' roars, the hum of energy weapons, and the clash of metal created a loud symphony of death in the silent deep sea. "They're fighting!" Guing immediately understood the situation. The steel giant ship had somehow disturbed the abyssal nest here, or perhaps these creatures were originally drawn to this massive ship. Big sistering, I detected multiple energy cores inside the ship starting up quickly. Also, at the edge of the battlefield, there's a faint, non-creature life signal moving fast, as if trying to escape. Ella marked a new signal point. Guing looked carefully and saw, at the chaotic battlefield's edge, a small figure dressed in a sealed diving suit. The person was using rocks for cover, desperately swimming away from the ship and the creatures. Their movements were quick, but seemed frantic. Is this a member of the steel giant ship? Or a third party like her? Guing made a quick decision. The steel giant ship was too mysterious and powerful. Direct contact was too risky. This lone survivor might be the best chance to learn the truth. Ella, lock onto that life signal. We'll move closer to support. Keep away from the fighting area. Understood. Initiate stealth approach mode. The Abyss Arc moved silently like a ghost, using the chaos of the battlefield's sound waves and energy disturbances as cover, quietly approaching the fleeing person. Guiying's heart beat faster. She didn't know what she would face, but her instincts told her this could be the key to uncovering the mysteries of the deep sea. The Arc slowly approached the figure. The person seemed to sense something and turned around in panic. Through the mask, Guing saw eyes full of fear and caution, shining with a faint golden glow. Stranger from another land and a brief alliance. Don't resist. We're not enemies. Guing used the external loudspeaker of the Ark, trying to communicate as calmly as possible, while keeping the ship non-aggressive, with soft guiding lights. The fleeing person was clearly startled, tense, and took a defensive stance. His seems to be male based on body shape. Diving suit style is different from that of the Poseidonians or green spirals, more like old-fashioned industrial design. However, the material looks very advanced, with subtle energy flows on the surface. He holds a strange-looking weapon that resembles an energy gun, but the energy indicator flickers uncertainly, indicating poor condition. Guing quickly opened an emergency hatch on the side of the Ark.
Come in.
It's not safe here, she communicated again and gestured toward the hatch. Perhaps the growling of the creature behind forced him to choose, or maybe Guiying's peaceful intent made him hesitate. In less than 2 seconds, he suddenly surged forward like a fish and darted into the Ark's hatch. The hatch closed quickly. Water inside was expelled. Guing was already inside the airtight chamber. When he took off his helmet and revealed his face, Guing was slightly surprised. It was a young face, probably in his early 20s, with pale skin from lack of sunlight. His hair was short and silver gray. The most striking feature was his eyes, pale gold pupils that seemed to shimmer like metal. At this moment, they were filled with shock and curiosity as he looked at Guing and the high-tech environment inside the Ark.
Who
are you? This ship isn't a standard digger model. He spoke in a strange accented universal language, but Guing, with her strong mental power, could understand the gist. Digger? Guing caught this key word, pointing outside at the ongoing battle with a giant steel ship. Is that your ship? A complex expression flickered across the young man's face, nostalgia mixed with fear. It used to be. I am from the Stardust. That is, the Digger-class mobile fortress you see outside. I'm an apprentice engineer, Luo Qi. He spoke quickly, trembling with relief. Which refuge are you from? Your technology is very unique. Guing. From Deep Blue City, Guing gave a relatively safe identity, while signaling Ella to move the Ark away from the battlefield. This isn't a place to talk. We need to leave. The Ark's engines subtly powered up, silently slipping into deeper darkness, leaving the explosions and roars behind. Back in a safer navigation state, Guing took Luo Qi to the living area and handed him a nutrient drink. Lucky was obviously very hungry. After thanking them, he drank eagerly, and his pale face regained a little color. Now, can you tell me what happened? The Stardust, the Digger, and why you are here and being attacked by those abyss creatures. Gooing sat opposite him, calmly asking. Lucky took a deep breath, his eyes showing sadness and anger.
We
Come from the Ark Council. He mentioned a term Gooing had never heard before. Before the Great Catastrophe, which you call the natural disaster, the Council started the Spark Plan. They built several digger, mobile fortresses to hide in the deep sea and beneath the Earth's crust, avoiding surface disasters and trying to keep civilization alive. Gooing was shocked. The Ark Council. The Spark Plan. It turned out that humans from the old times were not unprepared. There was a hidden force deep in the ocean. The Stardust is one of those ships. We have been sailing underwater for nearly 10 years, searching for resources, avoiding danger, and trying to contact other sparks, Lucky continued. Until a few months ago, we received a faint signal from an unknown source, pointing to this area. The signal mentioned, Legacy of the Era. Legacy of the Era. Gu Ying's heart skipped a beat. This matched the information from the murals she found. Captain. Dr. Hornheim believes this could be the key to reviving civilization and insisted on investigating, Lucky said in a lower voice. But we underestimated the danger here. The source of the signal is a huge abyss creature nest. We just started exploring when we were attacked fiercely. Even more terrifying, Lucky's voice was filled with fear. Among the creatures attacking us, some are parasitized by metal. Their shells are embedded with devices similar to ours, and they're much stronger. It seems they are under some kind of unified command. Metal parasitized creatures? Gu Ying immediately thought of the Emerald Spiral and their crazy technology that combined biology and machinery. Could the Emerald Spiral have reached here? Or is a third party controlling everything? The battle was fierce. The Stardust was badly damaged, almost out of energy, and had to go into low-power sleep mode, relying on basic defense systems to fend off the continuous attacks. Loki painfully clutched his head. I sneaked out while a small parasite, parasitized by metal, broke through the outer defenses and caused chaos inside. I can't stay there anymore. Dr. Hornheim. He's become very abnormal. He's obsessed with that signal and even wants to use the ship's experimental equipment to communicate with those parasitized creatures. I think he's gone mad. The information was overwhelming. Gu Ying quickly processed it. A mobile fortress from the old Seed of Fire project, a signal possibly pointing to the legacy of the era, deep-sea creatures parasitized by metal, and a captain who might be losing his mind. This situation was deeper than she had imagined. Gu Ying, do you know exactly what the legacy of the era is? Or any details about the key and the lock? Loki asked cautiously. Loki shook his head blankly. I'm just an apprentice engineer. I don't have access to core secrets. I only vaguely heard Doctor mention the term foundation key, saying it's the key to opening an important place. That's all I know. The foundation key. Another new term. Gu Ying felt her puzzle pieces growing, but the picture became even more confusing. Right now, the Stardust itself is a huge resource and technology vault, but its internal situation is unknown, and external threats are enormous. The so-called legacy of the era and the foundation key are even more significant. Ms. Gu Ying, can you help the Stardust? Loki looked up, his golden eyes full of pleading. There are hundreds of crew members there, mostly innocent. Dr. Hornheim wasn't like this before. It must be that signal affecting him. If the fortress is completely breached, or if the doctor does something even crazier, the consequences could be terrible. Gu Ying hesitated silently. Helping the Stardust was very risky. They would face endless deep-sea creatures and possibly confront the technological contamination from Emerald Shell and the unstable Dr.
Hornheim.
But the rewards were also tempting, gaining friendship or even control over a powerful mobile fortress and possibly uncovering the crucial legacy of the era. She looked at the main screen, where the silhouette of the steel giant ship flickered amid the attacking creatures. She also looked at the young engineer from the old times in front of her. In the deep-sea chess game, another important piece had been added. Ella, contact the deep-sea city and inform Elder Modius of the situation. We need to make a plan. Gu Ying's eyes flashed with determination. Perhaps we can't just stand by and watch anymore. Risks and opportunities go hand in hand. The unexpected Abyss arc might be the key to breaking the deadlock. A quick reply from Deep Sea City came through an encrypted channel. Elder Matisse's hologram appeared in the control room, his expression unusually serious. Ms. Guing, the information you provided is very important, said Matisse, sounding a little tired. The Ark Council and the Fire Seed Project. These names are mentioned in our ancient records, but they were thought to be lost myths. It's surprising they really exist and are reappearing in this way. He paused before continuing. As for the metal parasitic creatures, combined with the traces of conflict we found with the Emerald Spiral forces, we can almost confirm that the Emerald Spiral has reached into this sea area and is connected to the disaster of the Stardust. Their technology is becoming more dangerous. Elder, what should we do? The Stardust is a big unknown, Guing asked. Matisse hesitated for a moment. The Stardust itself represents old-world technology. If we can save it and form an alliance, it would greatly help Deep Sea City and our fight against the Abyssal Eye. But the risks are huge. We can't send a large army on a long expedition, and the defenses of Deep Sea City must stay strong. He looked at Guing and the young man next to her, Luo Qi, who was standing straight and tense. Ms. Guing, your Abyss Arc has excellent stealth and attack abilities. We suggest you lead a precise infiltration mission on the Stardust. There are 3 goals. First, assess the true situation inside the ship, especially Dr. Hornheim's condition. Second, if possible, stabilize or isolate the doctor to prevent him from dangerous actions. Third, try to establish contact with the rational crew members still on board. And what about the army of parasitic creatures outside? Guing asked, pointing out the key issue. That's the difficult part, Métis sighed. Deep Sea City will send a skilled title guard team, led by Shi, to perform a feint attack on the perimeter, attracting and distracting most of the parasites to create an opening for your infiltration. But time is limited and you must act quickly. Dividing into 2 groups, attacking from inside and outside, that was a bold and risky plan. Guing looked at Luoqi. Are you familiar with the inside of the Stardust? Is there a relatively hidden entrance? Luoqi tried to remember.
Yes.
There is an emergency maintenance hatch at the base of the 3rd mechanical leg, usually known only to us engineers. It's near the backup power chamber, with weaker defenses and far from the main battlefield. But I'm not sure if it's blocked or monitored now. That's enough. Guing nodded, a sharp light flashing in her eyes. We'll go in through there. The plan was set, and they acted immediately. The Abyss Arc fell silent again, circling around to approach the Stardust. Meanwhile, from the direction of the City of Deep Waves, a team led by Shi, equipped with high-speed torpedoes and sound-wave disruptors, had already set out. A few hours later, the Ark stealthily approached beneath the shadow of the giant mechanical leg of the Stardust. From nearby, the fortress of steel looked even more impressive and scarred. Mucus from the creatures and broken limbs covered the armor, some parts sparking faint electrical discharges. Captain Shi's team has reached the designated position. Commencing feint attack, Ella reported. Soon, loud explosions and energy beams streaked through the darkness from afar. The swarm attacking the Stardust became agitated, many of them drawn away. Now's the time, Guing ordered. Luoqi, lead the way. The Ark quietly approached the hidden maintenance hatch Luoqi mentioned. Fortunately, although some debris from the seabed partially blocked the entrance, it wasn't completely sealed. Guing donned a lightweight diving armor provided by the City of Deep Waves and held a pulse rifle powered by Holy Spring energy. Luoqi, dressed in his engineer's suit, skillfully unlocked the electronic lock with his tools. Follow me. Be careful underfoot. It might be very dark inside, and there's a risk of decompression, Luoqi whispered, leading into the dark tunnel. Guing followed closely, with part of Ella's consciousness connected through data, providing scanning and communication support. Inside the tunnel, everything was silent. Only their breathing and footsteps echoed against the metal walls. The air smelled of oil, ozone, and a faint, lingering scent of decay. Most of the emergency lights are off, with only a few red warning lights flickering, casting a cold, lifeless glow on the pipes and valves. Occasionally, there are signs of fierce battles on the walls, laser burn marks, claw scratches, and even dry dark red bloodstains. Over here is the passage to the backup power chamber and the lower living area. Lucky points to a fork in the path. The main control room and the bridge are upstairs, accessed by the central lift, but those areas are definitely under close surveillance. Let's go to the backup power chamber first, Gooing decides. If we can restore some power, we might restart some internal defense systems or cut off Dr. Hohenheim's access to certain dangerous zones. The two carefully move along the corridor. Suddenly, Ella's warning echoes in Gu Ying's mind. Ing. Multiple life signals detected around the corner ahead. Non-human, energy signatures matching abyssal creatures. Guing immediately pulls Lucky back, signals to stay quiet, and presses against the wall to hide. She quietly peeks out and sees at the end of the corridor in a small storage area several twisted, shell-covered, parasitic creatures, with rough metal pieces embedded in their shells wandering aimlessly. They scratch the metal walls with sharp limbs, making grating sounds. It's them. Those parasitic monsters. Lucky's voice trembles. They've already infiltrated this deep. They must eliminate them, or they can't move forward. Guing takes a deep breath, channels the power of space fragments within her, and a faint but focused space wave gathers in her palm. She then raises her pulse rifle. Left you, right me? Quick and decisive, Guing shouts softly, suddenly rushing out. Two energy pulses from her sacred spring shoot precisely at the two parasitic creatures on the far right. The beams hit the metal pieces on their shells, causing small energy overloads that make them stagger back. At the same time, Guing swings her left hand, and an invisible space blade silently slices through. One parasitic creature on the left is cut in half before it can react. The remaining creature lets out a furious screech and lunges wildly. Guing moves swiftly in the narrow corridor, firing her pulse rifle repeatedly, combined with unpredictable space cuts, quickly taking down the isolated parasites. The battle ends, and Guing breathes lightly. Using her space power consumes a lot, but the effect is clear. Lucky stared in shock. He had never seen such a clean, quick, and powerful fighting style that seemed almost supernatural.
Who?
Who exactly are you? I'm someone who wants to survive and find out the truth about this world, Guing replied, putting away her rifle and checking her ammunition. Let's keep moving. They crossed the storage area and finally reached the backup power chamber. The huge reactor was shut down, and the control panel flickered with many error codes. Let me try. Lucky rushed to the console, quickly operating the controls. Maybe I can bypass the main system and turn on local power and internal communication. At that moment, the lights in the chamber suddenly brightened. Though dim, power was indeed restored.
Yes.
We did it, Lucky exclaimed happily. But almost at the same time, a hoarse, tired voice with undeniable authority came from a loudspeaker in the chamber. In turn, Engineer Lucky. And that uninvited guest. I know you're here. Give up your pointless struggle and come to me. It was Dr. Hohenheim's voice. He definitely knew they had entered. Doctor, Lucky shouted into the air. Stop your madness. Those parasitic creatures. Madness? The voice on the speaker sounded strangely fanatic. No, child, this is evolution. It's fusion. It's the key to a new world.
I saw it.
I saw the great being through this signal. It will give us power beyond the abyss. Come to the bridge and witness this great moment. As he finished speaking, heavy, dense footsteps and unsettling metal scraping sounds echoed from the distant corridor. Clearly, more parasitic creatures or something else were being sent here. Guing and Lucky exchanged a serious look, both seeing the concern in each other's eyes. This infiltration mission had now turned into a race against time and a challenge against madness. They had to reach the bridge before Dr. Hohenheim completed his dangerous communication. Dr. Hohenheim's voice echoed through the empty power chamber, filled with a hypnotic, fanatic tone and an undeniable command. The heavy footsteps and metal scraping grew closer, like a drumbeat of doom. He's gone mad. He's truly lost his mind. Rogue's face was pale, and his voice carried a sense of despair. Now is not the time to be upset. Guing quickly grabbed him, her sharp eyes scanning the control panel. If he can monitor us, it means most of the internal system is still under his control. Restoring power might reveal our location. We must leave immediately and find a way to the bridge before his welcome team arrives. The bridge? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Rogue exclaimed. Are we the ones hiding in the shadows while he's out in the open? Guing calmly asked. No, from the moment he spoke, we were already caught in his trap. The only advantage is that he might underestimate our strength and determination. Going straight to the bridge and facing him is the fastest way to stop him. Otherwise, we'll just be worn out in his maze-like corridors. Rogue clenched his teeth and nodded firmly.
All right.
I trust you. I know a less obvious ventilation system that can bypass most main corridors and lead directly to the upper levels, but it's narrow inside and might be patrolled by defense robots. Lead the way, Guing said without hesitation. The two quickly left the backup power chamber. Rogue skillfully opened a hidden grill on the wall, revealing a dark tunnel just wide enough for one person. The air inside reeked of dust and machine oil. Not long after they entered, larger creatures with more metal parasites burst through the door of the power chamber. They looked around the empty room with glowing red electronic eyes and let out confused roars. The tunnel twisted like the intestines of a giant steel beast. Guing and Rogue crawled forward, one after the other. Ella kept scanning ahead, warning of potential threats. Turn left. There's an intersection ahead. The right tunnel leads to the Environmental Control Center, where we might find the information we need, Rogue whispered. The Environmental Control Center? Guiying's mind moved. If they could control the life support systems there, it might give them some leverage in negotiations. They carefully changed direction and climbed toward the control center. Behind the grill at the exit was a room filled with screens and instruments, operated mechanically by two crew members dressed in Stardust uniforms, but with vacant eyes and stiff movements. They're controlled by a neural suppressor. Rogue pointed to a tiny glowing device behind one crew member's neck, anger in his voice. Guing signaled him to stay quiet and observed carefully. These two crew members seem to be just maintaining basic life functions and are not aggressive. Ella, can you quietly hack into the system here? Get the structural diagrams of the Stardust, the distribution of life signals, especially the real-time situation on the bridge, trying to connect. The system firewall is strong, but there is a chance. It will take some time, Ella responds. While waiting, Guing observes the main screen of the Environmental Control Center through the grill gaps. The screen shows the status of different areas on the Stardust. Most are yellow, alert, or red, danger. Only the bridge and a few core areas are green, safe. One area marked laboratory, restricted zone, has an abnormally high energy reading and is strongly resonating with a signal source from the external abyss nest. It seems that the laboratory restricted zone is where Hohenheim is conducting his great communication, Guing whispers. Suddenly, the main screen switches to show a tired yet excited face of Dr. Hohenheim. He appears to be on the bridge, with a large observation window and complex control panels in the background. I know you're watching, little mice, the doctor says with a strange smile. Do you like the maze I prepared for you? But the game is over. He presses a button on the console. A shrill alarm sounds throughout the Stardust. All the gates in the corridors start closing one after another.
Oh.
He's sealing the passages, Roki exclaims. Ella, what's the situation? Structural diagrams downloaded. Life signals show. More than 20 signals on the bridge, but most are abnormal, as if controlled. The restricted zone only has Hohenheim and a very strong, non-human life signal. The fastest route is calculated, but 3 main gates are closing. We don't have much time. Let's go. Guing decisively kicks open the grill and rushes into the Environmental Control Center. The 2 controlled crew members turn around blankly. Guing doesn't hurt them, but uses skillful moves to knock them out. Following Ella's marked route, they run through the alarm, dashing forward. Steel corridors behind them close one after another, with heavy banging sounds echoing.
Left.
Through this maintenance tunnel, Roki shouts. They narrowly pass through the last closing gate and tumble into the elevator shaft leading to the upper levels. The elevator has stopped working, but the maintenance ladder is still there. Climb up. The bridge is above. Guing was the first to grab the cold ladder and quickly climb up. Rocky followed closely behind. After climbing about 10 floors, they finally reached the level of the bridge. The exit was blocked by a heavy security door. This door has both a physical lock and an energy lock for double protection. Forcing it open will trigger the highest alert and defense systems. Rocky checked the access control device. Guing placed her hand on the cold metal door, slowly using her mental power to sense through it. She felt the complex mechanical structure and energy flow behind the door. Forcing it open was definitely not a good idea. Dr. Hohenheim, Guing called through the communicator on the door. We've arrived. Open the door. Don't you want us to witness your great moment? After a brief silence, the security door made a soft hiss sound. The energy lock was released, and the heavy door slowly slid open to both sides. Behind the door was the bridge of the Stardust. The space was wide, with a large circular observation window. Outside, there was the dark deep sea and occasional flashes of explosions in the distance. Xi's team was still distracting the enemy. In front of the main control console, about 20 crew members sat or stood, but their eyes were hollow, their movements stiff like marionettes, all with the same neural suppressor glow behind their necks. In the center of the bridge, facing away from them, stood a thin figure in a dirty, white lab coat, Dr. Hohenheim. He slowly turned around, his face glowing with an almost religious fervor, holding a prism-shaped object that flickered with strange purple light. The object was resonating with energy fluctuations from the distant laboratory restricted zone. Welcome to the cradle of a new era, my dear guests, Dr. Hohenheim said, arms open wide. His voice was hoarse, but full of temptation. Soon, you will witness the ultimate fusion of flesh and divinity, blood and machinery, despair and hope. His gaze crossed Guing and Rocky, as if seeing some distant, great being. Inside the bridge, the controlled crew members, as if receiving orders, began operating the consoles, channeling the remaining energy of the Stardust madly toward that distant laboratory restricted zone. A crisis was imminent. The air inside the bridge felt as if frozen. The controlled crew members looked like statues, only their fingers mechanically tapping on the console, continuously sending large amounts of energy to the dangerous, laboratory-forbidden zone. Outside the observation window, the darkness of the deep sea and occasional bursts of battle fire created a strange background for this crazy scene. Dr. Hohenheim held a shimmering purple prism, his eyes burning as he stared at Guing and Rocky, as if admiring two pieces of art about to be sacrificed. Doctor, stop now. Look around. Look at yourself. This is not salvation, but destruction, Rocky shouted, distressed to see his once familiar colleague turned into a zombie.
Destruction?
No, my child. Hohenheim's voice carried a condescending pity. You are blinded by the narrow views of the old world. Our civilization has already failed. The surface is in ruins, and the deep sea is full of danger. Only by embracing change and accepting greater power can true evolution happen. He raised the prism, the purple light intensifying.
Look.
This is the fuse, a token given to me by the great being. Through it, I can hear the wisdom from beyond the abyss. Guing keenly sensed that the energy fluctuations from the so-called fuse resembled the corrupt aura of the abyss eye, but also carried a cold, mechanical feeling that was not biological. This was definitely not a gift of kindness. What you hear is not wisdom, but temptation. Guing stepped forward, the power of space fragments quietly flowing within her, and the holy spring core emitted a faint glow, dispelling the invisible mental pressure around her. You are dragging the entire ship, everyone, into the true abyss. What is in that laboratory? Dr. Hohenheim seemed irritated by Gu Ying's pure energy waves, a flicker of disgust crossing his face, but it was quickly replaced by more fanatic emotion. What is it? It's a miracle. It's the future. Guided by the fuse, I used the ship's most advanced biological engineering equipment to cultivate the child of God. It will perfectly merge the abyss's vitality with the iron will of the digger. It will lead us to purify this filthy world. He was a madman, using abyss creatures and the technology of the Dust Star to perform some terrifying fusion experiment. At that moment, Ella's urgent warning echoed in Gu Ying's mind. Ing. The energy reaction in the laboratory has reached a critical point. The life signal of the child of God is rapidly expanding. It's about to wake up. A strong wave of spatial distortion was detected. It was like the warning signs before the opening of the abyss eye. We can't wait any longer. Gu Ying's eyes sharpened, and she decided to act. Her target was the fuse and main control panel in Hohenheim's hands. If she could cut off the energy supply and the signal amplifier, she might be able to stop the worst from happening. Rocky, find a way to interfere with the main control panel, Gu Ying whispered urgently, her body moving like lightning, rushing straight at Hohenheim. Stop her, Hohenheim shouted. The controlled crew members immediately acted like zombies obeying orders, stiff but swift, trying to block her with their bodies. Gu Ying didn't want to hurt these innocent crew members. She moved swiftly, weaving through the crowd like a fish, using gentle force and slight space vibrations to push them away and lighten their load. At the same time, her left hand formed an invisible space shield that appeared in front of Hohenheim, blocking his possible retreat. That won't work. Mortal strength cannot compare to that of gods. Hohenheim laughed wildly. Instead of retreating, he suddenly stabbed the fuse into a specific port on the control panel. No! Rocky saw this and rushed toward the control panel regardless of danger, trying to pull out some critical energy conduits. Suddenly, a blinding purple beam erupted from the connection point between the fuse and the control panel. The powerful energy shockwave knocked Gu Ying and Rocky back violently. The entire bridge shook intensely, and the lights flickered wildly. All the control screens were instantly covered with garbled, twisted, and indescribable patterns. The view outside the observation window began to distort, as if a greasy film had covered it. A huge, malicious shadow slowly appeared in the restricted laboratory area. Success. The passage is open. The child of God is about to descend. Hohenheim spread his arms wildly, looking frantic. Gu Ying steadied herself, feeling a sudden heartbeat of fear. This was not just a simple energy explosion. It was a sign of space being forcibly torn apart. The passage Hohenheim opened was not leading to a divine realm, but was a dangerous gap connecting to an unknown abyss. She had to close it. Gu Ying focused all her mental energy, communicating with the core of the space fragments inside her and the Holy Springs core. A cool, powerful energy flowed through her body, gathering into a dazzling blue light between her hands. Using water as a guide and space as a boundary. Seal, she shouted sharply, pressing both hands against the violently shaking main control panel. The powerful forces of purification and spatial stability surged like a tide toward the forcibly opened gap. Blue and purple lights collided fiercely, producing a harsh, tearing sound. The scene of twisted space froze for a moment. Dr. Hohenheim's face stiffened with a grim smile as he looked at Gu Ying in shock. You can interfere with the divine ritual? The so-called gods are just another destroyer. Gu Ying gritted her teeth and persisted, feeling her strength rapidly drain. The pull and mental pollution from the other side of the gap were extremely terrifying. The energy reaction in the laboratory is weakening. It's working, Ella reported. You insects, Hohenheim roared in anger, his eyes glowing with purple light, as if communicating with some entity. He suddenly pulled out a fuse and pointed it at Gu Ying like a scepter. Since you insist on blocking, then become the first sacrifice for the coming of the divine child. A concentrated, destructive purple energy beam shot out from the top of the fuse, directly hitting Gu Ying. Gu Ying was fully focused on sealing the space gap and couldn't dodge. At this critical moment, a figure suddenly rushed over and stood in front of Guing. The energy beam pierced through Rocky's shoulder. He grunted and fell heavily to the ground, a sinister purple-black energy swirling around his wound, rapidly eroding his life. Rocky, Guing felt a sharp pain in her heart. Hohenheim, disturbed by this sudden interference, momentarily lost his focus. Guing seized the opportunity and unleashed her final strength. Close it. For me, the blue light completely overwhelmed the purple, and the main control panel emitted a series of overload explosions. The twisted space gap trembled violently and finally shattered like broken glass. The scene outside the observation window returned to the normal darkness of the deep sea. No! Hohenheim let out a desperate scream, and the fuse in his hand dimmed and lost its glow. Almost simultaneously with the closing of the space gap, the massive life signal from the forbidden zone of the laboratory in the distance was cut off at the source, beginning to rapidly weaken and collapse. In the faint distance, a non-human roar filled with unwillingness and anger seemed to be heard, then gradually fell silent. Dr. Hohenheim collapsed to the ground, as if his soul had been taken away. His eyes were empty, and he muttered, "We failed. The gods have abandoned us." Inside the bridge, the controlled crew members gradually lost their purple glow as the space gap closed and the fuse failed. Their neural suppressors emitted a faint blue smoke, and they all collapsed unconscious onto the floor. The crisis seemed to be temporarily over. Guing leaned heavily on the control panel, gasping for breath. She quickly moved to Rocky's side to check his injuries. The dark purple energy was still eroding him, and the situation was urgent. Without hesitation, she activated the power of the Holy Spring Core. Gentle, pure life energy slowly flowed into Rocky's body, fighting against the corrosive energy.
Hold on, Rocky.
We did it. The Stardust is safe, Guing whispered, both encouraging Rocky and reassuring herself. This battle on the bridge was a narrow victory, but the cost was heavy. Outside the deep sea, Xie's team was still fighting hard, and farther away, there were shadows of the Emerald Spiral and other unknown threats. The trouble with the Stardust was far from over. The real challenge might have just begun. Guing looked out into the endless darkness outside the window, feeling no relief at all.